Network for coverage of the Democratic National Convention from Chicago.
As are willing to be seated, both the Maddox and the Julian Bond delegations, and to divide the state's vote between them. And as you have just heard, a number of the members of the Maddox delegation are infuriated and plan to leave and go back to Georgia and pay off their debt, as one of them was putting it a minute ago, meaning presumably to work for Wallace, though he didn't quite say. So there are several others. Mostly they involve disputes raised by McCarthy supporters, saying that these are not racial disputes particularly, charging that they didn't get as many delegates as their votes or as their strength in the state conventions entitled them to. And these are pretty much being settled by voice vote, and rather quickly. We'll be back after this message from Gulf.
Hi, folks. Fill her up?
Sure, please.
Say, you get your choice of a political party pin free with each fill-up. This one's a donkey and this one's an elephant.
I'll take the donkey.
Okay.
John, I would rather have the elephant.
Okay.
Look, Gene, why don't you come in tomorrow in your car?
No, but I want it now.
Look, Gene, come in tomorrow in your own car, and then you can get your elephant.
You would say that.
I'll take the donkey.
You would say that knowing full well my car is still in the shop.
The only reason your car's in the shop is because you backed into the bird bath.
I never would have hit the bird bath if you hadn't scared me by yelling at me.
If I hadn't yelled, you'd have...
People don't always agree, and particularly about politics. Show America where you stand. Get the political party pin of your choice. These golden metallic pins are free with a fill-up at all Gulf stations displaying this sign.
Look, the man offered me a donkey. I'm going to take the donkey.
I think it's very important that we straighten this matter.
We are just into the opening phases now of a fight on seating of a delegation from North Carolina. We had hoped that they were going to be able to reach or effect a compromise and resolve the matter on their own. But apparently there's going to be a quarrel about it here before the convention. And we'll pick up some of them in just a moment. But I think first we might observe that conventions can have, and indeed they do have, moods and temperament. Delegates, even those who've been through it all many times, live out a convention in a state of emotional, physical, and psychological supercharge. They frequently may be detected actually waiting for their emotions to be aroused, and a good convention is frequently the one that runs the gamut from laughter through anger to tears. 2 weeks ago, the mood of the Republicans in Miami Beach was something like that of a good-natured, harmonious, and insouciant crowd on a well-heeled picnic. But this one is different. There are angry Democrats here, and the action is really just beginning. There are disappointed Democrats here. There are aggressive Democrats, apprehensive Democrats. In short, there are not many, if any, completely happy Democrats here. Chicago is not Fun City, and when the convention band strikes up "Happy Days Are Here Again," I would predict there's going to be no massive group singing from the audience. In view of the mood of this convention, if you try real hard, you may understand the action of the Democratic National Committee when it heard, seconded, and adopted a motion to prohibit the use of ice in all the soft drinks to be served in this convention hall. No one was going to be permitted or tempted to hurl ice cubes at the chairman, at newsmen, or other delegates. So now, let's go down to Sander Van Oak.
I'm here on the floor with Senator Abraham Ribicoff of Connecticut, who is Senator McGovern's floor manager. Senator, is there a coordinated strategy between the McGovern, McCarthy, and what you might call the Kennedy forces on the platform tonight?
No, there isn't. There isn't anything that we've gotten together on. My feeling is that we will be voting the same way because our philosophies are the same, but there is no common strategy, Sandy.
What possible good could there be tonight in fighting a vigorous plank beside the feeling of the conscience of many delegates about the war? What good is there in terms of politics of doing what all of you are trying to do, which is to stop Hubert Humphrey's drive for the presidency?
Well, to George McGovern and Jane McCarthy and the Kennedy groups, the matter of conscience is overriding. This has caused the schism, really, in the Democratic Party and all the disunity. Basically, if this party is going to be united for November, I think this fight has to be made.
Well, what do you get in terms of practical politics? Will it make people uneasy? Will it draw attention to the vice president's allegiance to the president on Vietnam? What's the purpose?
Well, the purpose basically is what the fighting has been all about, the Gene McCarthy movement, the Kennedy movement, and the McGovern movement. I don't think there's a strategy that this is going to win or lose a nomination for either man, but it's something that has to be done, and I think it's a question of fighting on a principle, Sandy.
Senator, when you were governor of Connecticut, you managed the floor campaign for John F. Kennedy in 1960. You know how to count votes. Now, you know Gene McCarthy hasn't got enough votes. George McGovern came in as too late. He may get some votes from California. He is not going to make it. That's the opinion of many people here. Now, where does this lead to? This does lead, doesn't it, to Edward Kennedy?
No, Edward Kennedy is a factor without a question. There's deep sentiment for Edward Kennedy in this entire convention. It would seem to me that if Edward Kennedy indicated a desire or an interest in the nomination, I think he could sweep the convention. But so far, there's no indication on his part that he is interested in 1968. Now, we do not think, we of the McGovern people, it's a hopeless cause. The party is divided. We feel that the Humphrey people will not go for Senator McCarthy. We feel the McCarthy people will not go for the vice president. And the only man that they both can turn to unite the party and unite the nation is George McGovern.
Thank you very much. Senator Abraham Ribicoff of Connecticut, the floor manager for Senator McGovern. Now to Frank McGee.
I have with me Mr. Robert Tiernan, a delegate of Rhode Island. Mr. Tiernan, I understand that you have already notified the parliamentarian that you will either nominate or second the nomination of Senator Edward Kennedy. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. McGee.
Well, first of all, why don't you know whether you'll nominate or second the nomination?
Well, of course, as you know, the requirements of this convention are that the name of the nominee or seconder be placed with the chairman today.
Well, who will nominate if you don't?
Well, of course, at this point, there are many people who have indicated an interest in doing that. My understanding that there is a delegate in Alabama who is interested in nominating. It may be that he will nominate, or he may recognize someone else for the nomination at that point. As you realize, Rhode Island is quite a ways down on the call of the states, and so then, therefore, it depends on the strategy of the people who are working in the draft for Ted Kennedy.
I understand. Now, are you in consultation with any of the large groups here, say like the California or Illinois delegations? Is this a concerted move?
Right. Well, yesterday evening we had quite a few different conversations with delegates from the California delegation, also from Massachusetts, and with those from New York and from South Carolina and some other states involved in this draft movement.
And they all know that you're going to place the senator's name in nomination or second his nomination.
Well, there has been some talk of it. Whether or not they all know of it, I'm not sure.
Have you been in touch with either the senator or anyone close to him about this?
I have been in touch with people close to the senator, and at this moment, the senator is not a candidate for the nomination.
Well, can you tell me who those people are who are close to him, and whether they're encouraging you to do this or discouraging you?
They are not encouraging me. They feel that if there's a genuine grassroots movement for the nomination of Senator Ed Kennedy, that he would accept the nomination, but it would have to be a grassroots movement.
Well, have you seen anything to give you more than just the wish that this might come about?
There is substantial feeling among the delegates in the convention for the nomination of Ted Kennedy, and I feel the electricity in the convention last night.
What I'm trying to get at is whether you have had any encouragement from Senator Kennedy or those close to him to do this.
There has been no encouragement by Senator Kennedy directly. However, there are many people who feel that Senator Ted Kennedy would bring to the Democratic Party a uniting of people that may be a little bit disenchanted with the nominee. And, of course, there is very hard forces at movement at this time, particularly tonight with regards to the plank that the party will adopt in this convention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiernan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, here's John Chancellor.
One of the many unorthodox possibilities in this unorthodox political year is the appearance of contenders for this party's nomination in this hall. We've already had a report that Senator McGovern may be coming to the hall tonight. With me is Mrs. Elizabeth Wink, a delegate from New Jersey and a McCarthy supporter. And you heard the talk about Senator McCarthy possibly coming here this evening.
Everybody's been talking about it for a very long time. We know that he's a delegate and he has privileges of the floor.
He's a delegate from Minnesota, and he could be here as that.
He could.
How do you feel about breaking a precedent of that kind, Mrs. Wink? It really hasn't happened in a long time.
Well, I think that we're breaking a lot of precedents this year, and anything is possible.
What would influence the senator's decision were he to come to the hall tonight? It would obviously involve the fight on the Vietnam Minority Report, wouldn't it?
I would imagine so, but I think he'd have to ask the senator to get an accurate answer on that.
When do you think we might have some idea if he's planning to come or not?
When he comes, probably.
Is he being enigmatic with you? I mean, are there many supporters here on the floor who would like to know if he's coming?
I don't think we're too concerned with it right now. We're concerned with passing the Minority Report on the Vietnam War.
Right. Thank you very much, Mrs. Wink. Miss Elizabeth Wink of New Jersey talking about the possibility of Senator McCarthy coming here tonight. Now here's Edwin Newman.
Mr. Dinkler, I know you're busy on that phone. You're a member of the Georgia delegation. Now, you've heard some other members of the delegation say that they're walking out tonight because of the convention decision to seat the two delegations, yours and the Julian Bond. You say you're not leaving.
I'm not leaving, as I said today in the caucus. I would stay as a regular delegate, and I'll stay national Democratic ticket, and I'm going to support it.
And you will split the votes with the Bond delegation?
Whatever that means. I don't know whether that's split the vote or not. I know I'm going to vote.
Well, how can you avoid splitting it if that's what the convention decided?
Well, I haven't heard that yet. Well, I'll have to wait and hear that.
Well, it was Mr. Dinkler, how many people are going to stay with you?
I can't say. We had a good crowd this morning that said they were going to stay, just as I said I was going to stay, regardless of the outcome tonight. Then you had some that said they would pass and wait and see the outcome tonight before they'd stay. And that's the way the situation was today, and I don't think it's changed any.
Okay, Mr. Dinkler, thank you. Edwin Newman, now to David Brinkley.
On the Vietnam platform plank, which will be the primary business here this evening, later, it is very likely from all we can learn that the Johnson plank, that is the plank written by the platform committee, the Johnson plank will be approved. But if it is approved narrowly, and in fact anything less than overwhelmingly, the very wide division in the Democratic Party will have been advertised coast to coast, and it certainly will not help the party's chances in the November election. And Mr. Johnson wants, of course, approval and vindication. And if it turns out to be a narrow vote passing his plank, he likely will find very little of either. It'll begin soon. In the meantime, we'll be back after this message from Gulf.
And the bad guys? Not even one? No, not even.
Stick 'em up.
Oh, boy! A real bad guy! Yeah!
Hand over your cash.
Nobody tell us cash anymore. Cash.
A Gulf travel card? Not again. That's all anybody carries anymore. They're only good for meals and lodging at Holiday Inns and gasoline and...
You said it, buddy. Uncle Donald, you forgot your travel. I didn't forget a thing, boys.
That'll be $4.85, Mr. Duck.
Put it on my travel card. Uh-oh. This what you're looking for, Uncle? Give it up.
Extra service, extra value, or extra convenience. There's a lot more to Gulf's extra kick than horseshoes.
NBC News will continue its live coverage of the Democratic National Convention, following this pause for station identification.
Phyllis Diller premieres Sunday.
This is a thirst maker. One of the thirst-making things that go better with Coke. Coca-Cola has the taste you'll never get tired of. Fresh and crisp and special. That's why things go better with Coke.
At Colonial, we take 3 hours more than we really have to make our bread. That's why we're called the last of the big time spenders. Why doesn't everybody make bread this way?
Old terry towels your favorite kind of cleaning cloth? Use new Viva paper towels instead. Viva is so soft you use it instead of a polishing cloth. So strong you use it instead of a cleaning cloth. Instead of any cloth. New Viva by Scott instead.
WSM Television, Color 4, Nashville, Tennessee.
C News continues its coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention. Brought to you by Gulf Oil.
David Douglas Duncan, whose work we hope you have seen yesterday in the Democratic Convention and 2 weeks ago in Miami Beach, has been making still pictures for NBC, putting them on with his own comments about what he has seen. And for tonight, he has taken his camera to look at the candidates and has a report for us on that.
This morning, the three major Democratic candidates present themselves and their points of view before members of the California caucus. They were meeting in a great conference hall of a major hotel here in Chicago. The delegates, the press corps, the three candidates were side by side for the first time. Vice President Humphrey seemed bellicose, indignant, hurt that his points of view had apparently not been understood by the country. Senator McCarthy was haughty, aloof, distant, quite untouchable. Senator McGovern was Mr. All-America himself, standing for the fine things. Stop the war, stop the bombing, stop poverty, and offered some suggestion on how to fulfill these aims. It was surely the last time that these three men would be side by side until the election is over. It was a rare opportunity to photograph them together. A couple of days ago, I photographed another gathering in which Senator McGovern was one of the principals. He was the key speaker at his own first press conference here in Chicago. His wife, Pierre Salinger, the family, presented when it was over. But flashing back into the press conference itself, again, Senator McGovern was standing for all the fine things. Stop the bombing, stop the war, which he detailed in great length. Pierre Salinger, an old friend of 10 or 15 years in the magazine world, hung on every word. A newcomer to the political world, Frank Mankiewicz. I knew his brother several years ago in Rome when he was a movie producer, Joe Mankiewicz. Senator McGovern kept speaking, detailing in enormous length his plans. Meanwhile, Pierre Salinger's eyes swept the crowd, looking for a familiar face among the press corps. He also seemed like an old riverboat gambler, 1890, down on the Mississippi, cigar and all, sideburns, everything. Frank Mankiewicz succumbed to the heat of the television lights. And Senator McGovern kept speaking. His wife watched him with rapt attention. Her eyes never darted out into the room, into the conference room. She watched her husband. Behind her, her 22-year-old daughter, Susan, fixed eyes on her father. A 19-year-old daughter, Terry, but the heat was getting her. But the one who suffered was Mary, 13. She seemed almost crucified upon the agony of the press conference itself. It was something I could scarcely bear to watch through the lens. Her father, unaware of this, as probably all candidates are, kept talking. Even his wife was unaware of what was happening behind them. It's a part of the American tradition. Pierre, out in front, the professional pressman, the older daughter, rigid with fatigue. Terry also. And poor little Mary. She was the one that broke my heart. I wanted to stand up and stop, shout, get this child out of her, get her to bed. It reminded me of years ago in the Solomon Islands. I was marching across Bougainville ahead of Japanese troops for 5 days and 4 nights, or 4 days and 5 nights, whichever. We were afraid to make any sound that they might shoot us. This child was afraid of embarrassing her father by yawning and showing her exhaustion in front of us all. But she couldn't help it. She simply waited and suffered, praying, I'm sure, in her heart, that the ordeal would soon be over, that it would stop. And it finally stopped. It seems to me that the candidates should campaign for themselves. We're voting for them, not the supporting cast. This is David Douglas Duncan.
NBC reporter Fred Briggs reports that, NBC News' George Tomac with the Oklahoma delegation reports that proponents of the minority report on the party's Vietnam plank are bringing in help from the West Coast. Monique and David Trong, the children of Trong D.N.C, were flown into Chicago this morning from California and appeared briefly before the Oklahoma delegation. Now, Zhu, you recall, a peace candidate in the presidential election in South Vietnam, was sentenced to 5 years in prison last month by a military court. Monique and David said they were here for their father and for the peace plank, or the minority report to the platform. They said they would not endorse any candidate. Monique, by the way, is a student at Berkeley, and David is a graduate of Stanford. The California delegation is also reported to be bringing in professional help in behalf of the peace plank for the platform. The professional actor, Paul Newman, reportedly will plead his case downtown. He is not a delegate here to the convention, of course, has no credentials here, but apparently California is planning to stage in one of the hotels downtown a very strenuous plea in behalf of the peace, or the so-called dove plank, for the platform. David?
They had a caucus this afternoon, and it took a vote, and the result was overwhelmingly in favor of what we'll call the peace plank on Vietnam. Of 174 members, 165 voted to support the peace plank, or the minority recommendation. 5 voted to support the Johnson plank, and 4 asked to be recorded as abstaining. So I think in that case, overwhelming is the appropriate term. There'll be at least one, perhaps more, we just don't know yet, roll call votes here on the floor tonight. And when the next one comes, it might be interesting to watch Tennessee, because there's a real-life human drama going on in the Tennessee delegation. The leader of it is Governor Buford Ellington. His delegation includes 51 votes. And he, like most state leaders, likes to deliver a unanimous delegation in behalf of whatever they're voting on. But he has one member who holds a half vote who refuses to vote with the governor. He just doesn't like him. He refuses to vote for him. And so when Tennessee got up last night, the governor said, out of the 51 votes, he said 50.5 yes and 1/2 no. And the no is Kenneth Schoen, who is a stockbroker from Nashville, Tennessee, just refuses to vote the governor's way. And we're told by a Tennessee friend who is involved in all this that at the mention of Schoen's name, Governor Ellington becomes apoplectic. So we'll see how Tennessee's vote goes tonight.
Well, here's one involving strategy inside the Pennsylvania delegation. 2 mayors are really running the pro-Humphrey Pennsylvania delegation, and officially the chairman is Pittsburgh's mayor, Joseph Barr, but reportedly the real muscle comes from Mayor James Tate of Philadelphia, and it's Tate who has directed the 98 delegates who favor Humphrey, and it's Tate who, it is said, is inclined to ignore the 32 others who lean to McCarthy or McGovern or perhaps Kennedy. So Tate has worked out a set of signals for the faithful on yes or no votes. Yes, among the delegation, is a rub of the left nostril. No is a vertical rub with the finger on the bridge of his nose. And that's the way he counts the faithful and separates them from the unfaithful. To Edwin Newman on the floor.
Chet, these seats, these empty seats in front of me, have been assigned to the so-called Georgia Loyal Democratic Group. That's the Julian Bond Group. They came over here, they sat down, and then they decided to have a caucus, and they've left the floor. What are they caucusing about? Well, from what I could gather from Julian Bond and a rather wild procession across this floor, they are deciding whether to accept these seats and whether to accept them as they stand, because there is no microphone here from which they can declare their half of the Georgia vote that the convention has given to them. Julian Bond said they were not going to try to sit in the seats occupied by the regular Georgia delegation until, as he put it, cooler heads prevailed. He didn't want any trouble, and he was trying to get his delegation seated. But when they came here to the seats that they had been assigned yesterday after some dispute and trouble, they found there was no microphone here. After they got here, they were joined by Bayard Rustin, who's a well-known strategist among civil rights people, and they were joined by John Lewis, who's another well-known strategist in that field, and they all decided that they would leave the floor to hold a caucus, and that's where this situation stands at the moment. The Georgia regulars in their seats, the Julian Bond Group assigned to these seats, but for the moment not sitting in them. Incidentally, they are about as far apart as it is physically possible to have seats in this convention hall. This is Edwin Newman, now to John Chancellor.
One of the great problems facing this convention tonight is that the front runner, Hubert Humphrey, is in trouble on the Vietnam plank. The plank is approved by the Credentials Committee, is believed by many, many Democrats here on the floor to be much too hardline for Hubert Humphrey or for them. One of these is Carlton Sickles, a congressman from Maryland, who thinks he has a way out. Would you describe that to me, Mr. Congressman?
Well, I believe that we ought to support the minority plank. I think, as you indicated, this is the kind of plank that we need as a party to go to the people of the country with. I think, unfortunately, the majority plank gives the impression of being herd-bound and supporting the administration. I'm confident that whoever our president is, nominated by this party, I hope that it's Humphrey, will try to bring the war to an end just as soon as possible. And I think the best thing we can do for the presidential nominee is to adopt the minority plank.
Now, I know there are some people in the Maryland delegation who support you in this view. Have you found anybody in any other state who would like to have Hubert Humphrey and the peace plank?
I gather that there are some. I've not personally become involved in that. I know that within Prince George's County, within Maryland, we're starting to pick up some support. Just how far it will go, I don't know. But I'm trying to convince them that the best thing they can do for Hubert Humphrey as a presidential candidate is to give him the kind of plank that he can indicate to the people that he can then move in the direction that I'm sure that the general public wants.
Fine. Thank you very much, Congressman. Congressman Carlton Sickles with what he regards as a way out for Hubert Humphrey. Now here's Sandra Van Oker.
A moment or two ago, David Brinkley was talking about a man in the Tennessee delegation who, whenever the delegation votes 50 and a half for anything Governor Buford Ellington wants it to, then he votes his half vote for something else. I'm with that gentleman now, Mr. Kenneth Schoen, a stockbroker from Nashville, Tennessee. Sir, why do you keep your half vote away from the governor?
Well, I don't keep it away from him on every issue. I determine for myself whether or not I will vote and how I will vote.
Well, you voted different last night on a number of issues, did you not?
Yes, because I disagreed with the governor, and I voted according to my choice. If you are referring to the fact that I stated before we arrived here that I would vote for Senator McCarthy on the first ballot when it was implied that the governor might be a favorite son, I'd like to first say that I mean no disrespect to the governor. I have the same respect for him as a man and as a governor that any of our delegates have. But I disagree with the fact of wasting a ballot on the first round. I felt that he is not a bona fide candidate, that it's very possible that Vice President Humphrey could get it on the first ballot, and I felt that I should not spend my ballot, that I should vote for the candidate of my choice.
Do you think that Governor Ellington is in a holding operation for Vice President Humphrey?
Well, possibly you haven't heard. We had a caucus this afternoon, and at this caucus, the governor released the delegates. He said he was in favor of Vice President Humphrey on the first ballot, and I would presume that 49 and a half of the 51 votes would go to the Vice President on the first ballot.
Tell me, does this make you uneasy being the half one-half standout in the whole Tennessee delegation? Any animosity toward you?
Not at all. Everyone has been most friendly, including the governor. He's been most solicitous of my viewpoint and careful to see that I had a chance to vote. No, I think the candidates have been the members of the delegation have been very friendly, and if anything, they respect my right to decide for myself how I will vote.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kenneth Schoen, who from now on, if you hear one-half vote, nay or yay in Tennessee, that'll be Mr. Kenneth Schoen casting his vote of individuality, you might say. Now to the booth.
A moment ago, David reported on a result of a caucus in the California delegation showing overwhelming support there for the minority peace plank in the platform concerning Vietnam. Now, NBC News' Joe Alvarez reports that New York Democrats have now embarrassed Vice President Humphrey by an overwhelming endorsement of the minority peace plank drawn up by Richard Goodwin, John Gilligan, Theodore Sorensen, Pierre Salinger, and Bill Clark last Sunday. And by the way, this is essentially the Senator Ted Kennedy prescription for Vietnam. But the vote in the New York caucus was 116 to 24. This was a clear victory for the McCarthy forces in that delegation. Whether it means that Senator McCarthy has gained any more delegate strength, however, is still highly uncertain. And even in strong pro-Humphrey delegations here at this convention, we are now beginning to hear of some considerable slippage on this Vietnam plank in the platform, so that many delegates may tonight vote for what we might call the minority peace plank, but still could go with Humphrey. We'll be back in a moment after this message from Gulf.
That's right, back. Back. Two more.
More? More?
Back more. That's it, Harry. Beautiful. Yeah, that's it, Harry. Back.
Okay.
Harry, you're doing beautifully.
Tony's Gulf. Hit it again. Okay, we'll be right down. Take care of you, sir.
If you own a boat near Westport, Connecticut, you've probably heard of Tony Festa, a Gulf dealer who runs an unusual kind of towing service for people who occasionally launch their boat and car at the same time. Rescuing ocean-going cars is just one of Tony's extra services, above and beyond taking extra special care of your car. Not every Gulf dealer is a Tony Festa, but they all know it's the little extra services that make them remembered.
Thank the nice man, Martha.
Thank you, nice man.
And bring you back. There's a lot more to Gulf's extra kick than horseshoes.
Sander Van Oker down on the floor has a report for us. Sandy?
David, I'm with Congressman John Tunney, a close friend of Senator Edward Kennedy, a law school classmate. Senator, Congressman, what can you tell us about this draft Senator Kennedy movement?
Well, I think that there's a great deal of interest. As I've walked around the floor, I've had many congressmen and other delegates come to me and tell me that they are very interested and they're wondering what the senator's position is. And I've said that, as I said yesterday, that the senator is rather surprised by the situation and by the strength of the movement that seems to be moving on the floor.
But don't they ask you that because they presume that you have talked to him?
Well, of course, the senator's a very good friend of mine, and I've talked to him regularly. But at the moment, all I can say is that the senator's position is as it was when he last stated it.
If one could put oneself in the senator's position, what would be his reticence about proclaiming or that he is a candidate or giving a push to anything here?
Well, I think that the senator, of course, feels that he's not a candidate. He never has been a candidate, and he's suffered a very serious tragedy. And this, I think, weighs on his mind. And I think that this is the only thing that I can say about it, other than the fact that he was very overwhelmed by the grassroots support that seemed to be kindled in this convention floor.
Can you say in any way that he will not lift a finger or make an active move toward an open candidacy?
Oh, I would sincerely doubt that he'd make an active move.
Well, then how could this be put together? Wouldn't that take the McGovern and McCarthy forces moving out of their candidacies for those two men and into something for the senator?
Well, I think it's impossible really to speculate. As you know, that there was a petition that was circulated. Apparently there were 400 signatures on that petition. I think that everything at the moment is completely problematical. And as you know, the senator has said as recently as the day before yesterday that he was not a candidate.
Sir, you were at the California caucus this morning. Senator McGovern apparently made a great impression. There's talk of him getting between 130 and 140 votes from your delegation. If that's true, are those votes also transferable to Senator Edward Kennedy if that moment should arise?
Well, I think that many of them would be, yes. My judgment is that many of them would be. Of course, Senator McGovern is a viable candidate. He's indicated that he wants to be president. And until he would make some other decision, I would expect that those delegates would remain with Senator McGovern.
Thank you very much. Congressman John Tunney of California, a very close friend of Senator Edward Kennedy. He's talked to him in the last day, and his views on what the senator's mood is at this time. Now back to the booth.
Some time ago, last week, I guess, the three television networks tried to arrange a joint appearance by the three candidates for president for a discussion, debate, or whatever it was to have been, but it turned out it was nothing because it could not be arranged. The California delegation, however, arranged it today here in Chicago. They got McCarthy, McGovern, and Humphrey all together in one room, so far as we know, for the first time, for a conversation to the delegation. And here is an excerpt of what the three of them said.
The question is, would candidates like to comment on whether they support or oppose the action of the majority of the convention last night in adopting the majority report Credentials Committee on both Texas and Georgia? I'd sort of like to ask whether they support the motion to adjourn early last night.
May I answer your question first? Yes, I was asleep before your motion to adjourn or whatever motion was made. In reference to the Texas delegation, I think that you know that the National Committee woman from the state of Minnesota spoke up. I didn't hear all the details of the Credentials Committee. I thought the Credentials Committee was in good hands, in the hands of Governor Hughes. I haven't tried to pass judgment on every detail. I think it's rather difficult to, as an individual, to pass judgment on all of these things until you're there and deeply involved. But if the question is asked, I would have supported the majority position on the Texas delegation. There's no doubt about that. In light of what I heard, I thought that they made a good case. Now, the Georgia thing hasn't been settled. My own personal view has been that the Georgia delegation should have both delegations seated with a loyalty oath and the vote split, period.
In regular rotation, Senator McCarthy to comment on the question.
Well, I, of course, have been among those who've been advocating a rather general review since 1964. When we acted on the Mississippi delegation in '64, I think we rather clearly should have accepted the obligation to begin to be concerned about the whole process by which delegates were chosen and sent to the convention. That was an action which was not prospective. We took action at the convention in '64. And I think that this year we had even less excuse, really, for not taking immediate action because we had had 4 years of neglect. My position has been that we ought to be concerned about how delegates are sent to the convention, involving not only discrimination based on race, but simply on the basis of what your political views are. And that we ought to, therefore, do as much as we can to straighten this out at this convention. I thought the Texas case was clear enough for somewhat more thorough consideration and some kind of reconciliation. I heard what Senator Yarborough said about it. And I think there are a number of other cases. I have a complaint about the Minnesota delegation, which so we've got to do as best we can at this convention. Those particular challenges, I think, should have been honored. But I do think as we go on from here to 72, that this question of the process and the procedure by which delegates are chosen, the point at which you cut off dissent and begin to invoke the unit rule, I think should come at the National Convention itself. That up to that point, we ought to bring in what represents the views of the Democrats to the final point of decision when we have to go by majority vote.
Senator McGovern, and at the end of this question, we will then ask the candidates to summarize in 3 minutes each.
Thank you, Speaker Unruh. Well, let me be very clear on this. I have from the very first supported the challenge to these two delegations and to others that I thought were not in fact representative of the political groupings within their states. How can one call for a broader base and a more representative government representing all of the political elements in South Vietnam and then deny it to delegations here in our own country? And it is an uncomfortable fact that we have to face up to, that in one of our largest states, the state of Texas, where 45% of the people are in minority groups, that delegation contained from minority groups only 16% of the delegation. Now, that's not true in Vietnam, where minority groups in this country represent a disproportionate share of our investment in that effort. And when we have these cries of oratory about rallying to the support of our men in Vietnam, let us treat them at least as well here at home. Now, I want to make one final comment with reference to the Georgia delegation. Again, I supported the minority position, the position that lost on Georgia as it did on Texas. But watching that exhibition on television last night, what disturbed me more than any other single fact is that this black man from the state of Georgia, Julian Bond, was attacked on the television screens by a prominent member of his delegation and verbally lashed because of the position that he holds on the war in Vietnam. Now, why is it that that has to enter into a discussion of the credentials of Mr. Bond to sit in this convention? And I suggest to you that the real reason that Mr. Bond was challenged as he was not that he shares the views of many of us on the war in Vietnam, but because through a decision that he had nothing to say about, he happens to have been born with a black skin. And that's the kind of thing that I object to.
The challenges to the states, to the delegations from Wisconsin, North Carolina, Louisiana, and Tennessee have now been resolved by voice vote. So we are progressing. And this convention has now arrived at the challenge to the state of Alabama. That one is going to be complicated, and it is likely to be confusing because here again we have two separate groups challenging the regular group. We'll be back in just a moment after this message from Go.
The 24 hours of Daytona and Le Mans.
NBC News live coverage of the Democratic National Convention will continue after this pause for station identification.
The Cigarette Improvement Kit. Contents: 1 Tareyton charcoal filter. Put it on your cigarette and you'll have a better tasting cigarette. But not as good as a Tareyton. Tareyton with the activated charcoal filter. That's why us Tareyton smokers would rather fight than switch.
The evidence fits together. Can you tell which slice is batter whipped sunbeam bread? Not this one. It's got holes. Holes let air in, cause fast staling. See the difference whipping makes? Get rid of the holes. Get whipped in freshness. Go batter whipped Sunbeam.
Don't be left out in the warm. Come on in where it's freezing. Freezing Fresca ice cold, sugar-free. Freezing Fresca.
WSM Television, Color 4, Nashville, Tennessee.
NBC News continues its coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention. Brought to you by Gulf.
There is a dispute in the hall over the seating of one of 3 delegations from Alabama. Much of the dispute is racial. Some of it is purely political, concerning Governor Wallace. And we'll explain it as we go along. On the stand now is Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, who, if any one person can be said to have started all this, she did. You will remember she led the Free Democratic Party of Mississippi to Atlantic City 4 years ago, lost, but caused the Democrats to pass a rule requiring that thereafter every delegation fairly represent the population of its state. Let's go down to the rostrum.
We also know that Governor Wallace is running today for President of the United States, and he's only pledged as a Democrat in the state of Alabama. It is time for us to wake up, America. We always talk about a minority, but we don't even say minority when you carry our sons to fight in Vietnam. I support Dr. Cashin from Alabama, but because it's time for us to stop pretending that we are loyal, but act in the manner that we are, and if we are the Democratic Party of this country, we should stop just giving a tokenism and seat so many this year and 4 years later seat for another delegation. It's time tonight to seat the delegation with the National Democratic Party from Alabama, and that would be Dr. Cashin and his delegation that represent all the people, not just a few, representing not only the whites, but the black as well. Thank you.
The argument and the debate on the challenge to the delegation from the state of Alabama is going to be rather long and exhaustive and somewhat complicated. By the way, this is interesting. We are told that Governor Richard Hughes of New Jersey has said he has been harmed politically because he was chairman of the convention's Credentials Committee. Hughes said that both Negroes and white Southerners have been unhappy with his committee's decisions. He said that the situation reminds him of that one ascribed to Barry Goldwater. Namely, if he stood on the border between Israel and the Arabs, he would be shot at by both sides. To Edwin Newman on the convention floor.
Warden, is it?
Warder, Secretary of the Minnesota delegation.
I'm on the floor with John Warden of the Minnesota delegation. Mr. Warden. Warder. What is this we hear about the possibility of some of you walking out?
That is true. The Minnesota delegation does not support the minority report on seating the Cassius group from Alabama. The black delegates of this convention will walk out.
You say the black delegates to the convention. You mean the Minnesota
delegation? That's
Any
right.
other delegates?
Yes, we will have some sympathy votes on the part of some of the delegates in Minnesota. And then also I understand that there are some delegates at this convention in other states who will be supporting us.
How many people do you actually know will walk out?
I can't tell you the number.
How many will walk out in Minnesota?
I can't tell you that, but there'll be a significant
How
number.
many black delegates are there in
We
Minnesota?
only have 3 voting, but we will have support by both Humphrey and McCarthyites.
Now, if the minority report is not adopted, Mr. Warder, why will you walk out?
I said,
I want to get this correct. If the Minnesota delegation does not support
the minority report, I beg your pardon, why will you walk out?
Because we have mentioned time and time again that we do not feel that black people have been represented. Minnesota is a liberal state. It comes out of a liberal tradition. And we feel that they should give leadership and helping to show to the nation that we should give adequate representation to the people, the non-white people in Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, North Carolina. They have not, to this date, supported the minority report of Texas. They have not supported that minority report of Georgia. We feel that this is their time that they can speak out. And if they do not speak out at this time, we will walk out.
What do you accomplish by walking out?
We want to show to the nation that even in Minnesota, there's a possibility that people will not listen and will not be fair, but rather want to take a partisan view of this whole matter. And we don't think this should be along the lines of support for Humphrey or support for McCarthy. That should be secondary.
Is that involved in it, Mr. Warder?
I'm afraid it has been involved during the entire convention. Both race and partisanship have been intertwined.
Thank you, Mr. Warder. This is Edwin Newman. Now to John Chancellor.
One of those meetings that may change the course of the convention, or may not, has just taken place in the headquarters of Senator McGovern here in the hall, right in there, when Jess Unruh, the leader of the California 174-vote delegation, was brought up here to visit Senator McGovern's headquarters by Abraham Ribicoff of Connecticut, who is the manager of the McGovern forces here. We do not know what they talked about. Ted Sorensen was in there with them, the former Kennedy aide, and it seems significant that the one candidate of all three who appeared before the California delegation this morning and was most popularly received was Senator McGovern. His performance was superb, we are told, by members of the delegation. Now, with the California delegation not going toward Humphrey, they are holding meetings with the leader of that delegation here with McGovern forces. We are also told that Senator McGovern himself will be in the hall tonight at about 9:30 Central Daylight Time, although not on the floor. He is a delegate from his home state, but they don't believe he'll be on the floor. He will be here in the hall and presumably in this office, where another meeting with the critical California delegation could take place. This is John Chancellor. Now to Sander Van Open.
I'm here on the floor with Governor DeSalle, former Governor DeSalle of Ohio, who's been leading this drive for Edward Kennedy's draft or his candidacy. Governor, what can you report today?
Well, Sandy, you know, you called me a leader to this drive. I'm a participant.
Right, a soldier in the ranks, then.
Well, there are so many people getting into it now that we have a real movement going. Last night, the California delegation circulated petitions among the other delegations. And before the night was over, they had 700 signatures of delegates who said they would support Ted Kennedy for president.
Now, look, they say they'd support him if, and, but, or why. That's an expression of preference, is it not, Governor?
Well, but this is an evidence of the kind of people. But today, all day long, I've had delegates coming in from a variety of delegations indicating their support. And more than this, they want to work. They want assignments.
Governor, a lot of people would express a preference like that, but how do you translate that into getting the senator into the race, either by his own movement or something you and his supporters here can do for him?
Sandy, tomorrow night, when Ted Kennedy's name will be placed in nomination.
By whom?
I don't know by whom, but it'll be placed in nomination. There won't be any horns, there won't be any bells, there won't be any hats, there won't be any flags. But you'll see a demonstration by a convention who really is looking for the type of person that they feel can lead this nation and the Democratic Party.
But, Governor, you and Abe Ribicoff in 1960 led the drive for his brother. You had the votes, you had the arithmetic. For example, here in this today, Senator McGovern made an impression on the California delegation. He may get 130 votes from there. Where will those votes for Edward Kennedy come from?
I think that California is going to be lined up with Ted Kennedy before tomorrow night comes.
How will that work, sir? Will Alabama yield to California?
I'm not sure what the mechanics will be. I'm not too sure that Alabama want to yield. But a nomination will be made.
Look, sir, you're saying tonight, then, that the nomination of Senator Edward Kennedy will be made tomorrow night. He will be placed in nomination. And you say that this is going on with his knowledge, but...
Oh, I didn't say that. I don't know. Yeah, in fact, if I knew who was going to place his name in the nomination, I wouldn't say.
All right, can you tell me this then? He will make no move toward declaring interest or candidacy before tomorrow night.
No interest in candidacy. He said he's not a candidate. But I certainly feel that if the office seeks him, he'll accept it.
Is there anything that's going to be done tonight that can be told to the delegates here that will alert them to that fact? Because it looks like Vice President Humphrey has a very, very commanding lead at this time, does it not?
Their people will be moving around the convention floor telling the delegates that this serious effort to nominate Ted Kennedy will be made tomorrow night.
What I'm asking specifically is, will anybody in the course of the platform fight say that?
I don't know. I don't know that anybody will. But this word will be carried by word of mouth to the delegates on this convention floor.
Well, thank you very much, former Governor DeSalle of Ohio, who is one of the leaders of the draft Edward Kennedy movement. This is Sander Van Oker on the floor. To the booth.
You see a picture there of the Georgia state banner, state sign being moved, but now it seems to be back in its place. It appeared for a moment as though someone were attempting to take it away, take it out of the hall. You heard earlier, of course, that some in the new Georgia delegation, that delegation that has been seated, intends now to leave and go home, go back to Georgia. Somebody's being taken out of the hall. It seems to be centering down there around the Georgia delegation. And as you heard earlier,
way into an already overcrowded schedule at the New York caucus, I was privileged this afternoon to listen for a while to their proceedings.
As you heard earlier, some of those people in the Georgia delegation who were required by the convention to share their votes with the Julian Bond group refused to accept that decision and declare they're going to go home.
Roll call on a very important issue. May I suggest to all of you that we pay some attention here. Will all delegates take their seats?
We'll discover precisely what this is all about in a moment, but there's no question that this is part of the process of some of the Georgia people leaving.
Will the sergeant at arms clear the aisles?
They've gone outside and had a caucus, or a discussion in any case, because most of the seats here are empty, even though there are two delegations supposedly sharing the seats assigned to one. Most of them are empty.
Meanwhile, concerning the business before the convention at the moment, the discussion is now centering on the challenge to the Alabama delegation. Let me make one more try at simplifying what that's all about. There is a regular Alabama delegation here, regular Democratic Party of Alabama. There is a second delegation, and there is a third delegation. The second delegation is integrated. The third delegation is virtually all Negro. The Credentials Committee proposed that the regular Democrats of Alabama be seated if they would take the loyalty oath. But that is being challenged, and both of the two contending delegations are asked that they be seated. To Edwin Newman to Sander Van Oker on the convention floor.
No, I can't relax because they're going to a caucus. I'm with Senator Tom Radney, who is just leaving for an Alabama caucus. Senator, before you go, I know you have to rush. What are you trying to do?
Well, I'm going with the Kansas caucus right now to explain to them the Alabama situation. We all are going around to the other delegations to let them understand, Sandy, what the Alabama situation is.
What do you mean by a candidates caucus?
Well, the Kansas caucus. I'm going to explain it to the Kansas people. That's what I was trying to explain it to here. They don't understand the Alabama situation. And that is that we that are the regular seated delegates by the Credentials Committee Majority Report are the real Democrats of Alabama. And this Cashin report of Chuck Morgan's from Atlanta has no foundation, no legal foundation, or any other justification in the state of Alabama. And as you can tell around the hall, there's a misunderstanding by almost every delegation as to the fact that we are the regular Democratic Party in Alabama.
What do you think the confusion is, that you represent the Wallace faction?
No, well, the confusion is certainly that our former governor is from Alabama, I think raises the first confusion. But we've had 3 challenges on Alabama. We had a challenge of the loyalist faction. Well, the people here have taken a disclaimer oath. But then there's this other faction that's before the convention tonight that is not an Alabama challenge. It's a challenge that's originated out of Atlanta, Georgia, of Chuck Morgan and the SCLC. That's the whole darn thing about it. And they have no right to challenge us to be seated here tonight. And if the delegates understood what the situation was, they would see the same thing. And I'm going to tell Kansas what the situation is.
Thank you very much, Senator Tom Radney of Alabama, who's going off with the members of the Kansas delegation to explain his position in this very, very confused situation. Now to Frank McGee.
We have a very confused situation over here, too, Sander. Right down this aisleway from me, this terribly crowded aisleway, is the Georgia Standard and some members of the Georgia regular delegation, the Maddox slate. They're still in their seats. What they're trying to do, delegates from the Bond faction, including Bond and Bayard Rustin and a number of others, as they work their way up and down this aisle, is to try to reach some kind of an agreement and an arrangement for the Bond delegation to come in and be seated with the remnants of the Maddox delegation. The question is whether all of the remaining Maddox members would then walk out. It's our understanding that some of them would stay, some of them would walk out, but this is proving to be a very difficult logistical problem to try to settle here under these conditions. And so far as we know, that's about all that confusion is about. And they have blocked off this end of the corridor. This end of the aisleway will not let newsmen down there. They are permitting members of other delegations to go in and go out, and the only way you can get any information is to find a runner who will go in and find out something and bring the word back out. And that's the situation here. No, I did not. I don't know why the Standard was moving. Maybe it's probably just somebody bumping into it and leaning into it. There's an awful crush around it there, but I can't tell from this point. I just can't see why it might be moving. This is Frank McGee on the convention floor.
Meanwhile, the report that Senator Edward Kennedy's name is going to be offered in nomination here one way or another simply will not die. NBC News reporter Mary McAndrew reports that Representative Robert Tiernan of Rhode Island tonight laid the groundwork to place Senator Ted Kennedy's name in nomination for the presidency. Tiernan filed 2 letters with the convention parliamentarian to satisfy convention rules. One is notice that he would make a nominating speech for Senator Kennedy, and the other that he would make a seconding speech. He said he would do either one, depending on the wishes of the senator of the Kennedy sponsors. You heard Mike DeSalle, former governor of Ohio, also declaring a moment ago, telling one of our floor reporters that indeed the movement in behalf of Senator Kennedy is not dead.
Senator McCarthy's headquarters said one of the floor managers for the minority plank, the peace plank, the anti-Johnson plank, whatever you want to call it, on Vietnam tonight will be Stephen Smith, who is Senator Edward Kennedy's brother-in-law. He will be on the floor trying to help pass the minority plank, Vietnam plank, when they take up the party platform. Edwin Newman is with Mrs. Abigail McCarthy, Mrs. Eugene McCarthy, the senator's wife. Edwin?
Does your presence here tonight mean that the senator is coming to the convention also?
No, he's quite busy talking to people in the suite in the hotel. He was very busy in the middle of the meeting when I left.
Well, do you expect him here for the fight on the Vietnam flank and the platform?
I don't think so. I don't know, though, whether he'll be here or not. I have to go on myself. To play so fast, so I'm not too sure how the things go. And after I've forgotten how many, 4 or 5 national conventions, I've discovered that things are very unpredictable.
Mrs. McCarthy, is there a purpose in your being here tonight?
No, this is just my first chance to come and see the convention for myself, and I've been looking forward to this.
Do you think that the delegates present on the floor are conscious of the fact that you are here?
I don't think so. Several of my friends down on the floor have waved to me, and one by one, various people are conscious of it, but I don't think there's any general.
Mr. McCarthy, are you able to follow the proceedings of the convention seated here in this box?
Well, it's a little bit difficult because of the interruptions, but it's quite easy to follow the speeches. I can hear them very well. I'm not sure. People tell me the acoustics aren't too good in the corners of the hall. Is that right?
Well, actually, a great many of the delegates don't have any idea from what we can learn of what is actually going on the platform. Somewhat handicaps the proceedings, I think, some of which come as a complete surprise to delegates on the floor.
Well, I think it's much better arranged, though, than it was at the last convention. There aren't so, if you'll forgive me, the television stands don't seem to be between the delegates and the platform in quite the way they were in Atlantic City.
Mrs. McCarthy, do you have any impression of how the Senator's chances are at the moment for the nomination?
I really don't. I haven't been following today at all because I had a very busy schedule from early in the morning today myself. So I haven't had any chance to talk to the people who are in touch with the delegates.
Your husband is often described, if I may say so, as a rather reluctant candidate and a man who doesn't really seek the presidency, as some people, particularly in the Democratic Party, think that he should. Does he strike you that way? Has his appetite for the presidency increased or decreased as the campaign wore on?
Well, I think Gene's method of campaigning and his manner of campaigning hasn't changed in 20 years. And as you know, he has a record of winning 5 House elections and 2 Senate elections. This is his method, his way. He's being true to himself. And I think I've been quoting the last few days, talking to people, something he wrote 20 years ago when he first went into politics. And in that he said that a man of conscience in politics had to be especially careful not to demagogue, especially in times of national anxiety and unrest. And I think he's held very true to that this year. But I think he likes to win. You know, he's a fierce baseball player, and he plays to win.
Mrs. McCarthy, there's one question that always comes up at these conventions for men who are seeking the presidential nomination, which is whether they would in any circumstances accept the vice presidential nomination. Has the Senator discussed that at all recently?
He hasn't discussed it any more than he has in public, in which, as you know, he said when he arrived here at the airport that he wasn't interested in the vice presidential nomination on any ticket. I think it would be out of the question for him to accept it if, in any case, if the nominee were held a stand diametrically opposed to his on foreign policy.
Particularly on Vietnam, I suppose.
Yes.
Does the Senator expect a particularly bitter fight here over Vietnam tonight, do you know, Mr. McCarthy?
No, I think they're very sanguine about the chances for, the Vietnam playing. I think there's a very strong sentiment for that in the convention. It was worked out with great carefulness and with a great deal of agreement. And there seems to be increasing acceptance of it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. McCarthy. This is Edwin Newman, now to Frank McGee.
I have with me Mrs. Hilda Stokely from East Harlem, Manhattan, New York. And Mrs. Stokely, I understand that you are a little upset, even bitter about this young Georgia Congressman, Julian Bond. Tell us about it.
Not exactly Julian Barnes, but I'm quite concerned about the manner in which the McCarthy delegation have chosen to manipulate and to, in many ways, distort the truth or the true report of the Credentials Committee concerning the Alabama delegation.
Well, how do you think they have distorted it?
In many cases, refusing to give both sides of the story. In fact, only giving the minority report rather than both the minority and the majority report.
Well, what leads you to think that it's the McCarthy people who are manipulating Mr. Bond instead of Mr. Bond acting in his own right?
I've worked on the Credentials Committee for 1 week, and I have been the victim in some cases, and in other cases I have been very fortunate to watch this most unique maneuver of the McCarthy forces.
Well, tell us about it. What was the maneuver and what was so unique?
In order to coin a phrase that one of the McCarthy councils used, that it was psychological warfare, referring to the onslaught of the mass mail that the delegates have been receiving, demanding that they not support Hubert Humphrey, and insisting that if they do not support McCarthy, that they would not in any way support the Democratic nominee.
Well, do you think that the McCarthy people are trying to use Bond for their own purposes? Is that the idea?
I'm inclined to believe that, yes.
And your position, I take it, you were in favor of the compromise that seated both the Georgia delegations. Is that not right?
We had worked very diligently on that, and I thought that it was one of the best arrangements that could have possibly been worked out, because in talking to both sides and realizing that there were some very good delegates on both sides. There were some, of course, who should have never been there. But the good ones on both sides would have constituted a perfect slate.
And the idea was to try to keep the good and throw out the bad, but not throw out the bad with throw out the good with the bad. Was that the idea?
Yes, right.
Thank you very, very much, Mrs. Hilda Stokely from New York. And now back to Chet and David.
CBS correspondent Bill Matney reports that about 300 black delegates and alternates this afternoon agreed to support the, didn't I say NBC? What did I say? Bill Matney, NBC correspondent. Oh, I didn't ascribe him to one of the others. Bill Matney reports that about 300 black delegates and alternates this afternoon agreed to support the candidacy of the Reverend Channing Phillips, Washington, D.C.'s favorite son. The Reverend Phillips will be nominated tomorrow night, probably by Philip Stern, a Washington delegate, with seconding speeches by Michigan Congressman John Conyers and Washington Teachers Union President William Simons. But following the black delegate caucus at the Hilton Hotel, Conyers stated that the trend of the convention appears to be to downgrade black aspirations. He said that the convention was not addressing itself to relevant issues specifically, clearly, and pointedly. The point of this report is that it follows the interview that Frank McGee just had on the floor of the convention, that black delegates here are in a process of tending to coalesce and become a separate force in the convention. And in all the contention among the various candidates and the various points of view here, not all of these delegates and not all of these politicians perhaps are above using these Negro delegates one way or another. And it just might be regrettable that the black delegates here could become, in effect, a third or a separate force. We'll be back in just a moment after this message from Gulf. And here is still more on that point we were making just before we heard the commercial. NBC News' David Schmerler reports that the Negro delegates in the... This is the Julian Bond delegation from Georgia coming back to the convention floor after holding a caucus. We'll stay with them in just a moment, but NBC News' David Schmerler reports that the Negro delegates in the New Jersey delegation have left the floor for a caucus, holding a separate caucus from the whites in that one delegation. Same applies in Minnesota. Now to John Chancellor with the Julian Bond delegation of Georgia.
I know we're walking along, Mr. Bond. What is the situation now?
All right, they've got about 2 rows, Julian.
Okay, how many seats in a row?
About 20, I believe.
That'll do us. You can do it with 20 seats, and you're going to sit down?
In a row if they have 2 rows.
And so where do we stand now? You have caucused? You have met?
We're going to take our seats, and we're going to vote first to support the Alabama challenge.
But you're going to be in there accepting the compromise the convention offered as the part of the regular Georgia delegation.
That's right.
Now, were you meeting upstairs on the Alabama vote?
Yes, we took a vote on it, and we agreed with 20 votes in favor and 1 abstention. Yeah.
And 20 votes in favor of?
And 1/2 of the Alabama challenge and 1/2 abstention.
There's a great crush here now around Julian Bond and the delegation as they make their way up this terribly crowded aisle. The issue of the seating of the Georgia delegation having been resolved, and now they're stopping us from coming in. Well, let me get over so the delegation can get in.
Wait a minute.
And they're moving in now to vote on the Alabama question. From where we are, we can just see the 2 halves of the Georgia delegation beginning to sit down. They're still in the corridor now, and the ushers are trying to let in the members of the delegation and keep out the pages and the politicians and the press who have gathered around this, as they so often do in this convention. Mr. Bond was told by a white Georgian as he came in, I believe a member of the other half of the Georgia delegation, that there were 20 seats in the Georgia delegation available to him. He said that would be sufficient, and I assume your camera now can see the seating of this delegation. There's a great crush here in the aisle between the Oregon and the Missouri standards. This is a new technique being used on the convention floor by the Andy Frayne ushers who are here keeping order. They're checking the credentials of those people who are being allowed in the aisle, and they're passing through this checkpoint the members of the delegation. The rest of us are standing here at the end of the aisle, and we cannot get through.
It's too crowded in here. Let anybody go. France, watch the security. We're not going to bother him.
Apparently, from what we can gather now, the Georgia delegates, the ones in the Julian Bond group, will not be moving around the hall again, and these movements, we believe, once they vote on the Alabama challenge, these movements will be ended. I think that Frank McGee is in the aisle there next to the Georgia delegation. Frank?
Just slightly different, John. I'm back over on the other side where I can see the members of the Bond delegation coming in to take their seats that have been provided for them or cleared for them here in the Georgia delegation. I can see about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, perhaps 9 or 10. Did it seem to be about that number to you that was coming in, John?
Yes, it seemed more than that to me, but it's very hard to tell in that rush. I would say 15.
I would suppose that the rest of them are still caught in that traffic jam in the aisle and haven't been able to make their way in yet. But they are coming in and taking their seats, and as soon as I can get one of them, I'd like to talk to him, but he hasn't worked his way down yet. He's a rather large man, and he's coming right on in. But the point is that they are on the floor and they are taking their seats in what once was the exclusive territory of the regular Georgia delegation. To Chet and David.
Well, the Georgia delegation has had great difficulty being seated. The argument seems almost endless. First, it was all words, of course, all oratory and votes. And then it became a physical problem. There just weren't that many seats. But at last, the problem seems to have been resolved, and the 2 delegations are now merged and are in the process of being seated. Meanwhile, from the Speaker's platform, a roll call vote is underway on the problem involving the delegation from Alabama. A yes vote means a vote in favor of seating a group led by Dr. Cashin, which is virtually all Negro in its makeup. It is not, of course, the recommendation of the Credentials Committee. Let's listen to the roll call.
Abstain. Colorado, 35.
Mr. Chairman, Colorado cast 34 votes yes, 1 vote no.
The Colorado vote, 34 yes, 1 no. Connecticut, 44.
Connecticut is now polling.
A yes vote is to
Connecticut
unseat the regular Democratic delegation from Alabama
Delaware,
and to put in its
22.
place another one led by Dr. John
Delaware
Cashin.
cast 2 votes yes, 18 votes no.
Which has substantial
Delaware
numbers of Negroes
cast 2
among its
votes
members.
yes,
They say they are devoted to the
votes
Democratic
no.
Party rather than
The
to
District
George
of
Wallace.
Columbia, 23 votes.
The
District
Credentials
of
Committee
Columbia,
voted
vote
to seat
this
the
city
regular delegation,
votes
but only if it
22
took loyalty
ayes.
oaths.
The outgoing National Committee woman has already disappeared.
The District of Columbia vote was 22 yes and 1 not voting. Florida, 63.
I understand 6 a.m.
Florida,
Mr. President, Florida votes 6 votes aye, 55 votes no, 2 delegates not voting.
the Florida vote was 6 votes yes, 55 votes no, and 2 not voting. Georgia, 43 votes.
Georgia, regular Democrats vote 5 for the minority, 17 and a half for the majority.
Will you give that to me in yes and no's so I can get them in the right columns? I know you're splitting your vote, but I want to get them in the right place.
Georgia, regular Democrats cast 5 votes minority, 17 and a half votes majority.
5 and 17 and a half.
The Georgia,
5 votes.
This is for the majority. Is that right?
5 votes minority would be 5 ayes.
Okay.
Just going to restate it.
Would you please restate that vote for me, please?
Madam Secretary,
Yes.
the Georgia Loyal National Democrats cast 20 votes for the minority report, 1/2 vote abstain.
Didn't he have 17 of them? Tell him to restate his vote with yes.
Go get it and throw him
If you will, please, the first Georgia group who cast the vote, I'd like to know whether that's 5 no and 17 yes.
The Georgia regular Democrats, once more,
Thank you.
cast 5 votes in the minority, 17 and 1/2 in the majority. Is that clear?
That's very fine. Thank you very much. That's okay. Guam, 5.
Guam votes 5 no.
Guam votes 5 no. Hawaii, 26.
Hawaii, 26 no.
Hawaii votes 26 no. Idaho, 25.
Idaho votes 23 votes no, 2 votes yes.
The Idaho vote, 23 no, 2 yes. Illinois, 118 votes.
Illinois, 18 votes yes, 100 votes no.
The Illinois vote, 18 yes, 100 no. Indiana, 63. Indiana.
Indiana pass.
Indiana passes at this time. Iowa, 46.
Iowa votes 23 1/2 yes, 22 1/2 no.
Iowa votes 23 1/2 yes and 22 1/2 no. Kansas, 38.
Madam Secretary, Kansas is caucusing, and may we pass until the end of the roll call?
Kansas passes for the moment. Kentucky, 46.
Kentucky, 6 1/2 votes yes, 39 1/2 votes no.
Kentucky cast 6 1/2 votes yes and 39 1/2 votes no. Louisiana, 36.
Louisiana votes 36 no.
Louisiana votes 36 votes no. Maine, 27.
Maine votes 26 votes no, 1 yes.
One absent. I think this is correct. Maine cast 26 votes no and 1 absent. Maryland, 49.
Maryland cast 2 votes yes, 47 votes no.
The Maryland vote 2 votes yes, 47 no. Massachusetts, 72.
Massachusetts passes at this time, Madam Chairman.
Massachusetts passes. Michigan, 96.
Michigan, 26 yes, 67 no.
Michigan cast 26 yes, 67 no. Minnesota, 52.
Madam Secretary, Minnesota passes.
Minnesota passes. Mississippi, 24.
Mississippi vote 8 1/2 no, 12 1/2 yes.
That's okay. Missouri, 60. Oh, I'm sorry. Mississippi cast 12 1/2 yes and 8 1/2 no. Missouri, 60.
Missouri passes.
Missouri passes. Montana, 26.
Montana votes 3 1/2 yes, 22 1/2 no.
Montana cast 3 1/2 yes and 22 1/2 no. Nebraska, 30.
Nebraska votes 13 yes, 15 no, 2 not voting.
Nebraska cast 13 yes, 15 no, and 2 not voting. Nevada, 22.
Madam Secretary, Nevada votes 12 1/2 yes, 9 1/2 no.
Nevada cast 12 1/2 yes, 9 1/2 no. New Hampshire, 26. New Hampshire?
New Hampshire casts 25 yes, 1 abstention.
New Hampshire cast 25 votes yes and 1 abstention. New Jersey, 82.
Madam Chairman, New Jersey cast 21 yes, 61 no.
New Jersey cast 21 yes, 61 no. New Mexico, 26.
New Mexico cast 11 votes yes, 15 votes no.
New Mexico cast 11 votes yes and 15 no. New York, 190.
New York is caucusing. We pass.
New York passes. North Carolina, 59.
North Carolina votes 58 no, 1 yes.
North Carolina casts 58 no and 1 yes. North Dakota, 25.
North Dakota casts 18 no, 7 yes.
North Dakota casts 18 no and 7
You've probably
yes.
noticed here, and I think it might be said without too vehement contradiction, that the voting on this proposal concerning Alabama is frequently along candidate lines, either pro-McCarthy or pro-Humphrey. And they don't always disagree, or don't always agree by any means.
35. Oregon. Oregon casts 31 yes, 3 no. Oregon casts 31 yes and 3 no. Pennsylvania, 130.
Pennsylvania passes temporarily.
Pennsylvania passes at the moment. Puerto Rico, 8.
Puerto Rico casts 8 votes no.
Puerto Rico casts 8 votes no. Rhode Island, 27.
Rhode Island casts 24.5 votes no, 2.5 votes yes.
Would you repeat that vote for me, please?
Rhode Island casts 24.5 votes no, 2.5 votes yes.
The Rhode Island vote, 24.5 votes no, 2.5 yes. South Carolina, 28.
South Carolina casts 28 votes no.
South Carolina casts 28 votes no. South Dakota.
Mr. Chairman, South Dakota casts 2 votes no, 24 votes yes.
South Dakota votes 2 votes no and 24 yes. Tennessee, 51 votes.
Tennessee casts 49.5 votes no, 1/2 vote yes, 1 absent.
One pass. The Tennessee vote is 49.5 no, 1/2 vote yes, and 1 passing. Texas, 104.
There's that fellow from Tennessee.
Texas votes 104 votes no.
Thank you, Governor, for not splitting that up tonight. Texas votes 104 votes no. Utah, 26. Excuse me. Utah, 26.
Utah votes no, 21, yes, 5.
Utah votes 21 votes no and 5 yes. Vermont, 22.
Vermont votes 14 yes, 7 no, 1 absent.
They can't have but 21 votes anyway.
It's 21. Right, tell them to restate it.
I know what it is, but the committee woman isn't here. The Vermont vote is 14 yes, 7 no, and 1 absent. Virginia, 54 votes.
Virginia casts 53 votes
Normally,
no, 1
this
vote
decision would be made with a total count of 1,312 votes. But of course, the Alabama delegation with 32 votes is not permitted to vote because this concerns them. So a majority on this question will be somewhere around 1,300.
The Virgin Island vote is 4 votes no.
Yes, then that's true too. We have to deduct those who are absent.
Washington, 47.
So a majority would be something less than 1,300.
Madam Secretary, State of Washington votes yes, 16 votes, no, 28 votes.
The vote of the state of Washington, 16 votes yes, 28 votes no. West Virginia.
West Virginia cast 29 votes no, 9 votes yea.
The West Virginia vote is
Once again, perhaps we had better remind you what the vote is all about here. This is a motion before the convention to displace or indeed kick out the regular delegation from the state of Alabama and replace it with another delegation led by a Dr. John Cashin. And the Dr. John Cashin group is virtually all Negro. The Credentials Committee recommended that the regular delegation be seated if the members would take the loyalty oath and swear that they would not vote in effect
15.5 votes
for George Wallace.
6.5 votes yes.
The Wyoming vote is 15.5 votes no, 6.5 votes yes.
The chair has been advised that the Delaware delegation would like to make a correction.
Last minute correction. Delaware votes 2 votes yes, 19 votes no.
The Delaware vote now is 2 votes yes and 19 votes no.
The chair has been advised that the District of Columbia delegation would like to change its vote.
The District of Columbia votes all 23 aye.
The chair has been advised that the Virgin Islands delegation would like to make a correction.
Madam Chairman, the Virgin Islands delegation would like to change its vote. We've now gotten general consensus, and the Virgin Islands votes 5 votes no.
The Virgin Island vote is 5 votes no.
The chair has been advised that the Florida delegation would like to change its vote.
Mr. Chairman, Florida votes 6 votes aye, 57 votes no.
The present vote for Florida is 6 votes yes and 57 votes no.
The chair has been advised that the Iowa delegation would like to change its vote.
State of Iowa would like to alter its votes to 24.5 yes, 21.5 no.
Perhaps I'd better take this opportunity to reassure the people of the good state of Connecticut that inadvertently, I think I said a moment ago that Paul Newman, the actor, was not a delegate to this convention. He is a delegate.
That the Pennsylvania delegation
and from Connecticut, yes.
We don't want to change our vote. We want to cast our vote.
It hasn't voted. You're now ready to cast your vote. Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania votes 1.5 no.
Just wait a minute. I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
101.5 votes no. 22.25 votes yes.
Will you give me the yes vote once more, Joe?
Dorothy, 22.25 yes.
The Pennsylvania vote is 22.25 yes, 101.5 no.
Wisconsin.
You can call it change.
The chair has been advised that the Wisconsin delegation would like to make a change.
There's one change. 1 absent, 4 no, and 54 yes.
It is apparent the...
Can you hear?
Will you repeat that, please?
1 absent, 4 no.
Noes.
54 yes.
Carry it. Frank McGee on the floor. Frank?
Very quickly, Senator Tom Redden of Alabama, where do you think the crucial vote will come as they pick up the remainder of the vote?
Well, I think that we're going to look forward to Kansas. I just caucused with Kansas. I believe we'll get a great majority of those. Pennsylvania just went with us very heavily that we needed that vote.
You think, did Pennsylvania just come in now?
Yes, they gave us 100 votes to 20-some odd for the opposition.
I think you told me a while ago that would make or break it.
I think Pennsylvania was one we had to have, and we got it, Frank. I think we're going to be seated.
Thank you very much. Again, that was State Senator Tom Redden of Alabama, a member of the Alabama delegation that has signed the loyalty oath and whose fate is now being decided as this roll call continues. Now back to the roll call.
3 no and 8 yes. Connecticut.
Connecticut votes 21 yes, 21 no, and 2 absent.
The Connecticut vote is 21 votes yes, 21 votes no, and 2 absent. Indiana. 63 votes.
Indiana, after a poll of the delegation, yes, 13 votes, no, 41 and a half votes.
13 no, 41 yes. Just the other way around.
You better ask that again.
Would you repeat that? Is it 41 and a half yes and 13 no?
Indiana, 13 no, 13, wait a minute. Yes, 13 no, 41 and a half.
No, I was right.
Give it to whom?
The Indiana
Bill Matney is talking to Dr. John
yes,
Cashin, the leader of the challenging delegation.
No.
Bill?
We're standing outside Caucus 3, just outside the floor, and with me is Dr. John Cashin, who led the unsuccessful Alabama challenge. Also, Mr. Charles Morgan, who's been serving as legal advisor. Dr. Cashin, now that you've lost, what do you do next? What do you do when you go back home?
Well, we go back home and we elect our candidates. That's it. You see, we are a full-fledged party, and we are loyal Democrats in Alabama, so I guess we'll just have to show the convention next time that who we are, and when we come back next time, we will show that they made a mistake. It's an honest mistake, I can imagine, so I just say thanks to the... okay, very good.
Pardon me, we're in an interview here. Dr. Cashin, what happens now with the combination party that successfully defeated your move here, your big bid?
Well, I hope that the eyes of the world will be on what does happen in Alabama, because I'm fairly sure that they're going to come out just as we predicted, that Wallace is going to take the state, and the AIDP electors will have maybe about 55, 60,000 votes, and we should be able to outpoll them by 3 to 1.
So you're actually going back and fight them?
Well, when you say fight them, okay, well, I've got to go to the New York people. I've got
Thank
to go
you. All right, Doctor. That was Dr. John Cashin being pulled into a caucus of the New York delegation. This is Bill Matney, now back to the booth.
I'm in the Minnesota delegation with Mrs. Cleo Breeze, who's a delegate from Minnesota. Mrs. Breeze, are you planning to leave the convention?
Yes, I am going to leave the convention because I feel with the delegation of Minnesota that when we have 2 presidential candidates, that the delegation should be in favor of what is in the best interest of black people. Let's go.
Are you going now?
Yes, we're going.
How many are going?
McCarthy people are walking with us.
How many are walking out with them? Are you going out too,
I'm
sir?
going out.
What is your name, sir?
John Wright, McCarthy delegate from Minnesota. I'm walking out, and all of the McCarthy people are walking with me. And with our black brothers and sisters.
Are you walking out permanently, Mr. Wright?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
How many, do you know how many are going?
I'm the chairman of the delegation. I am not. I'd like to encourage everyone to stay. I think we had a better vote than we've had on anything else, and I think we're making progress. I think this is the only way we can make progress, is to sit here and participate in the convention.
Well, Mr. Stenhouse, you seem to have a nearly empty floor now, have you not?
No, we don't. I think we certainly still have the large majority, but that's not the point. The point is I want all the people here, and from both McCarthy supporters and the Humphrey supporters, and I think we did make progress on this vote. I voted for the minority report, you know, and I'm trying...
You turn around and face that way?
I voted for the minority report, and many of the people that Humphrey supporters voted for the minority report. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough votes, but we're trying to bring the delegation together, both the Humphrey supporters and the McCarthy supporters. And I don't think by walking out that it helps matters any. They should stay and participate.
Mr. Stenhouse, did the delegation divide on candidate lines
No,
as
it
they
did
walked
not.
out?
No, it did not. On candidate lines, I think when they walked out, they did. I think most of the McCarthy supporters walked out, but I haven't had a chance to check. But we did not divide on party line and candidate lines on the voting. Many of the supporters of Humphrey voted for the minority report, and I think we're making progress. I was out trying to round up votes.
But most of those who walked out were McCarthy people.
Most of those that walked out were McCarthy people. That's true.
Now, do you think they'll come back in to vote on future issues?
I would hope they would come back yet tonight. That doesn't look good, but I would hope at least they'd be back for tomorrow's session.
Thank you, Mr. Stenhouse. This is Edwin Newman out of John Chancellor.
I'm with Steve Mitchell, the McCarthy manager here. Some of your people, I'm told, are walking out. Some McCarthy supporters are walking out as a result of this cash and vote. Do you know about that, Mr. Mitchell?
No, I have not heard that.
Well, we've had some of them on the air. But what I'd really like to ask you, sir, is how do you, now that we've had all of these votes, all the ones we had last night, what we've had today, how do you analyze this from your point of view? Does this indicate slippage for McCarthy?
No, it doesn't. It's really been kind of a settling process. There have been some divisions on various of the votes. The vote on the unit rule was a smashing success. It was the vote on Texas also has made sure that there will be a new era in politics in Texas. Of utmost significance, the votes generally on these other credentials fights, I should say, indicate that the Humphrey, large part of the Humphrey and the labor people are standing, many of the standing with Humphrey. Many of the older state leaders are severely embarrassed. They've been voting black people against Georgia, taking the consequences. Humphrey himself has been in just greatly damaged because he's obviously standing with the Southern group. The McCarthy forces have stood on the basis of principle. They've identified themselves with the challengers, and they've gotten, well as the high mark, I think it was a little over 1,000 votes last night.
Now, for those people who are keeping tallies of all these complicated votes, do those tallies indicate the kind of vote we might get on the floor tonight on the Vietnam plank and the Minority Report?
In part, but I don't think so. I think there'll be some losses of McCarthy on the adoption of the minority plank from those that have been given here. I think there'll be greater losses in the Humphrey group, but there'll be a shifting. I think that the pattern will be closer, but who knows? This is the moment of truth, John.
Well, I know, and this is why I think it's important to say, can this convention, can things come unstuck at this moment for Hubert Humphrey?
Things could come unstuck for Hubert Humphrey anytime. They could come unstuck for him if he got the nomination and appeared before this convention. There's a strongest feelings in a general pattern, but varying in some degrees. There's the same feeling among these delegates to end this war that there is among the people.
And so you think that's your chance tonight, is on that war thing?
Well, I think that's the climax of all of these struggles here. I think this has been the pattern that we talked about at the beginning. We're going to have everybody get a chance to vote. Everybody to be counted and to have to stand up in a roll call. This has been a real test, and it'll never be the same again.
One final question, Mr. Mitchell. Do you expect Senator McCarthy to be near the hall or in the hall tonight?
I do not.
Thank you very much.
He may be, but I do not. The last I saw him at 2:30 this afternoon, he did not intend to come, to my knowledge.
Right. Thank you very much. Stephen Mitchell giving the McCarthy point of view about all of these votes. Now here's Edwin Newman.
Just to clarify a point that came up before, which is whether those white delegates from Minnesota who walked out with the black delegates would return to vote. For example, would they be voting on the Vietnam plank and the platform, which is to come up later tonight? I was told earlier by the one who was leading them, Mr. Wright, that they did intend to come back to vote. Now, when they left the floor, he was cagey about whether he would come back, but his earlier intention was to do so. I see the Secretary of Agriculture here, Orville Freeman. Mr. Secretary, what do you What do you make of what has happened here tonight, the walkout by members of the Minnesota delegation? That is your state, after all.
Well, I think it's unfortunate any time when anyone sees fit to walk out when his views have not prevailed after a thorough and democratic opportunity to express the competing points of view. This was a hard question. There was a good bit to be said on both sides. It was thoroughly aired. Minnesota had very competent people who spent some 7 days on a credentials committee, and they voted then with the majority and so recommended. And this was a vote of confidence basically in the people that had been selected to represent this state. It isn't as if each side of this was all black or all white. There was a lot of gray.
Mr. Secretary, you are, of course, supporting, say the least of it, Vice President Humphrey. Do you think that the divisions that have shown up so far in the convention will damage him if he gets the nomination?
No, frankly, I don't. I made a few calls around the country today, and most of the feedback I've gotten is the Republican convention and the Republican Party looks like a pretty pallid, dull, lifeless, meaningless, going nowhere kind of operation. We've got our problems, and we're not always so very orderly, but everybody's got his part to play, and they're here, and all races, creeds, colors, scratching sometimes, yowling sometimes, but they're all being heard, and when it's all put together, why, this is a lively party working for a better day.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Secretary of Agriculture, Orville Freeman. This is Edwin Newman out at Chetton Davis.
Well, I think we said earlier that we have unhappy Democrats here. We have disgruntled Democrats. We have angry Democrats, and it's beginning to show. Some of the Georgia delegates have gone home. Some of the Alabama delegates have gone home rather than subscribe to the loyalty oath. Now we have some of the Minnesota delegates walking out saying they will go home. However, here is one, quite the reverse. During a stormy caucus of the regular delegation from Georgia, one Georgian relieved tensions with this one. He said, I spent $500 in Chicago since coming here to nominate a president, and I intend to stay right here and get my money's worth. To update ourselves on two other matters, tonight's roll call vote on the Platform Committee's proposed Vietnam plank is expected to be close. Interviews covering more than half of the convention votes conducted by NBC reporters indicate that neither side is sure of a majority in the fight over the Vietnam plank. With both sides seemingly evenly matched, tonight's vote on the committee's recommendations could be and probably will be the most hard-fought of the convention. And on another matter, the nomination, namely the possible nomination of Senator Edward Kennedy of Massachusetts, NBC's George Wilson reports that Robert O. Tiernan of Rhode Island, who has reserved the right to nominate Senator Kennedy, has told NBC he understands Jesse Unruh of California will now place in nomination the name of Senator Edward Kennedy. We'll be back after this message from Go.
A light puff of air. It can float a feather, lift a leaf, carry a kite up to the sky, stir a pond.
WSM Television, Color 4, Nashville, Tennessee.
What have you got to lose? What have you got to lose? Sugar-free Diet Right. The most delicious way to enjoy cola and avoid hundreds of calories a week. And it tastes great. So drink up. What have you got to lose? What have you got to lose? What have you got to lose?
NBC News continues its coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention. Brought to you by Gulf.
Chet, you were talking a minute ago about how many unhappy, disgruntled, angry Democrats there are here, and there are a great many. And then you gave the figures from NBC's reporters who've been around asking the delegates how they were going to vote on the Vietnam plank, and they found that it's going to be very close. So close that no one can tell now how it is going to come out. If it turns out to be that close, then your figures, you will be even more right. They will all be disgruntled. The losers will be disgruntled because they lost, and the winners will be disgruntled because they almost lost. And everyone will go out of here angry about Vietnam one way or the other. Frank McGee. Frank?
Yes, David, there's a lot of disgruntled people, but I'm standing in the midst of a relieved, and as you can clearly see, somewhat jubilant group here in Alabama. They have won the contest against their seating, and I have with me Mr. Bob Coleman of Montgomery, Alabama. Now, Mr. Coleman, you've won, and you're going to keep your seats, and you signed the loyalty oath, but the suspicion still lingers that there's a lot of Wallace supporters in this group. Now, tell me the truth.
The truth has been told to this convention, and the truth always prevails.
Well, what is
whenever the truth is what has been told to it by our chairman on the convention floor.
Well, can you tell me again now, and a few million people
I
watching,
was not trying to repeat his words, except that we were duly elected, and the people that were trying to unseat us were not elected at all.
Mr. Coleman, if you don't tell me that you're not Wallace supporters, people are going to believe that you are.
Frank, I'm sorry, but you would put words in anybody's mouth. And I'll turn you over to Arthur Shores back here, who was on the...
No, sir, let's...
Where's Mr. Van?
Yeah. All right. The question, where's Bob Van? Hey, Mr. Van.
Hey, let's get going.
All right. The question we're trying to resolve here now, we're trying to get it said once and for all, are there Wallace supporters in this group? Are there Wallace supporters in this group?
I'm of the opinion that with the loyalty oath, we got rid of the Wallace supporters.
That's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
But can you tell me whether all this group here will support the nominees of the Democratic Party?
I feel that all of the members of this delegation will support the nominees.
I'm not quite sure the cameras can see you, sir. Could you identify yourself for me?
Can I do what?
Could you give me your name, please?
I'm Arthur Shores.
You're Arthur Shores from Birmingham. I remember you from the Arthurine Lucy case of many years ago. Be careful now. You're going to go so high I can't reach you.
But Arthur Shores, an attorney from Birmingham, Alabama.
That's quite true. Now, you're saying that it is your opinion that there are no Wallace supporters in this group.
That is my opinion.
All right. The charge has been made that you are. Now you've answered it. The charge has also been made that by seating this delegation tonight, this convention has ensured that George Wallace will carry Alabama. Now, what's your thought on that?
We're of the opinion that we have the best chance ever of carrying Alabama for the national nominee of the National Democratic Party.
And you will go home and work for his election.
With all of our efforts, we'll go home and work for the election of the nominee of the National Democratic Party.
Everybody in this group ready to raise their hands to that?
It will.
I don't see that many hands. The question is, will this group go home and work for the election of the nominees of this party? All right. Bye. Thank you very much. We have to go now. Here is Sander Van Oker.
I'm with Pierre Salinger, who will be one of the leaders in the floor fight for the minority plank on Vietnam. Mr. Salinger, as the evening progresses, what is going to be the strategy of your forces to put through the minority plank tonight?
Well, the thing that we're trying to do is to make the fight as broad as possible as far as who's involved in the fight. In other words, this is not a fight for Senator McGovern, who I represent. This is not a fight for Senator McCarthy. This is not a fight for any other committed delegates at this convention. This is a broad fight, including supporters of those two candidates, uncommitted supporters, and supporters of the late Senator Robert Kennedy.
To bring us up to date, how does the minority plank differ from the majority plank?
Well, in many respects, actually, Sandy, the minority plank calls for an immediate cessation of bombing in North Vietnam.
Unconditional?
Unconditional and immediate cessation of bombing. It calls for national reconciliation between the government of South Vietnam and the National Liberation Front. It calls for a negotiated phased withdrawal from Vietnam, tied to a suspension of offensive military operations in the countryside, the Vietnamese countryside, to enable the United States to withdraw some American troops from Vietnam.
Who will be your speakers tonight?
Well, we're going to have a number of speakers, including Bill Clark, the Attorney General of the state of Illinois, who's a candidate for Senator in Illinois, Jack Gilligan of Ohio, Congressman Phil Burton of California, Ken O'Donnell of Massachusetts, Senator Wayne Morse of Oregon. I'm going to speak Ted Sorensen of the state of New York. So we're going to have about 10 speakers, I would think.
Mr. Salinger, would it be possible for, say, a supporter of Senator Humphrey to support a minority plank on Vietnam?
I would think that on the debate tonight, we will have at least one and possibly two registered supporters of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, who will come to the platform and say that although they support Vice President Humphrey, they feel it's imperative that the Democratic Party adopt this plank.
What is the prime force behind the minority plank? Is it just the McGovern and McCarthy forces, or is it the candidate, like, say, Clark in Illinois, Gilligan in Ohio, who wants a peace plank rather than the administration plank?
Well, I think it's a general feeling among those at the convention who support this idea that the Democratic Party has got to present an alternative to what the Republican Party gave us in Miami. Second, that the Democratic Party must move in the direction of a specific acts towards peace in Vietnam, and that the policy of the Johnson administration has failed in Vietnam. This plank makes no effort to go back and put the blame on anyone for what's happened, go back and cite past history. But we say as of tonight, in August 1968, the United States must move in a new direction to extricate the United States from Vietnam.
Mr. Salinger, is this plank tonight directed primarily against Vice President Humphrey?
No, this is an affirmative plank because we believe that the Democratic Party needs this plank to win the election. We believe that our candidates need this plank to win this election. This incorporates the ideas of Senator McCarthy. It incorporates the ideas of Senator McGovern. It incorporates the ideas of the late Senator Robert Kennedy. It incorporates the speech given last week by Senator Edward Kennedy. I believe this is a broad plank. We've compromised to arrive at a mingling of these positions. We think we have a fair plank to present to the American people, and we're going to make a fight for it here tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierre Salinger, who will be one of the leaders of the floor fight for the Vietnam Minority Report. Now back to the booth.
Meanwhile, back in the booth, this convention is stuck again on dead center. What we're waiting for is the New York delegation to come back into Convention Hall after a caucus to determine how it's going to vote on this Alabama problem.
Which is already settled.
Which is already settled. Actually, of course, this becomes necessary in the political process because a great deal of state and local politics are involved. New York Democrats are going to try to elect a United States Senator this year, of course. All their congressmen, state assemblymen, state senators, sheriffs, judges, and everything else. And so they figure they have to caucus once in a while and try to garner all their strength for the upcoming struggle in November. Someone remarked here earlier today that if this convention had been rigged by the Humphrey forces, then they certainly made a mistake in putting the California and New York delegations, those two great big ones, together. And they said that an infection had spread from the California delegation from New York. Then somebody else observed, well, maybe they did know what they were doing after all. They put those two great big ones right together and get them over in one side of the room. We'll be back in a moment after this message from Gulf.
By the big band sound of, what's his name, Leo Henning's orchestra, emanating from Dick Daley's amphitheater a bare quarter-mile from Chicago's stockyards. John Chancellor has a report from the floor. John?
We've been hearing a number of rumors about Senator Kennedy's name being put in nomination here. The last one was that Speaker Unruh of the California delegation would do so. We have learned on the floor here from a very qualified source who refuses to allow his name to be used that Senator Kennedy called Speaker Unruh tonight in a telephone call from Massachusetts, and that the import of that call was the same as the call he made yesterday to former Governor Michael DeSalle of Ohio. Now, yesterday, Senator Kennedy asked Mike DeSalle, if you'll recall, not to put his name in nomination. And we are told on excellent authority that that was the purpose of the call from Massachusetts to Speaker Unruh this evening. And that's all we can tell you now from this crowded floor where the Kennedy rumors are still spreading from one end to the other. Now back to Chet and David.
Yes, following that up, David, NBC News reporter Robert Goggin reports that a strong supporter of Kennedy on the Montana delegation has received word that Wayne Owens, he was a former Western States regional coordinator for Robert Kennedy's presidential campaign, was in touch today with Senator Ted Kennedy. And Owens was told, according to this source, to advise all of the Kennedy campaign people in the Western states that the senator does not want them to do anything on his behalf, draft or otherwise. David?
President Johnson was talking tonight on the ranch in Texas, and he said we reported earlier he was not coming here tonight, though we had earlier thought he might. He said he had no plans to attend the convention except maybe to stop by on his way back from the ranch to Washington, as if to say he might stop by if it happened just to be on the way. He said he had had no direct contact with the convention and had sent no emissaries to Chicago. He said, quote, "I have never tried to drum up support for a successor," unquote. He said, "I don't think it would help the person I want by making people think I'm trying to influence the convention." He said he hoped that the Vietnam policy plank, the Vietnam policy of the party nominee, would not be much different from his own. And he said he didn't think much progress would be made in the Paris peace talks until the conventions are over. And then he reminded those listening to him that he will be president until January 20th of 1969. Is New York back?
New York is in the process of coming back into the hall, yes. And those states that passed are now submitting their vote. We should have this one wrapped up in the next few minutes.
If you tuned in late, what's happening is, or what has happened was, that they took a vote on unseating the so-called regular Alabama delegation and replacing it with another, which was heavily Negro and also heavily opposed to Governor George Wallace. The Credentials Committee recommended that the regular delegation be seated after it signed loyalty oaths, pledging it would not work. It didn't say George Wallace, so that's what it meant. Pledging they would not go back to Alabama and work for George Wallace. The vote was to keep the regular delegation in its place, as the Credentials Committee recommended. It's all settled, but New York, being a big state, many delegates, left the floor to caucus and has not yet voted. And are they coming? I don't see them.
Few of them are.
Yes, they are. New York is now coming back to its seats and should be voting any minute now. But again, the issue is settled, and so New York's vote will have no bearing on that. Senator Van Oker is talking to Mrs. McGovern, Senator McGovern's wife. Sandy?
Mrs. McGovern, this has been a short campaign, but a hectic campaign for you. You've had many years of campaigning. How does the presidential style differ from South Dakota style?
Well, of course, there's no comparison whatsoever. A South Dakota campaign is very low-key compared to this. We travel from one little town to another to meet a few people, shake hands, give a speech on a street corner, go to a tea. It didn't prepare me at all for this.
Look, there are many people in Washington who suspect that you're the tiger in the family on Vietnam, that though Senator McGovern spoke out a long, long time ago, that you had very, very deep-seated feelings on this, too. Is that true?
Well, I have, yes, for a long, long time, but I don't believe it was much earlier than he.
What motivated him about Vietnam? Because he hadn't been an expert on Asia, and then he had been interested in food for peace, and that concerns Asia. What do you think motivated him to speak out so strongly about Vietnam so long ago?
Well, my husband is always, he's a history professor, and he's always been interested in world affairs. This is something that very early he felt was morally wrong for in another country. I think it's his historical background, his feeling for
the California delegation this morning. Why do you think people had this impression of your husband?
Well, I guess they haven't seen him campaigning in South Dakota. He's shown this fire and enthusiasm campaigning in South Dakota. This is the first time he's really been on the national scene. I think that's the only reason why. You know, he's won in South Dakota, a Republican state, where he has had to have at least 30% of the vote, and I think it's his personal appeal, his conviction about things that has enabled him to win all these years.
You sound like you're biased. Thank you very much, Mrs. McGovern, and the other members of your family. Thank you very much. That's Mrs. George McGovern, the wife of Senator George McGovern of South Dakota. Now back to the booth.
A few years ago, the McGoverns live in Washington, of course. A few years ago, there was a bill up in the Senate having something to do with federal aid to education. Senator McGovern voted against it because he approves the idea, but he voted against this bill because he thought it was too weak. But Mrs. McGovern was furious because even though it wasn't a very good bill, it was better than nothing. And so she had always been told that if you're dissatisfied with public policy, you write to your congressman. So she wrote to her husband a furious letter demanding why he voted against the bill. And I do not know if he ever answered it. We'll be back after this message from Gulf.
NBC News live coverage of the Democratic National Convention will continue after this pause for station identification.
The name of the game Friday of NBC.
30 a.m. I don't know whether that's true or whether it's accurate or not. We're just guessing. In any case, to save time, because there's a lot to do, many speeches to be heard, a roll call vote on the Vietnam minority plank and so on, they had a half-hour film scheduled for a showing here in the hall tonight, and it would be one of those political films that we have all seen before, saying how great the accomplishments of the party have been in the past 4 years and how much greater they're certainly going to be in the next 4. They've dropped that, and that has put them back on schedule approximately. We've waited about, I'm beginning to wonder if they aren't stalling. I don't really know, so maybe not fair to say it. Waiting for New York, which has been out for, what, 45 minutes? Did you say about?
Between 30 and 45 minutes, somewhere in there.
They certainly could go ahead with the other business and then let New York vote when it comes back if they cared to, but instead we've been listening to music, and the delegates have been milling around for,
well, you know,
I would say about 45 minutes. So I wonder if they're really trying to run the Vietnam fight into bedtime hours.
A number of years ago, the Democrats installed a new system to forbid the polling of a delegation on the floor of the convention. And if a delegation had to be polled on a given issue, that delegation would retire to a caucus room, conduct its own poll, and then come back. The Democrats did this, hoping that it would save some time. But it appears that this process is worse than the old one. Last night, Pennsylvania held up this convention for somewhere between 30 to 45 minutes. And now tonight, New York is doing the same thing by going out, having to poll its delegation on an issue that has already been resolved. To Sander Van Oker on the convention floor.
I'm down here by the speaker's rostrum with Mr. Kenneth O'Donnell of Massachusetts, formerly the top aide to President Kennedy and to Robert Kennedy, who has been leading the floor fight both within the campaign, but will be leading the floor fight tonight and has led the fight in the platform committee for a minority report on Vietnam. Mr. O'Donnell, what's the procedure going to be on the minority plank tonight?
Well, we're a little confused now, Sandy. There has been some changes. There are amendments, as we understand it, now going to be offered to what we thought was a foreclosed situation in which there would be a majority report, which we would then substitute a minority report, and we would have a clear vote on it. Now it has just been suggested that there will be amendments introduced. We've agreed with the chairman of the committee of the convention that there would be 1 hour for each side, and we're now trying to find out whether the amendments will be deleted from our time or they are amendments to the majority report. And we want to clarify with the chair that these amendments are not deleted from our time because we have no amendments to offer. And this is what is concerning us now, whether there are parliamentary procedures which are really distorting what we're trying to do at this moment, but we're just trying to clarify what the situation is right now.
Stripping away the parliamentary language, the parliamentary polities you just used, what is going on? Do you think that you are being prevented from presenting yours, or what?
Oh, no. But I would like to see a very clear Attorney General Clark of Illinois and myself were not aware of this change, and we were not aware that amendments could be introduced from the floor. It's a rather complicated procedure in which the chair decides whether they're germane, and they have to be in writing before the committee, and his choice of recognition is his own. So we're just trying to clarify with them that we are treated with parity within this committee. But at this moment, I'm satisfied that Carl Albert would never treat us with anything but total equitability.
But he is not the chairman yet. With whom do you speak? Do you speak with Congressman Albert? Do you speak with Mr. Bailey? Do you speak with Mr. Criswell?
I'm speaking of Congressman Albert, who will be chairman of the convention. We're just trying to clarify what the rules are, whether they're the same as we understood before. We are confused. We thought that there would be a vote up and down of the majority report as adopted after weeks of hearings by the committee, or the minority report, which is supported by a very large percentage. And it was our impression that there would be a vote up and down, And we're confused that there are now perhaps will be confusing amendments, which are going to concern a lot of delegates who have heard amendments and really don't quite know what they're
If you do not get what you want, will you then take this question of amendments to a floor vote, whether they should be permitted or not?
Well, I want to talk to the chairman. I'm sure we will work it out in satisfactory fashion.
What is the procedure now? Who are the speakers you're going to have speaking for the minority plank? Will you speak?
Well, I haven't decided as yet. We are discussing now, and there are some disagreements amongst ourselves as to the order of speakers. And we are trying, Sandy, number one, to not make this a candidate's vote, and that this will be a vote of those who are representative of the Democratic Party and this convention, and not representing specific candidates. And obviously at this moment it's causing some concern amongst all of us that this not be placed in that kind of a context, because it will, I think, cause some erosion of votes within our own supporters on the floor.
Why would that be?
Well, there are some people who support the Vice President of the United States, and there are some who support other candidates who, if it isn't to be interpreted as a vote for a candidate, are going to feel that this is not what we, in good faith, suggested as we entered into this kind of a contest, and I think that must be clarified. It must be clarified from my viewpoint also.
Mr. Dunn, isn't it always the way, though, when you take matters like this procedurally, they do turn into tests of strength between the various camps?
Well, we tried to avoid that, Sandy. We worked for 1 month on this to try to make certain that those on all sides of the political spectrum would be united. We were interested in an issue. Most of us don't support any candidate. We were interested in an issue, which I think is the most vital issue that's affected the United States of America, and I don't want to see it associated with a candidate.
Look, about a week ago, you were suggesting that you wanted to write a platform on which there would not be a fight, one that all candidates could run on. What happened to that hope of yours?
Well, I think that the majority decided that they could not recede in any way on the cessation of bombing in a unilateral sense, that they were unable, for one reason or another, to recede on recognition of the fact that there is a Viet Cong, that there are other forces in Vietnam that oppose the Saigon government, and the negotiation was unacceptable to them. It was just a difference of opinion, but an honest one, and the vote in the committee was honest and fair and equitable, and I hope it is here tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenneth O'Donnell of Massachusetts, one of the leaders for the Vietnam Minority Report. Now to John Chancellor.
And I am standing with Lawrence F. O'Brien, the former Postmaster General, who has been counting the delegates for Hubert Humphrey. Where do we stand now, Mr. O'Brien?
Well, John, as of this hour, we stand at 1,541.
Now, what shifts have you had recently toward you?
We've had an ebb and flow in this. There have been very, very insignificant 2 or 3, I think a 3.5 defections. The rest of it represents a plus of substantially over 150 in the last 36 hours.
Are you counting some favorite sons in that tally?
Only where a delegation has been officially released, and we've had an opportunity to chat with each individual delegate in that delegation. We are not counting any favorite sons where the favorite sons remain in that status.
What about Illinois? What category would that be in?
No, Illinois, we're awaiting anxiously, with great interest, the decision of the Illinois delegation tomorrow, and we are not obviously counting in that area at all.
Mr. O'Brien, as you know, Richard Nixon has said he wants to campaign very heavily in 7 states: New York, Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, California, Texas, states like that. It seems to me that some of your tallies would indicate that you might not be as strong in those states as you would like to be.
Well, I can only put it this way, John. We're looking forward anxiously to campaigning against Richard Nixon in those states.
What could make this convention come unstuck for Hubert Humphrey now? You're an old political professional. Could it break apart on an issue like the Vietnam plank, which will be debated here tonight?
Well, I'm not sure I should answer you with reference of old, but I don't know, John. I have been reminiscing a little bit earlier this evening, and I think back to a convention in 1960 where for some 48 hours prior to the roll call, most of the stories, or many of them at least, emanating from media were along the lines that John F. Kennedy was coming unstuck, he couldn't prevail. And I think that's a very natural evolvement of a convention and its process, and particularly in the interest of maintaining a good news story.
And you
no, let me just say that I concentrate my efforts and all the people involved with the Vice President here on our head count, our delegate contact, and all the rest, and it doesn't leave us much time to be checking on others.
I think we ought to conclude this by saying you were 1/2 vote off in your tally ahead of time in the 1960 call.
I'll settle for that again.
Thank you very much. Lawrence F. O'Brien telling us that the Humphrey votes here, despite all the talk on the floor, are holding absolutely firm. Now to Chet and David.
That was Lawrence O'Brien, Larry O'Brien, giving us his forecast. I see down here at the base, see if you can get a picture of it, down here at the base of the Missouri, there it is, the Missouri delegation. That's Senator Symington, white-haired gentleman on the right, Governor Hearns on the left. They're looking at a television set. It's tuned to CBS, or it was now. I don't know. Anyway,
Governor, if you're listening to us, how are you?
They're in a far rear corner of the hall where it is very hard to hear and very hard to see. He was here last night and complained that he couldn't see anything and couldn't hear anything. So he brought that set in. And a little battery-driven set, and is looking at the convention in the hall on a television set. Yes, that's CBS, I'm told.
David,
Okay.
there's another man in the amphitheater auditorium who has also an idea about how to see what's going on. He's seated in a balcony position behind the Missouri delegation seats, a far distance from the podium. In his lap is a portable television set with a small whip antenna, and he's facing toward the lighted hall, but he's seeing it on his television set. He appears to be happy and perfectly pleased with his setup. As a matter of fact, we heard, I think, from one of the California people last night that she had been watching the proceedings on a portable television set. I'd be interested to know how many of these people are down here watching this convention in the auditorium on the floor with portable television.
Well, maybe we ought to go out and take a rating in the hall. We'll be back in a moment after a word from Gulf.
The events in Czechoslovakia have not escaped the attention of this convention by any means. The situation arises in the speeches that the candidates have been making before various delegations, and certainly it appears in the Democratic platform, which will be voted upon before this night is over, we believe. The information we have here, I'll give to you, and then we'll go to New York, NBC News. I understand that New York is ready to give us the latest information on what is transpiring in Czechoslovakia. To NBC News, New York, and Robert Abernathy.
After 5 days of tough bargaining in Moscow, the top men of Czechoslovakia flew home early today to try to sell the terms of their agreement with Russia to their increasingly resentful countrymen. At first, the returning leaders were cheered, but then word began spreading about the deal to which they had agreed. They would stay in power, but Soviet troops would stay in Czechoslovakia. Czech underground radios began urging rejection of the deal. Thousands of angry Prague citizens linked arms, 25 abreast, and marched on their parliament, demanding to know the whole truth, refusing, as they chanted, to live on their knees. Some of them even ripped down portraits of President Svoboda and party leader Dubček, men who had been heroes only yesterday. Svoboda had gone on Czech radio earlier today to try to explain the Moscow agreement. The Soviet armies will leave completely, he promised, when life in Czechoslovakia has returned to normal. Until then, he said, their presence is a political reality. Dubček, too, broadcast an emotional, tearful appeal, pleading with his people to accept the Moscow Compromise in order to avoid further bloodshed in what he called, with no understatement, an incredibly difficult situation. But the public bitterness remained, and there were ugly comparisons between Moscow 1968 and Munich 1938. It was overnight a whole new attitude from the noisy, high-spirited defiance with which the Czech people had united against the Russian occupiers. NBC News correspondent Dean Braylis filmed this report on the mood in Prague just a day ago.
Every time there was a Russian announcement, the population of Prague raised a din that made it impossible to hear what the Russians were trying to say. there was conflict. Russian soldiers charged the demonstrators. They fired shots over the heads of the Czech people. They sent armored cars into the crowd. 2 demonstrators were seized. Anti-Russian underground newspapers and posters destroyed. But the people were not intimidated. They continued to shout the names of Dubček and Svoboda. They harassed the Russians with their presence. Dean Braylis, NBC News, Prague.
The tension inside Prague lifted noticeably today once word was received that the crisis was being settled and that the Czech leaders were on their way home. Even before they arrived, some Soviet armor and troops were pulled out of Prague and Czech forces resumed some of their former control. A report by NBC News correspondent Garrick Utley.
The Russian withdrawal from Prague was swift and quiet. First, the hundreds of tanks which had occupied the Czechoslovak capital started to pull out. They took most of the occupation forces with them. Some, though, remained behind, but even they were no longer the boisterous, cocky soldiers who had held Prague in their grip for a week. In Prague Castle, government and party leaders met. Alexander Dubček and President Svoboda were there, along with other members of the Czechoslovak delegation, which had returned in the early morning from Moscow. The dramatic turn of events surprised both Czechs and Russians. This Russian armored car came roaring up to the castle, only to find that his comrades had left. The shocked Russians made a hasty retreat. Throughout Prague, Czechs were taking over. Czech police and soldiers were back in action wearing their weapons, an indication that they and not the Russians were in control. News of the Soviet withdrawal spread fast. Underground newspapers, which the Russians had tried but failed to stop, brought out early extra editions. The Russians had left, at least most of them. It was a time for emotion and for a little hope. Once again, Czechoslovakia has survived a crisis with its honor and most of its freedoms apparently intact. But the price has been a compromise, and the hard task for President Svoboda and party leader Dubček will be to get their proud people to accept it. Garrick Utley, NBC News, in Prague.
Today, for a short time, the people of Prague put the blood and sorrow of the past week behind them. They believed their leaders had come away from Moscow with a victory. Their happiness, born of hope that Czechoslovakia would be returned to them, was at first unrestrained as their leaders returned, but the elation was to be short-lived. NBC News correspondent Ellie Abel reports.
Early this morning, before the terms of the Moscow agreement were known, Prague looked like a city celebrating a famous victory. This was the scene outside the National Assembly. As news of their leader's safe return spread, the people were out in force, clapping and cheering. One of the liberal leaders back from Moscow to a hero's welcome was Joseph Smirkovsky, president of the Czechoslovak parliament. There were roses and kisses for the exhausted liberal leader. He alone, of those who went to Moscow, appeared in public today. Dubček and Svoboda spoke to the people by radio. The radiant crowd filled the square, as if the whole of Prague had more important things to do than to work or cook or clean house. The letdown came at mid-afternoon when the Moscow communique was published. Censorship was to be reimposed, and part of the hated Warsaw Pact occupation force was to stay on, to guard against an imaginary West German invasion threat. It was much the same in Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia. First, the jubilation over the safe return of Alexander Dubček, a native son whom the Russians had arrested as a traitor last Wednesday. Now Dubček was back in office, safe and well. The news flashed across town, and with it, Bratislava started to smile again. But the Russian tanks were still there, still capable of striking terror into the hearts of unarmed civilians. Yesterday, for reasons never explained, a Russian tank opened fire. 3 Slovaks were shot in the back. Their blood stained the cobblestones. They were rushed to the hospital, the same hospital in which just 6 weeks ago, a team of Slovakian surgeons carried out the first heart transplant ever attempted in a communist-ruled country. But one of the 3 died, and the Russian tank stayed on. A harsh reminder that all the cheers and the roses might be premature. Ellie Abel, NBC News reporting.
Although the Russians have eased their armored grip on Prague to a degree, Czechoslovakia is in no sense free. Soviet troops in considerable force have taken up positions on the West German frontier and appear to be prepared to stay there a long time. Czech citizens seeking to leave the country have been turned back by the Russian soldiers, and in some cases, even diplomats trying to enter Czechoslovakia have been stopped. Czechoslovakia's common frontier with Austria is also all but closed, although in this case the clamp appears to have been applied by the Czechs' own border guards. Foreign journalists seeking to enter from Austria have been turned back. And in apparent response to the Czech people's obvious dissatisfaction with the Moscow Agreement, elite units of the Russian army appeared in force in central Prague again tonight. Soviet armored cars and infantrymen armed with submachine guns advanced toward the Parliament building, but there was no shooting. Echoing the widespread popular mood, a member of the Assembly managed to calm the crowd there by shouting that the Assembly itself had no intention of accepting the Moscow settlement. This is Robert Abernethy, NBC News, New York.
Back to Ford Democrat. They're still just filling time here, listening to the music and milling around in the aisles, socializing, having conversations with each other. A lot of old friends see each other at conventions and seldom at any other time. The reason for the delay, and it's been close to an hour now, is that New York retired to caucus and to poll its delegation on the question of seating the regular delegation from Alabama. The issue is settled. New York's vote, however it goes, cannot affect it because it is settled. The majority was big enough that New York's votes aren't enough to change it. The reason we wondered a minute ago why they don't continue with the other business while they wait for New York, and the answer is that it's a part of a roll call, and nothing can be done during a roll call except the roll call. At a convention, I don't know, 8 years ago, I guess, the parliamentarian was Representative Clarence Cannon of Missouri, who is the world's expert in that field. And somebody wanted to interrupt a roll call for something, and his ruling was that not even an earthquake can interrupt a roll call. And once it is started under the rules, it has to be finished. Ed Newman has a report for us. Ed?
I'm on the floor with the Reverend Channing Phillips, who's the chairman of the District of Columbia delegation. Mr. Phillips, there was a black caucus today here in Chicago, a caucus of black delegates at the Pick Congress Hotel, I understand. What did that do? At the Conrad Hilton, was it? What did it do, Mr. Phillips?
Well, in essence, it discussed the issues that were before this convention as they affected black people, and particularly the kind of action that had taken place on the previous evening. One of the actions that they did take was to vote unanimously to support me as a favorite son candidate on the first ballot.
You are the favorite son candidate of the District of Columbia delegation, but there was a decision at this caucus that other black delegates would support you on the first ballot?
They didn't limit it to the first ballot. They simply said they endorsed my candidacy and would vote for me.
How many were at the caucus, Mr. Phillips?
About 250.
And will all of them be in a position to cast their votes for you tomorrow? Tomorrow night?
That we don't know. The breakdown between alternates and delegates, we weren't sure of that breakdown. I assume that there are some persons from states that bind them by law to vote for the winner in the primary. That may prove to be a problem. There's some feeling on the part of some of them that they ought to obey a higher law, what they feel to be a moral law, and vote for the candidate of their choice in this instance because of the uniqueness of it. How these questions are going to be answered or handled, I'm not sure. I'm sure they're trying to work it out in each delegation.
But would it be fair to describe your position then as a position of a black favorite son?
I think that might be an accurate description of it. We hope that it's wider than that. We're not simply trying to focus on simply black votes. We have some white vote support, some persons from the Utah delegation, the California delegation, Vermont delegation. Our own delegation is an interracial delegation. They voted unanimously. 2 months ago to support this candidacy. So it's a mixed support.
This is the first time this kind of thing has been done at a convention, is it? You know, Mr. Phillips?
It's my understanding it's the first time that a black man is going to be nominated for President of the United States, yes.
Do you have any particular purpose in mind, Mr. Phillips, some idea that this will pay off in some way in the future, or is it some kind of gesture that's being made?
The purpose should be rather obvious, I think, to all people who have been involved in politics, namely to use the political strength to further your interests. And as we watch this convention operate, we feel that the issues have been subverted time and again out of political expediency. So we thought that we ought to suggest to the convention, the person to make these kind of decisions, that there's a good deal of strength in the black vote, and we expect for them to negotiate with us, and we expect to negotiate with them. If on the first ballot I should perchance pick up more votes than some of the other candidates, we would be in position to negotiate with them, for them to throw their votes to us. And that's precisely the name of the game, politics, and we're in it.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Edward Newman on the floor. Now to Tom Pettit.
Richard Goodwin and Frank Mankiewicz outside the McGovern headquarters are discussing the strategy for the floor fight on the Vietnam plank. And Mr. Goodwin is now denying that Senator Edward Kennedy has taken any part in the convention proceedings. Here's Goodwin.
The way he himself has made it clear, and there was nobody asked him for support, and he's never asked for support any time from anybody, as far as I know, and I think I would know, during this entire period of time.
There's no discussion of that Senator McCarthy could ever support Senator Kennedy?
Senator McCarthy intends to be nominated Wednesday night and proceed to the contest.
Was there any discussion of Senator Kennedy's possible candidacy?
I'm not going to talk about the matters that were discussed at that meeting any further.
You won't deny it? Will you deny that there was discussion?
Will I deny the name Senator Kennedy was mentioned in the conversation? I won't.
As a candidate?
His candidacy was not discussed.
Mr. Goodwin, what is the role of Senator Kennedy in the Vietnam proposal that you're putting before the convention tonight?
The proposal, some elements of it were drawn from the speech that he gave last week, and it represents some of those points of view, as it represents the viewpoints Senator McCarthy and McGovern have put forth over the years. Many of the people, and he himself has had no other personal role in the drafting of the plank, many of the people associated with him now regard this as a contest of the past against the future, and this has always been a force of the future. I think that's why Steve Smith is here, because of this issue. He's not here as a representative of the senator, that I know.
Well, how much are you coordinating with Senator McCarthy, and how are you doing that?
Well, the fact that Dick Goodwin is here and one of the coordinators ought to indicate that. Dick is an active worker in Senator McCarthy's campaign. There will be close coordination on this issue between the forces of Senator McGovern and the forces of Senator McCarthy and those uncommitted delegates who are represented by some of these speakers.
How will that be done?
Well, it'll be done in the way in which all floor fights are coordinated. We've got phones, we've got people on the floor, we have people at every delegation. We have what we think is a pretty hard count at this time, and we are cautiously optimistic about the chances of success.
What kind of a count have you got now?
We have a close count.
Does this indicate...
we have a close count.
No, Larry O'Brien has the numbers.
Larry O'Brien has the numbers.
Frank, are you now merging forces with the McCarthy people on other issues as well?
Well, we certainly stood with the McCarthy forces on some of the credentials fights because that was the view both candidates took. But we're certainly merging the forces of McCarthy, McGovern, and the uncommitted delegates who want to change in our policy in Vietnam.
Now, will you review again for us the people who are going to speak on your side?
I'll read those again. Philip Burton, Paul O'Dwyer, Theodore Sorensen, John Gilligan, Ken O'Donnell, John Conyers, Richard Goodwin, Grant Sawyer, Frank Mankiewicz, William Clark, Don Fraser, Governor Hoff, Pierre Salinger, Governor Hughes of Iowa, and Senator Morse of Oregon.
Frank, what makes you think you can defeat the Vice President's forces? He's won almost every floor fight to date.
We have some supporters of the Vice President who are included in our forces, not only in those who will help direct the campaign on the floor, but those who will vote for it.
Who are they, Frank?
Well, there are a couple of names on this list.
I must say that this is not a fight against the Vice President, except this is a fight against the policies of the last 3 years and of President Johnson, under whose direction this plank was formulated, and who it seems to me it's clear that this is...
That's Richard Goodwin and Frank Mankiewicz discussing the floor fight that they intend to direct over the Vietnam plank in the Democratic platform here tonight. This is Tom Pettit, NBC News, outside McGovern headquarters. Now back to Chet and David.
He placed in his proper place when he came back.
Well, what's happened now is New York still hasn't come back in from its caucus, but by unanimous consent, the chair has gone on to challenges on other states now involved with Michigan. There should be no dispute about that. There's the voice vote on it, and the majority report has prevailed.
There's only one more.
One more, Indiana.
Of the majority resolution relating to the state of Alabama, we respond by saying aye. Opposed, nay.
So hopefully we're going to be out of this problem on credentials before too many more minutes.
Be it resolved that in the case of the Indiana contest, the delegates and alternates placed on the temporary roll of this convention as approved by the Democratic National Committee be and the same are hereby declared to be duly accredited delegates and alternates to this national convention. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of this resolution. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the resolution related to Indiana will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen of the convention, I am quite pleased to express on behalf of the members of your Credentials Committee my sincere gratitude for your action in adopting these resolutions. The confidence you have reposed in your committee stands vindicated, and all the members of your committee were proud to have had the opportunity to serve the convention. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would now like to pass on to the members of this great body some further thoughts of the Credentials Committee. Historically, the Democratic Party has distinguished itself, particularly in comparison with the Republican Party.
There are some other odds and ends on the report of the Credentials Committee, but we're virtually home. As soon as the New York delegation has reported on the results of its caucus concerning Alabama, then that dispute ought to be very short-lived.
It took 3.5 hours to take care of this, of which an hour was spent waiting for New York.
Right. We'll be back in a moment after this message from Gulf.
Part of the Credentials Committee, which was under the chairmanship of Governor Hughes of New Jersey, and Vice President Humphrey hasn't quite said, but has strongly implied that if he is nominated, Governor Hughes will be at or near the top of his list of vice presidential possibilities. The New York delegation, as we reported, has been caucusing off the floor in a room downstairs for about an hour. Floyd Calber is there outside the caucus room and has a report and may be able to tell us why it's taking so long. Floyd?
Well, this caucus is just broken up here after about an hour, as you said, and it's a rather bitter and acrimonious caucus, too. Allard Lowenstein, who's a delegate from New York, is here with me. Can you tell me, Mr. Lowenstein, exactly what this was all about?
Well, the Alabama credentials fight,
which has been over for an hour now.
It's been over for an hour, produced a test which evidently the forces of Vice President Humphrey felt was very important for them in some way, because the New York delegation had caucused and had voted almost unanimously to support the Cashin delegation, which is the minority delegation on the Credentials Committee report. In the New York caucus, the issue was raised as to whether the delegations had been adequately represented before New York made its decision. And after a very acrimonious debate that seems to me rather irrelevant since the decision had been taken on the floor, we were obliged then to have a roll call. And on the roll call, those of us who supported the Cashin delegation won in New York by 80 votes to 79.
One slim vote.
Yeah, I voted for the Cashin delegation because, as chance had it, I had spoken as the keynoter at their state convention in Birmingham, and I found them then, on the basis of a long experience in Southern civil rights activities, to be the more representative group. I didn't see it as a great test between presidential candidates because I know the Cashin group contains people who are not Senator McCarthy. But evidently, somebody above decided they did not want New York to vote solidly on this question as it had on the other Southern challenges, because after our caucus, we've been obliged to caucus again and waste all this time.
Well, who's that somebody above?
Well, I don't pretend to have very good contacts way up above. In fact, I just got arrested downstairs at the convention hall for coming in with the New York Times.
Does this mean that your delegation is split now in any way, that the Humphrey people have made some inroads into it?
No, we've always been split. The delegation has a substantial number of Humphrey votes in it. We will be fairly strongly for the minority flank on the peace issue, on Vietnam. But on the presidency, we've been split, and we are split. I think, in fact, that on tests of strength, we've had several now, and it's never absolutely certain which way the delegation is going to go. It's close.
Thank you very much, Arnold Lowenstein. Now, Senator Van Oker on the floor.
I'm here in the California delegation with Assemblyman Ken Corey from Orange County in Southern California. Mr. Corey, this morning you asked Senator McCarthy at the McCarthy, McGovern, Humphrey appearance before the California delegation a rather interesting question. What was that question all about? What did you ask him?
Oh, I asked him in view of his original statement when he entered the campaign that he was not so much interested in the office but in the issues and changing some fundamental policy of this country, that in view of that, would he be willing to support a candidate who had similar views to his if he did not have enough votes to secure the nomination for himself? It seems to me that he may have that difficulty, and perhaps this convention can do something unusual or the unexpected.
Well, that's what I thought maybe you were asking him, because the Speaker Unruh, recognized you. Was that question designed to elicit a certain answer?
I wouldn't say it was designed to elicit a certain answer. I think the California delegation is a delegation in search of a candidate, and we were not wanting to limit ourselves necessarily to the three that were there.
Well, pursuing that further...
At least I wasn't personally, and that's the reason I asked the question.
Pursuing that further, wouldn't that mean that if the candidate you're talking about, which in this case we're talking about Senator Edward Kennedy, is to get anywhere, Senator McCarthy and Senator McGovern have to do something? I took that to be the import of your question.
I don't know if that necessarily follows, but it would certainly be helpful.
And is there any possibility that the rumors we're hearing about conversations between Mr. Steve Smith, Senator Kennedy's brother-in-law, Senator McCarthy, Speaker Unruh, they're supposed to be going on now, would that be toward such a goal?
Well, I know nothing about those conversations myself. I have no knowledge of them. I've heard the reports, and if they are taking place, I would presume that might well be the topic of conversation.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Corey. If you have a floor fight that's very vital to the California delegation and to the forces we've been speaking about, and if Senator Kennedy is not going to become a candidate, as he says, do you rule out the possibility of a dramatic appearance by the senator to fight this floor battle?
I would not rule out anything at this convention in view of things that have happened this year. It's an unusual political year, and I think that the main reason I'm here is that I think it is an unusual political year, and anything can happen. And that's the reason I'm here, trying to make the things I want to happen.
Let me ask you bluntly, sir, do you know anything about an unexpected appearance by Senator Kennedy tonight to fight the floor battle?
No, I do not.
Would you put it out of the realm of possibility once again?
I would not put anything out of the realm of possibility at this convention.
Okay, thank you very much. Assemblyman Ken Corey from Orange County, in the Southern California. Now to John Chancellor.
One of the very important pieces of business at the 1964 convention was the call for the 1968 convention. That brought about this entire sequence of racial challenges which we saw unfold on the floor tonight. Now there's the call for the 1972 convention, which is being read right now. And with me is Philip M. Stern of the District of Columbia delegation to tell us about that. We've got the racial thing behind us, in a sense, haven't we now, Mr. Stern?
Well, it's behind us in the sense that it was made, 4 years ago, it was made part of the business of this convention. And that's what's being done now for 1972 with regard to the methods of selecting delegates as to whether or not they are democratically selected. Now, we had certain challenges before our Credentials Committee this time, which challenged the methods by which delegates are selected for this convention and said they were undemocratic. We didn't feel that we could go into those methods because notice hadn't been given the states. And we felt that to do so would be, in effect, changing the rules in the middle of the game.
Now, what's being put into the call of the convention, which has just happened now here on the floor just this minute, is that states will be required to be democratic.
That's right. The language of the call says that states are pledged to undertake to assure that voters will have meaningful and timely participation in the delegate selection process. Now, that's going to mean some changes in state practices next time.
What states will be affected by this?
Well, for example, Georgia, where only two men, the governor and the chairman of the State Central Committee, select all the delegates. That's one. Texas, I hope, will be another. Texas uses the unit rule at the state and local level, which submerges minority representation. I hope that that will be knocked out next time. A third, though, this is not just a southern thing. It's a northern thing as well. For example, in Pennsylvania, a lame duck, that is an outgoing State Central Committee, chose all of the at-large delegates before there was a presidential preference primary. Next time, I hope they won't be able to do that. It will have to be the incoming state committee that will do that, which will mean that if there's a dissident group, it can challenge the state committee, put up its own state committee slate, and have a voice in the selection of delegates.
So that if the theme of this convention was race, the next one is going to be the democratic process throughout the Democratic Party.
That's what I hope, and that's what the intent of this call is.
I have heard people who sat on the Credentials Committee and who heard all of these arguments with you say that there were northern states which were guilty of practices that were sometimes as antiquated and as undemocratic as southern states. Is that true?
I think that's going too far, but I think that everybody in all sections has an opportunity now to update their practices and make them more democratic so that state machines, if I can use a pejorative word, won't be able to control delegations, and dissident groups will have an opportunity to challenge. That's what it's all about.
Thank you very much. Philip M. Stern from the District of Columbia. In 4 years, we'll be fighting out the processes of democracy in these conventions. Now to Chet and David.
New York is about to cast its vote.
Tell Phil Stern hello for me, John, will you? So let's hear New York's vote.
Will the New York delegation please repeat?
What have we got, a half vote? Yes, a half vote. How do we vote this? For the minority? The minority tries to Lander did. They got 82 to 89.
About 2 hours ago, hour and a half, the other states were voting on the seating of the Alabama delegation. New York retired to poll its delegation, has just now come back long after the issue is settled. But as a matter of principle, of course, they want to vote.
Advised that the New York delegation votes as follows.
I don't know whether you're
79 noes, 80 ayes.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the chairman of the New York delegation.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman, New York has caucused, and on the question of the Alabama delegation, we vote 82 votes for the majority report and 80 votes for the minority report.
82 nays.
So at 9:35 p.m., the second session of the convention.
New York vote is 80 yes, 82 no.
The matter of the credentials report is resolved and settled.
My fellow delegates, it is my pleasure.
New York finally voted, split almost precisely down the middle. We'll be back with the rest of the convention after a message from Gulf.
NBC News live coverage of the Democratic National Convention will continue after this pause for station identification. Continues its coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention, brought to you by Gulf Oil.
We are not too far away from the consideration of the platform. And we've been advised that the following will be the list of speakers for the Minority Report on the Vietnam plank. Phil Burton, Paul O'Dwyer, Ted Sorensen, John Gilligan, Ohio Senate candidate, Kenneth O'Donnell, Representative John Conyers of Michigan, Grant Sawyer, William Clark, Representative Don Fraser of Minnesota, Governor Philip Hoff of Vermont, Pierre Salinger, Governor Harold Hughes of Iowa, and Senator Wayne Morse. Now to Jack Chancellor on the convention floor.
We've heard a great deal of talk about the Alabama solution, and you'll recall that the delegates from Alabama, in order to sit here, had to sign a loyalty oath that they would support the nominees of this convention. Well, some of them went home because they wouldn't sign that oath, and some of them didn't. And with me is Mr. J.R. Stallworth of Alabama. And Mr. Stallworth, you didn't sign that loyalty oath, and yet here you are on the floor of the convention. How did you come to be here?
Yes, sir, you're correct. I was one of the ones who did not sign the loyalty oath. I'm on the convention floor because of the help of another state delegation.
You're not here with observing, let us say, all the security procedures and the credentials procedures of this convention. You just don't have any, do you?
Well, I'm being very circumspect concerning the procedures here.
But why did you decide to stay, Mr. Stallworth? Because you'd spent money to come up here, or what?
Yes, sir, I had paid my qualifying fee. I had campaigned, and of course that incurred some expense. I was elected by the people, and then there are the expenses to and from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And so I at least wanted to stick around and enjoy some of it.
How'd you get in here tonight? You're not supposed to be here.
Well, as I say, with the assistance of another state delegation, I came part of the way, and then through unorthodox means, I came the other way. See, there are some others who refused to sign the loyalty oath, and it's my knowledge that most of them went home.
Now, you're a Wallace supporter, isn't that right?
Let me say this. I thought it was an unfair thing for them to single out Alabama and Georgia and ask us to sign a loyalty oath when the other states weren't asked. And I seriously think that it's an insult to me and to the people I represent. Furthermore, in my judgment, the present administration is largely responsible for the breakdown in law and order, the near anarchy, fiscal irresponsibility, endless war in Vietnam, and since they are promising more of the same, I certainly couldn't support this crowd. In fact, if I may say so, I would warn the leaders of the Democratic Party that if they don't change some policies, then the American people in November are going to change them.
Mr. Stallworth, are there others in the Alabama delegation sitting right over there in the hall who are for George Wallace as well?
Yes, sir. In my judgment, there are quite a few.
You want to get into any names?
No, sir, I'd rather not mention the names.
Numbers, how many would you say would go home and support George Wallace?
I would say upwards to 15 that are still there, and there was around 15 who refused to sign the oath.
So that while you're here under what we may say are false credentials right now, they are too.
Well, they signed the loyalty oath. I couldn't conscientiously sign the loyalty oath. I would have to support a man in November who plans to change some things, and therefore I couldn't sign the loyalty oath.
Right. Mr. Stallworth, thank you very much. That's J.R. Stallworth, who is here at this convention under other credentials. Now to Chet and David in the booth.
We have on videotape a news conference held by Governor Lester Maddox of Georgia a few moments ago. The news conference including John D.N.C. of NBC News. Let us see what Governor Maddox said.
The National Democratic Party's repudiation of the Georgia Democratic Party is an affront to the integrity of the citizens of our state. We came to this convention in good faith, sincerely wishing to inject our political philosophy and thought and participate in the electoral processes of the party. However, the liberal leadership and domination of the 1968 convention has seen fit to dilute and destroy Georgia's conservative voice. They have avowed to reject and deny Southern Democrats and conservatives in America the right to a voice in party affairs. For these reasons, I have called upon Chairman Gray, his staff, and the Georgia delegation to vacate and leave the Assembly. Further, I have requested Chairman Gray not to make available the staff or resources of the Georgia Democratic Party to the Bonn delegation. No delegate or alternate can act in the capacity of a delegate except by and with the consent of Chairman Gray and the governor. The authority of the Georgia regular delegation has been rescinded. No substitution at all have been made.
Governor, what does this do to your candidacy, sir?
Well, as of right now, I'm still running strong, seeking the nomination. I will have a news conference tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock for a further announcement.
Are you planning to withdraw tomorrow, Governor?
I have no plans at this time other than I am going to make some very positive statements about the leadership within the party and its determination not to let the voice of the conservatives in this country be heard, and even at the expense of destroying entire state delegations to keep down any voice of dissent or opposition to the machine. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor.
We have a story here. The Knight newspapers, John S. Knight, publisher of the Knight newspapers, a chain across the country, in which they have an interview quoting Senator Eugene McCarthy as conceding defeat in his race for the Democratic presidential nomination. They quote McCarthy as saying that Hubert Humphrey has it all wrapped up. And they quote McCarthy as saying supporters of Senator Edward Kennedy were holding votes that were the difference between victory and defeat for him. This again is a report from the Knight newspapers. They quote McCarthy as saying he has about 700 votes and the Kennedy people have tied up another 200, which if he had them, I gather, would give him the nomination. That again is a report from the Knight newspapers attributed to an interview with Senator McCarthy. Now, where'd you say to go? We'll be back after this message from Gulf.
Senator Eugene McCarthy, it is reported, met with Edward M. Kennedy's brother-in-law tonight to discuss possibly throwing his support to the Massachusetts senator at this convention. So, that boomlet on behalf of Senator Kennedy is not quite dead. To Frank McGee on the convention floor.
Yes, I have with me Governor Richard Hughes. Governor Hughes, can you hear me in all this noise?
All right, Frank.
You have just completed a long and arduous task. I'm sure you must feel relieved.
This is now my 10th day on this job, and I'm glad it's over.
Well, I happen to know that these are just the roughest 10 days. You've been working on this for at least 2 years. Now, my question is, being the man in the middle here, as you clearly have been, do you feel that you have suffered any political damage, any political loss as a consequence of these critical fights and hearings?
Well, I've got a telegram in my pocket, Frank, which I received from a resident of Georgia today, and the first line in it is, "Are you some kind of an idiot?"
Well, I won't ask you to answer that, Governor.
If that's a common opinion, then I would probably have lost some stature, maybe some popularity. I don't know about that. But my responsibility in this credentials business was to be absolutely fair down the line, right in the middle, 50-50, and I'm satisfied. My conscience is satisfied that we did that. I think we brought great credit to the party by these decisions that have been made.
Well, as you well know, Governor Hughes, your name has been mentioned along with many others as a possible vice presidential running mate for Mr. Humphrey should he win the nomination. Now, in view of the fact that you have suffered some political damage here, do you think that that prospect has been jeopardized? Could you help unify the party after this?
I hadn't really thought about it, Frank. One has to be realistic and know that when you're a judge, both sides can't win cases. So that I suppose I have lost some ground, but inasmuch as I am not an aspirant, I'm not desirous personally or for any selfish reason for any nomination to national office, it really doesn't make much difference. My problem was my responsibility to a very great party that I believe in so deeply that I hate to see it fall apart or pull itself apart this year and elect a Republican, particularly the Republican that's running for president.
I know you're tired, Governor. I had one further question I'd like to ask you. 4 years ago, there was a line or two inserted in the form of a resolution that resulted in a great change, or at least a significant change in this year's convention. That was the full participation clause. Now, has anything like that been inserted this time that we can look for consequences of 4 years from now?
Yes, we have asked that committee to keep going, and we've asked for the creation of a new committee to explore into various other party practices that would stultify that full voter participation. I think this convention wants, and I certainly want, the Democratic Party to be like a father or a family with its arms out to embrace voters of every race, creed, and color and circumstance. We belong to that kind of a party.
Thank you very much, Governor Hughes. Now here's Chet and David.
I just passed along a story from the night newspapers, and it was hardly out of my mouth before Senator McCarthy's office was on the phone saying that he had been misquoted and he has not conceded. So I don't know who said what, but that's... Well, let me get this straight. The United Press was quoting the night newspapers, and according to McCarthy, the United Press misquoted the night newspapers. Did I have that right? Yes. In any case, McCarthy's office called and said he had not at all conceded. Now, the permanent chairman is about to be introduced by Senator A.S. Monroney of Oklahoma, commonly known, popularly known, as Mike Monroney, on the rostrum now. Let's go down there.
Party farmers met and conquered adversity during the Dust Bowl days of the Depression 30s. Now, Oklahoma in 1968, rich in natural resources and blessed with a strong and resolute people, faces a bright and challenging future. Carl Albert has played a leading part in this Oklahoma success story. He has a pioneer heritage. Like many others in our state, he knows what it means to be poor and to rise from coal mine poverty to a full and useful life. He knows the value of education, and has been said he is one of the 3 Rhodes Scholars in the United States Congress and one of the less than dozen Phi Beta Kappas. And now he works to see that the young people of this nation have the same opportunity. He has managed in the House of Representatives the passage of more bills to aid education of all types than any man in the history of our country. He is a man of vision. He knows the future of our state, indeed our nation, and our nation requires more and better jobs and equal opportunity for all. Above all, he is a leader, a man whose life has been devoted to public service and the betterment of his fellow man. He and I share the same dream. It is the Oklahoma dream, the American dream. It says that no man is above the law and no man should be beneath it. It says that all men must learn to live together, but with respect for other men's rights. It says we should be proud of our country and support our leaders, and never be afraid to speak out for those things we know are right. The man I introduce has lived this dream. So it is with great pride that I give you the congressman from the 3rd District of the state of Oklahoma, the majority leader of the United States House of Representatives, and your permanent chairman, the man we Oklahomans know and love to call the little giant from Little Dixie, the Honorable Carl Albert. Thank you.
Carl Albert is the majority leader of the House of Representatives, Congress, the number 2 man in the House. And he's called a little giant, as Mike Monroney just did, because of his small physical stature. He's 5 feet, I don't know what. 4, is that it?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Senator Monroney, who has just been renominated Democratic Senator from the state of Oklahoma, who is the senior senator from our state, and who in January will continue to be senior senator from the state of Oklahoma. May I begin by trying to make 2 things clear. First, this is an open convention, and we hope to keep it open until its business is finished. Second, none of the decisions of this convention will be cleared with strong. Our actions here as a convention will be viewed around the world. We will be judged by our decorum. We can make this convention a showcase of democracy, or we can make it the laughing stock of the American political system. It's up to us. I think we might even make it lively and spirited. But I don't think we can possibly make it as dull as a recent convention in Miami. We Democrats sometimes disagree among ourselves, but we never disagree about the fact that problems should be met. We believe in the principle of scrapping, but we do not believe in scrapping principles. Democratic tradition holds that all shall be heard. They will be. It dictates that all will be fairly dealt with, and they will be. It dictates that every representative opinion will be given full consideration, and I pick up this responsibility gratefully in the presence of the great mayor of a great city, Mr. Democrat USA, and thanks for his wonderful hospitality. I make it the first order of this convention's business under its permanent organization that we express in our most inadequate way the honor we as Americans do a man who fought for his country's life as he now fights for his own, who led us from war to peace, Dwight David Eisenhower. We say once again the nation's thanks to one of the greatest men we ever knew, Harry S. Truman of Independence, Missouri. And to one other, with respect and admiration beyond our expression, and with an affection that this day lets us put in friendship's warmest form, happy birthday, Lyndon Johnson. The years of Lyndon Johnson's service as president have been momentous years, a time of action and a time of challenge, a time of great testing and a time of great achievement. His leadership has been superb. No man has ever given more generously of his heart and soul. No man has ever done more for his country. No man on earth is working harder for peace in Vietnam than Lyndon Baines Johnson. I'm proud to be a Democrat. My pride and yours is in a party, in a tradition that is unparalleled and unchallenged of innovation, of denying the ultimacy of the status quo or even the divine right of the successful, of never being satisfied with things as they are, and of a steadfast and unfaltering faith in the future. My pride and yours in the Democratic Party is in the laying of before the people of the United States a program for the future, and then backing it up with performance. It was my honor in 1964 at Atlantic City to be chairman of the Committee on Resolutions and Platform. It was the purpose of that committee at that time that that platform would be more than a recitation of platitudes. It was to be a plan of action. It has been my honor since that time to serve as the floor leader of our party in the House of Representatives, and I can report to you without fear of contradiction that promises made in 1964 have been promises kept. The temptation is great indeed to point to the record of the past 4 and yes, the past 8 glorious years of democratic promise matched with democratic performance and the incomparable advancement of the human condition during this period. Suffice it to say that under the leadership of John Fitzgerald Kennedy and Lyndon Baines Johnson, more has been done for education, more for civil rights, more for conservation, more for housing, more in fighting poverty, more in providing jobs, more for rural America than during any comparable period of this or any other nation's history. The statistics in all these fields are impressive, and I'm tempted to recite them. But behind each statistic, behind each law, is a human story of profound significance a story of hopes renewed, of suffering prevented, of lives preserved, of a brighter future for all the people of our great country. But this convention is not convened, and this country has never been and is not now disposed to look back. The truth of the matter is that everything we have done as a nation in this period of incomparable achievement and unparalleled prosperity has only served to increase our expectations, to place new demands upon ourselves, to make us more restless and more demanding than ever before. We are no longer content with what we have done, that it has been much better year after year. We are discontent with how much more there is to do, that we are so short of our potential as a people and as a nation. Our record is only our performance bond for the future. I'm only your chairman. I'm fully aware of the limitations that this office places upon me. But I counsel you, my friends, before I retreat behind the gavel, let us bring to this country, through the proceedings of this convention, all of the vigor, all the freshness, all the youth, yes, all the discontent with things as they are that we can command. Let our self-criticism, despite everything we've accomplished, be as stern as the hypocrisy this month from Miami when they talk so much about the poor, but when their representatives in the Congress would not vote a paltry sum for rat control. It is a president and a president that we have assembled here to nominate, and a platform that we have met here to write. But I remind you and Americans everywhere that no executive can do what we here determined to do in our platform and in the action we take unless we elect a Congress that shares in the commitment we make to the American people. We got civil rights. Now we must get civil results. We outlawed racial discrimination. Now we must outlaw the fallout that is the result of centuries of discrimination. We have waged war on crime. Now we must win the war. We must strike both at the root and the branches of the evil. We have aroused the nation's conscience about the pollution of our streams. Now let us drive out the dirt from the air we breathe and the water we drink. Now let us drive out the smog that still smothers the cities. We've made this country conscious of the rotting of many of our cities and the inhumanity of life in our city centers. Let us now look to invigorating and reinvigorating our rural areas, for many of the city's problems have their origin in the countryside and the neglect of the countryside. In the new Republican Party, they promise, and they take it from Abraham Lincoln, who undoubtedly is turning over in his grave, to think anew and to act anew. If ever a party in the history of the American Republic needed to think anew and act anew, that party is the Republican Party. Why didn't they think anew when they voted against Medicare? Why didn't they act anew when they voted against the Elementary and Secondary Education Act? There's just about as much new in the new Republican platform as there is in the new Nixon. Surely on this subject, all Democrats from all sections of the country, all the lions and the lambs can lie down together, the doves and the hawks can fly together to victory in November. To return to the business of our convention, our most important task here will be to nominate candidates for president and vice president. This, my fellow Americans, is an awesome responsibility. When we choose the president of the United States, we are in a large measure determining the destiny of all mankind. The president is not only the leader of our nation, in a large measure, he is the leader of the free world. He controls the mightiest military force in history. He leads a nation whose economy is so powerful that it determines directly or indirectly the welfare of men, women, and children everywhere. We must, out of decent respect for mankind, approach this task of selecting a presidential candidate of the Democratic Party with prayerful humility. 5 times in this century, the Democratic Party has given presidents to the American people. Twice, vice presidents have succeeded to the awesome responsibility of becoming president of the United States. In each instance, we chose well. Tonight, this convention will adopt a platform that will guide our party for the next 4 years. We believe that it will be a party of realism and vision, of common sense and compassion, of practicality and idealism. It will commit the Democratic Party to the job of continuing to build a nation that is strong and free and prosperous and dedicated to the proposition of equality and opportunity for all. It will tell the world that the United States of America is the foe of hunger as well as tyranny, of disease and illiteracy as well as of aggression. In our 1968 platform and in the campaign to follow, we cannot afford to rest on our laurels. Our party is a party for all seasons. Our program is a program for tomorrow. We have a job to do. Let us be about our nation's business. Thank you very much.
So now the permanent chairman of this Democratic Convention has taken over, Mr. Carl Albert, congressman from the state of Oklahoma and House Majority Leader.
He's been laid up with a heart attack for some time, took several months out, and now seemingly has recovered and is back at work in the House and here as permanent chairman, succeeding, as far back as most of us can remember, John McCormick of Massachusetts, who's been permanent chairman, but this year decided he didn't want the job. We'll be back after a message from Gulf. We're back in the hall. Frank McGee on the convention floor has a report for us. Frank?
Mondale. I have with me Senator Walter Mondale of Minnesota, who is co-chairman of Vice President Hubert Humphrey's campaign. And Senator, we're at a kind of a halfway point here. The credentials fight is over. The platform fight looms. I'd like to get an assessment and ask you first if you think that the Vice President either gained or lost any strength as a consequence of the credentials fight.
I think he gained in this sense. The basic strategy of the McCarthy forces all along has been to try to create some kind of deep fight that ruptures the convention and deeply divides the Humphrey forces. One of the basic tactics was in relation to the Credentials Committee. There they brought more challenges and contests than has ever been brought in the political history of this party, and I believe of any political party. We've handled those challenges, I think, responsibly. I think Governor Hughes has shown a great deal of courage and vision, and I think the net product is not only healthier, more representative parties in the South, but a firmer basis of strength for the Vice President.
But in a raw delegate vote count, if he didn't pick up any delegates, he didn't lose any, and you would say he gained on principle? Is that the idea?
Well, no, it's in other words, one of their basic tactics failed, and I think it's now behind us. That crisis point is past. But in addition to that, in the last day, we've seen 3 favorite sons release their delegations. We are now counting a hard minimum count of 1,540 votes.
1,540.
I expect that we'll be above 1,600 by tomorrow. I think there's no doubt that the Vice President is far ahead, and I think the odds are now very, very strong that he'll be nominated on the first ballot.
Well, let's look ahead now to this platform fight, which has been in the making for many, many months as the Democrats prepare together here in Chicago. Everybody knew it was coming. Now it's almost at hand. And the indications are, from a survey or a sampling of opinion that we've been able to make, that it's going to be very, very close. Now, suppose it is a very, very close vote on that. How will that affect Mr. Humphrey's chances?
Well, I don't think it will.
You don't think it'll be close, or will it affect?
No, I don't think it'll affect the Vice President's strength. The Vietnam issue is, of course, the key issue which is before this convention in terms of emotion, at least. It will be strongly and emotionally debated without doubt. But I think the platform, which was reported by the Platform Committee, is a moderate, balanced, restrained statement, which deals effectively with most of the criticism which one hears about our policies in Vietnam. There are still some differences between the minority plank and the majority plank, but I think the Platform Committee came out with a very sound plank which will appeal to a strong margin of this at this convention because it merits their support.
Senator, let's suppose that the minority plank carries. Can Vice President Humphrey run on that, or would he be forced to repudiate it?
Well, this was a question you'd have to ask him. I don't anticipate that will happen. From what I've determined, we're going to have a good majority for the report of the Platform Committee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Senator Walter Mondale of Minnesota, co-chairman of Vice President Humphrey's campaign. Now back to Chet and David.
Betty Furness, President Johnson's advisor on consumer affairs, is speaking. Let's go down to the rostrum.
The Democrats set that goal and set out to reach it. All of those bills were written by Democrats, fought for and won by Democrats. But that's only what we've done for you lately. There's still a great deal more to be done. And I don't mean by the government in Washington alone. All government. Government in the towns and cities, county government, and state government have parts to play to help protect, serve, and educate the consumer. And so does business. There are still too many abuses, too much danger, too much deceit that deny our consumers a fair deal in the marketplace. We want to strengthen the alliance between government and business and the consumer. This is a democratic objective, make no mistake about that. We know where the Democratic Party stands on consumer protection, and we know where the Republican Party sits, and sits, and sits. But I will make you a personal pledge. I guarantee that when the Republicans eat crow in November, thanks to you Democrats, it will be federally inspected crow. Thank you.
That was Miss Betty Furness, the President's advisor on consumer affairs, telling how much has been done for the consumer in the Johnson administration, and at one point in the speech said, and that's only what we have done for you lately. And we heard a minute ago from Senator Mondale of Minnesota, who is the co-chairman of Vice President Humphrey's campaign, the other one being Senator Harris of Oklahoma, who predicted that whatever happens on the fight here over the Vietnam plank, it will not affect the vice president's strength politically, and he predicted there would be a good majority for the Johnson plank, that is the platform committee's plank on Vietnam. NBC, as we reported earlier, we've been querying as many delegates as we could, there are 2,600 odd, and asking how they plan to vote. And our figures show that it's going to be very close, too close to make any prediction one way or another about whether the minority, we've talked to half of them, we haven't been able to get to all of them, it'll be about half of them. And it appears it'll be close. We'll be back with that and everything else after this message from Gulf.
I'll continue its live coverage of the Democratic National Convention following this pause for station identification.
The outside.
NBC News continues its coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention, brought to you by Gulf.
Down to Sander Van Ocker on the convention floor.
I'm here at the convention floor with Mr. Kenneth O'Donnell of Massachusetts. You spoke to us about 2 hours ago, Mr. O'Donnell, about your concern that the chair would allow amendments to the majority report on Vietnam. Since you're leading the minority report, what's happened on that in the last 2 hours?
Well, Sandy, Mr. Burton from California, who will introduce the minority report, informed me that he has been assured by the chairman, Mr. Boggs, that there is no amendment allowable on the floor, which was my parliamentary understanding. I have also talked to the parliamentarian, Congressman Murphy from New York, and he has given me information that it is his understanding that Senator Hart and perhaps the lady from Connecticut will introduce amendments, and as you can see, that would, number one, eat into the time allowed to the minority or the majority, and also serve to be rather confusing. It was our impression we were going to vote up or down to measure the majority report, which emerged on the platform committee, or the minority report that 37 of us signed to substitute for it.
What has been past procedure on these questions?
Well, it's my understanding that although it is within the purview of the chairman of the committee, that no amendments have been allowed on the floor, because I suggest, would serve as a very confusing factor. So I'm hopeful that Chairman Boggs' assurances to Mr. Burton will be fulfilled and there will be no amendments allowed, and we'll vote it up and down.
When will you get this information?
I expect to hear it very soon. I'm going up to see Congressman Murphy once more, and Congressman Burton is now with Chairman Boggs, and I presume we will have it clarified very shortly.
Thank you very much. Mr. P. Kenneth O'Donnell of Massachusetts. If you noticed a little man behind listening to us with a walkie-talkie, that was a member of the platform committee who obviously apparently reports all these conversations back to his superiors. This is Sander Van Ocker, not Edwin Newman.
I am with the chairman of the Missouri delegation, Mr. Hatchen. Mr. Hatchen, what is it you've just heard about Edward Kennedy, please?
Well, you have asked me, and all I can say at this time is that I have received information from a high and what I would call a reliable source that Senator Kennedy has indicated that he would be willing to accept the vice presidency if that was the desire of the convention.
This is specifically the vice presidential nomination, not the presidential nomination that we're talking about.
Yes, that's right.
And you have received this information from, obviously you're not going to tell us who it is.
From a source of which I'm not willing to make a statement at this time.
Can you give us any kind of clue? Is it a Kennedy?
I believe that I've given you all the information that I can give you at this time.
You have no reason, however, to doubt the authenticity of it.
I fully believe what I have received, yes.
Now, what is holding up a public statement to this effect, sir? Can you say?
At this time, I cannot give you any further information on that, other than what I have given.
Mr. Hutchin, you are wearing a Humphrey button. Now, obviously, you would like Edward Kennedy to run with Mr. Humphrey.
I have a great respect for the gentleman and his ability. I would be very happy to see him on the second spot.
Have you heard has this information been going out to any other delegations, Mr. Hutchin? Do you know?
I have not been out of this seat since I received the information.
Well, one question arises. Why did the information come to the Missouri delegation when it apparently has not come to any others?
I would not be in a position to give you any definite statement on that. I've given you all the information I have.
Right. Thank you, Delbert Hutchin, the chairman of the Missouri delegation. Now to John Chancellor.
Thank you.
We've heard some talk here about the Michigan delegation and possibly the Connecticut delegation offering an amendment to the wording of the Credentials Committee plank on Vietnam, not the Minority Report. With me is the Platform Committee report. With me is Jim McNeely, the deputy chairman of the Michigan delegation. Mr. McNeely, you say you think you're going to get 1 minute for the introduction of this amendment?
I'm not sure that that's a final decision. That was the first decision. The caucus just met. The decision there is that they are going to very actively campaign for this amendment.
And that means, do you have to get other states to join you?
We must have at least 8 seconds in order to bring it to a vote.
So that, do you know if Senator Philip Hart of Michigan has been going around getting other states to join him in this?
National Committee woman Jeffries just came back from the conference. I know Phil Hart is out seeking support of other states for the amendments, yes. Now, I have no idea which ones he has, if any.
As I understand it, the amendment which they would like to offer reads as follows. In terms of stopping the bombing, first, stop all remaining bombing of Vietnam while continuing to provide all necessary and air support for U.S. troops in the expectation of restraint and a reasonable response from Hanoi. And that's the wording of the Clark Kerr version. Here it is now. We've just been given it. This is what he will move. Would you read that for me, Mr. McNeely?
I move that the 6th paragraph of the majority report regarding bombing be amended to read, stop all remaining bombing of North Vietnam while continuing to provide all necessary air and other support for Allied troops in the expectation of restraint and reasonable response from Hanoi.
How can you do that in 1 minute? I don't quite understand how that works.
Well, I'm not sure. I suppose if it takes more than a minute, the chair would have to gavel them down if it took more than that.
So that really, that took you about 15 or 20 seconds in itself to read. So the person who would get up there, we would assume Senator Hart would get up there, he would be able to say, I think this is good. That's about all.
I think so, if they keep it to the 1 minute.
So that means, doesn't it, that you've got to do a lot of proselytizing down here on the floor to get people to vote for you.
Right.
And that is going on now.
That is going on. Most of the delegation who have contacts in other states are now trying desperately to get other states to get copies of it, to get them informed of it, and get some kind of support on the amendment.
Do you know if Connecticut is planning a similar move, or are they allies of yours in this one?
I have no knowledge. I don't know. I haven't heard of the Connecticut amendment.
Right. Well, thank you very much. This is Mr. Jim McNeely, the deputy chairman of the Michigan delegation, telling us that this is their intention if they can get 8 seconders, 8 other states to do it. If it does extend the evening, it will extend it more than 1 minute. Now to Chet and David.
Well, that's another development which I think we passed along earlier, lacking some of the interesting details that John Chancellor found from the Michigan delegation and its plan to offer an amendment to the Vietnam plank in the platform. Now, this is in addition to the minority plank that is to be offered by the group we have been hearing from, representing Senator McCarthy, Senator McGovern, and others, to be advocated in speeches by Representative Burton of California, Pierre Salinger, a long list of others, about 10, Ken O'Donnell maybe. This is in addition to that, and it is a simple statement that the party urges the United States stop all bombing in North Vietnam, continuing to protect troops in various ways, in expectation of a response from Hanoi. It is, in a way, a reverse of the president's position. He says when he gets the response, then he will stop the bombing. They want to reverse the order and stop the bombing first and see if there is a response. If they can get it, there will be a vote on it, and it'll either be put in or left out. We don't know yet what the parliamentary situation is going to be, but no doubt it will develop.
Indeed, David, the minority motion that's going to be put forward here tonight seems to be an elaboration of the point made in the speech by Senator Edward Kennedy of last Wednesday. It's a proposal that contains more words than he employed in his speech, but it is certainly very close to it. The essential part and the fundamental difference being that we should stop the bombing unilaterally and then wait for some response from Hanoi. As David said, what we might call the Johnson plank in the platform proposes that we get some response, very subtle or secret or otherwise, from Hanoi, and then all the bombing might stop. To Frank McGee on the Senate floor.
Yes, I have Mark Talisman, administrative assistant to Congressman Vanek of Ohio, and Ohio is now off the floor. Largely, most of its members are off the floor in caucus. Can you tell me what they're caucusing about, Mr. Talisman?
Frank, they're talking about the Vietnam plank, and the delegation is discussing in detail the majority-minority report. There's no sense right at the moment because of the nature of the struggle between the two groups, which way the delegation is going to go. As you know, our candidate for Senate, Jack Gilligan from Cincinnati, is one of the strong advocates for the peace plank, the minority report. There is strong sentiment, on the other hand, as you know, for the majority report from throughout the state.
How would you say the sentiment is divided now? 50-50, 60-40, 70-30?
It's very hard to predict. I suppose that it'll be somewhere around 60-30.
Which way? For which one? The majority?
60 for the majority. That's the way it appears now, and there's no way of telling, though. Things have been very exciting up till now and unpredictable with the delegation. There's been no predictable course in any of the votes on credentials, so I don't know.
Well, looking beyond the Vietnam plank itself and trying to take into consideration the effect that it might have on the chances of any one of these candidates, do you see the Vietnam fight, which is looming, as affecting seriously the chances of, say, Mr. Humphrey or Mr. McCarthy?
There's no question about that. In the 22nd District of Ohio, where my Congressman Vanek is running, there is a great sentiment against the war, for settling it. I think that's general among hawks and doves. But in the 22nd, the McCarthy people have been very active. There's a tremendous sentiment in that district for Teddy Kennedy. If there's a strong plank to run on, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be very difficult for any of those candidates to gain ground in Ohio among the delegation. As far as I know, there's somewhere around 20 or 25 signed up on the petition for Teddy Kennedy.
Well, let me just one quick question. Yes. Is it possible that this delegation or some members of this delegation would repudiate a strong pro-war plan?
There's a very good chance, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mark Talisman from the Ohio delegation. Now here is Edwin Newman.
I'm with Senator Fred Harris of Oklahoma, who is one of the co-chairmen of the Humphrey for President drive. Senator, I've just been told by Delton Houchin, who is the Missouri chairman, that he has heard on high and reliable authority that Senator Edward Kennedy has expressed his willingness to run for the vice presidency if that is the wish of this convention. Have you heard anything about that?
We've not had any word on that, Ed, other than what he originally said. I think he made it very clear, and I think we've got to respect his desires, unless he has said that again now. I think Ted Kennedy is a very distinguished American and a great colleague of mine. But I think he stated his desires. We haven't heard anything else to the contrary yet.
Would it surprise you if it turned out to be the case that Senator Kennedy were willing to run for the vice presidency?
Well, I just wouldn't know at all. We haven't discussed it at all in the Humphrey organization since his original statement after the tragic death of Bob Kennedy.
So you don't give it any credence at this point?
Well, we just haven't heard anything about it. So
what about the possibility of Senator Kennedy becoming the presidential candidate? You must have heard something about that.
I hear rumors around town here, but we announced a hard ballot count, the first ballot count of 1,541 at about 1 o'clock today. That is a hard count for the vice president on the first ballot, which, as you know, is considerably more than necessary to be nominated. I noticed that one of the networks now estimates that that's gone up to 1,583 and a half as of this afternoon. And as you know, these favorite sons now are pulling out and throwing their support to Vice President Humphrey. I think there isn't any question that he's going to be nominated and on the first ballot.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Edwin Newman, now to John Chancellor.
I'm standing here near the Rhode Island delegation with Senator Claiborne Pell of Rhode Island, who is a member of the Platform Committee and also of the Drafting Committee, which worked on the drafting of the Vietnam Plank, which we'll be discussing here tonight. Senator, there was a charge made earlier today by one of the people on that committee that the committee didn't have time enough to consider what we might call the administration plank.
I don't think that's really correct. There was a short time, but there was time enough. For instance, in my own case, I was able to introduce what I thought of as a compromise plank, and it was considered and voted on. The problem was that everybody in the meeting had their feet pretty well dug in onto a preconceived view and felt they either had to be hawk or dove. And I think it was an error. I would have liked to have seen a compromise emerge.
And you proposed a compromise to the drafting committee or the full committee?
In both. My own proposal was taken up, discussed, but as I say, the positions were already fixed.
Now, the administration's point of view on bombing, as expressed in the platform, creates several things which the North has to do for us to stop the bombing. The peace plank, so-called, sets up no conditions. What did your compromise do?
What my compromise did, and it lent further towards the peace side, was that it called for a cessation of the bombing, but left the actual timing of the bombing to be decided by the administration in power. But if mine had passed, it would have shown that there would be a change in policy. And the basic difference between the two platforms, so that the American people as a whole can understand what the simple facts are, is the majority report plank says, let's keep doing what we're doing, no real change. The minority plank says, let's have a fairly abrupt change of policy. And it's for that reason that I intend to vote for and support the minority plank. Though I prefer my own.
Right. Thank you. Senator Claiborne Pell explaining the compromise he offered, which didn't get anywhere with the Platform Committee and probably won't be offered here tonight. Now to Sandra Van Oker.
I'm with Mr. Frank Mankiewicz, one of Senator McGovern's top aides. Mr. Mankiewicz, what has Senator McGovern been doing here upstairs in his headquarters since he arrived about half an hour ago?
He's been talking to delegates who have asked to see him. A couple of senators have been in to talk to him. Delegates who during the day wanted to see him or whom he wanted to see and who didn't have the chance. You know, the security setup here is such that the delegates are, I suppose the apt word would be penned in from 6 in the evening until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And if you're running for president and you want to see delegates, you got to come over here. So Senator McGovern is here.
Can you give us any guidance at all on what has been happening with all these flurry of rumors about Senator McGovern, Senator McCarthy, and Stephen Smith, Senator Kennedy's brother-in-law, talking today? What has been going on in that area?
Well, I understand from Richard Goodwin that Steve Smith and Senator McCarthy met sometime today. That Dick Goodwin was there. But he says that there was no discussion of soliciting anyone's support for Ted Kennedy's candidacy, and he said they discussed other matters, chiefly the upcoming floor fight on the Vietnam minority plank.
Would you say that McGovern, McCarthy, and what you might call the Kennedy forces have a coordinated strategy tonight on this platform?
Oh, there's no question of it.
The speakers, I think, will reflect that, and the floor work that has been going on is being done in equal portions by supporters of McCarthy, supporters of Senator McGovern, former supporters of Senator Kennedy, some of whom are uncommitted, and by some supporters of Vice President Humphrey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frank Mankiewicz. Now we'll go to David Burrington right outside McGovern headquarters.
We're standing outside McGovern headquarters on the second floor of the amphitheater. We're hoping that Senator McGovern will come out shortly. He's inside now talking with delegates, New York delegates, at the moment. On the way upstairs, the senator expressed quite a good deal of amazement at reports that Senator McCarthy had more or less conceded this race to Vice President Humphrey and had to some degree complained that the Kennedy forces had not supported him with their votes and therefore made it very difficult in his own race. Senator McGovern said he, for one, was not conceding this race at all, and said also that as far as he was concerned, he was in a holding action as much as Senator McCarthy was. The senator added that he had no idea what Stephen Smith might be doing in town, but he was convinced in his own mind that Senator Ted Kennedy was not in the race and did not want the nomination, and that's the reason he was going ahead. At the same time, those of us who have been covering, at least some of us who have been covering Senator McGovern, have the feeling that some of his staff members do not feel the same way, do feel that Senator Ted Kennedy might accept the draft in this convention, and might in some ways even be working for this, perhaps to some degree behind Senator McGovern's back. But everyone feels Senator McGovern at least is sincere when he says that in his opinion that Senator Ted Kennedy is not in the race. This is David Burrington outside McGovern headquarters at the amphitheater. Now to Frank McGee.
Yes, I have with me Martin Stone of the California delegation, who is one of the strongest McCarthy supporters in this delegation. And my question is, do you see any way that this pending fight over the platform can take any votes away from Vice President Humphrey?
Yes, I definitely do. I think that there are a number of people who might otherwise have supported Vice President Humphrey on the nomination of the presidency, who will support us in this battle over the platform fight on Vietnam. And I think that in the bitterness of that, I think there'll be a closer identification between the McCarthy forces and these people than there was heretofore. I also think that,
to press that a little bit, that would be so strong that they would actually switch their allegiance from the Vice President to Senator McCarthy, you think?
I think that there'll be a possibility of that. I don't know how strong that possibility is, but I think that an awful lot of them now realize that if there's any possibility at all of bringing Ted Kennedy into the battle, that we're probably going to have to win this fight on the Vietnam platform plank. And I think this is the most telling argument of all that could be used with these people who are leaning to Kennedy but who would otherwise support Vice President Humphrey.
What exactly do you mean when you say if we are going to bring Teddy Kennedy into this? You're a McCarthy man.
No, I didn't say we. If they're going to bring Teddy Kennedy into this. In other words, I think that as far as I'm concerned, I am basically concerned about the problems in Vietnam. Teddy Kennedy is a far more acceptable choice to me than is Vice President Humphrey. I don't think his entry into the race will necessarily mean that Senator McCarthy could not win the nomination. But I do think that what it would mean is that they together could keep Vice President Humphrey from gaining the nomination. And then hopefully after that, the delegates would decide between the two of them.
Let me put it this way. If you lose tonight on this platform fight, has Senator McCarthy lost the nomination?
I'd hesitate to say that. It certainly wouldn't be a good sign.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Frank.
Talking with Gerald Hild of the California delegation, a strong supporter of Senator McCarthy. And where do I switch it now? Up to Chet and David. Thank you.
I might explain to you what is going on at this moment. Another roll call of the states, and they are voting on a motion
Governor Shapiro, 150.
In behalf of an amendment to the permanent rules of this convention, and this is what the amendment would do. Make the abolition of the unit rule apply for 1972. It would require that all delegates be chosen within the calendar year of the convention, that is, 1972. And it would open the system in every way feasible so that all groups may participate in the process of selecting the delegates. In some cases, this would require new state laws that would, in effect, equalize the representation of all elements within the Democratic Party. Now, if this amendment carries, it means that it is a permanent rule of the Democratic Party that the unit rule, as it has been employed in about 10 states, is out.
Now, on the other point, it's interesting, Chet, and may deserve a little explanation, on the requirement that delegates to the convention be chosen within the same year the convention is held. That originated with a study group led by Governor Hughes of Iowa. And the idea is, the purpose is, the meaning is that many of the delegates now on the floor were chosen beginning as long as 2 years ago. And the thinking of the committee was that some of the delegates were chosen so long ago that they do not adequately reflect public opinion in this country as it is now, particularly, say, on Vietnam, where there's been a big turn in opinion in the last several months. And the Hughes Committee felt that the more closely the delegates are chosen, the closer to the convention time they're chosen, the better they will reflect the opinion of the people they represent. So that's one of the changes the minority report asks in the rules.
Here's an item here in front of me which indicates how tough this fight on the Vietnam plank may get before the evening is over. NBC's Robert T. Endicott with the Ohio delegation reports that Congressman Wayne Hayes of Ohio, who is a ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, has been told to stand by as a possible speaker for the Platform Committee's Vietnam plank. And Hayes has said that he intends to rip away at a few people, such as Ohio's state candidate, John Gilligan. He's running for the Senate. Gilligan has been among the leaders for a dove plank opposing the Johnson-Humphrey Vietnam policy. And Hayes says this is not the time to trade beards for brains or riots for reason. So if that be a sample, we may hear some acrimonious debate on the Vietnam plank.
I'm able to listen to everything, but I can't keep up with it.
31, no.
Massachusetts cast 37 votes yes, 31 no. Michigan, 96.
A yes vote.
Michigan passes.
Michigan passes.
A yes vote is
Minnesota,
to change the rule,
52.
as we have just discussed. Put in the unit rule, to put out the unit rule, get rid of the unit rule.
Minnesota, Madam Secretary, Minnesota votes 33 and 1/2 no, 16 yes.
I'd like to have that no again, please.
33 and 1/2 no, 16 yes.
Minnesota cast.
You may wonder why we're going through all this again, this business about the unit rule, when we apparently covered it last night. Well, that involved the state of Texas and it applied only to the temporary rules of this convention. But now, it's about to, if it carries, it'll be written into the permanent rules of the Democratic Party. And there it will stand unless some other convention at some later date repeals it.
Missouri votes 60 aye.
Missouri cast 60 votes yes. Montana.
A yes vote, again, is a vote to change the rules.
Montana passes.
In the future, now and in the future.
Nebraska, 30.
Nebraska passes.
Nebraska passes. Nevada, 22.
Madam Secretary, Nevada casts its entire 22 votes yes.
Nevada cast 22 votes yes. New Hampshire, 26.
New Hampshire passes.
New Hampshire passes. New Jersey, 82.
New Jersey passes.
New Jersey passes. New Mexico, 26.
New Mexico, 11 yes, 15 no.
New Mexico cast 11 votes yes and 15 no. New York, 190.
New York votes 190 votes yes.
Just outside the hall is NBC News reporter Tom Pettit.
Yes.
Tom?
This is Richard Goodwin, one of the McCarthy speechwriters, and I understand, Mr. Goodwin, that you're concerned over the statement Senator McCarthy is supposed to have made to some of the wire services and newspapers that he had conceded defeat here. Now, you've just talked to him. What did he tell you?
Well, I just talked to the senator, and he said and authorized me to say that he has not conceded. He intends to be nominated tomorrow night and to continue this fight to the end. There has been no concession. And to say, in addition to the reports of his conversation with Stephen Smith, that he has not talked to Senator Edward Kennedy, that he has not asked for his support by Senator Kennedy or by any member of his family or by Steve Smith, either by implication or directly. That Mr. Smith did make clear that Senator Kennedy is not a candidate, and there is no Senator Kennedy candidacy to discuss. And just discussed that with the senator. He didn't hear these news reports. He was out to dinner, but he wanted to make that, I think, absolutely clear.
Well, did he say he was misquoted, or he had told them that he was conceding and then changed his mind, or just what happened?
No, he said that he had a very lengthy philosophical discourse with a group of editors in which he discussed possibilities and probabilities and different delegate counts, and admitted, I think that we all have admitted that Humphrey is the front runner. But he did not amount to any statement of concession. He doesn't concede, and he intends to go on. He doesn't concede anything. He hasn't conceded anything since he first went to New Hampshire.
He will be in it at least to the first ballot, then, or didn't he say?
He intends to continue his fight for this nomination as he has fought for it for almost a year.
Isn't this a little embarrassing? Doesn't it get a little bit like Senator Goldwater 4 years ago, constantly explaining and re-explaining and saying he was misquoted?
Well, he didn't say he was misquoted. He said he didn't concede, and I don't think he did.
Are you convinced?
The statement that Senator McCarthy conceded, the word was not in quotation marks in the story that I saw. That was obviously an editorial interpretation of what he said.
Are you convinced in your own mind that he'll be in it at least to the first ballot?
I think Senator McCarthy will be nominated and go on to the end.
Doesn't this make it a bit awkward for those of you who are working for him, though, to have to explain his position?
Well, I think you have these flurries about every 34 minutes in a convention, and they come and they go, and I suppose in about a half an hour we'll have another news story we have to explain. I think it happens on all sides.
How would you assess now the chances of stopping Hubert Humphrey on the first ballot?
I think they're better than 50%.
How would you assess the chances of amending the Vietnam plank?
I think we have a very good chance of winning that fight. We don't have a count on that because we haven't been doing it, but I think that there's a lot of sentiment for that.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin, of the McCarthy staff, denying firmly that Senator McCarthy has conceded. Now to Frank McGee.
I'm with Senator Joseph Clark of Pennsylvania. And Senator, I understand that there's a deep split in this delegation on what to do about this Vietnam plank, the majority-minority reports. Where does it stand?
Well, I would think that was likely. I haven't made any nose count, but my guess would be that since the delegation is overwhelmingly in support of Hubert Humphrey, and since he and President Johnson are strongly opposed to minority plank, our delegation will vote rather overwhelmingly in opposition to the minority report, which in my opinion is a great mistake and may well cost us the election.
Well, Senator, some of the delegates here on the floor who favor Mr. Humphrey for the nomination say that they want to vote for the minority plank as really a means of doing him a favor, giving him a better platform to run on. Is there any talk like that in the Pennsylvania delegation?
Well, that would be my view. There's been a gesture letting people vote the way they want without imposing any organization discipline. I don't want to prognosticate because I don't know what's going to happen. It just seems to me more likely than not that we will do again what we've done before and support the Humphrey point of view as he sees it.
Do you think with this kind of a platform and with this kind of a candidate, Senator Clark, that the Democrats can win in November against the opposition they're known to have now?
I think we can. I think we're making it hard for ourselves.
And how could you make it easier in your view?
Well, by nominating either Senator McGovern or Senator McCarthy or Senator Kennedy, and by taking the peace point of view on this platform plank. But let's face it, this is the view of one United States senator, and I don't find much support in my own delegation.
You mentioned Senator Kennedy, as so many other people on the floor have tonight and last night, Senator Clark. Do you know of anything that would lead you to believe that he would accept the nomination?
No, but I don't know anything which would lead me to believe that he would decline it if there were a legitimate draft.
Well, this gets pretty speculative, but in the event...
Yes, and that's why I would much prefer not to speculate with you. I don't think you're doing a service to your listening public when you get into this guessing game. I'd much prefer not to give you any prognosis. First, because I haven't any that makes any sense. Secondly, because over the years, I've been a very bad prognosticator.
Well, thank you so much, sir. We will press you about speculation. Senator Clark of Pennsylvania, now back to Chet and David. Thank you, Senator.
Well, Senator Clark has a small point. Of course, he could have said he had no comment.
Wisconsin vote.
That usually stops a reporter.
No.
However, we are indeed keeping track of this rumor around here, and I think thus far it is a rumor, that Senator Kennedy's name is going to be offered nomination to this convention. And either as a presidential candidate or vice presidential candidate. It's a double-headed rumor at this point. So we'll keep track of it and try to just keep labeling it as a boom, a rumor, a report, and we don't know.
Well, there are some people on the convention floor who would like to see Kennedy nominated and who would like to vote for him. There's no question about that. It appears, as far as we can tell, there aren't enough, however, to do the job, particularly since he won't offer them any help. It's a valid story, and it's worth reporting as far as it appears. This roll call vote is on the permanent rules of this convention and presumably of the next one. There's a minority report. The original report called for abolishing the unit rule here in national conventions. A minority report put in by a group led by Governor Hughes of Iowa wants to abolish the unit rule everywhere, in state conventions and at all levels of the party. So, again, as we've said, a yes vote is a vote to abolish the unit rule throughout the party's affairs.
Down to the smallest meeting in the smallest schoolhouse in some rural district of, Montana.
Yes, if it's passed, it'll be a declaration by the Democratic Party that the unit rule can no longer be used in any party affairs anywhere.
California is recorded.
Yes. I have recorded the California vote as 173 yes and 1 not voting.
Madam Chairman, would you change that for California to 173 aye and 1 no?
I will make that change, sir. Connecticut, 44.
Connecticut, 9 yes, 30 no, absent 5.
The Connecticut vote
It's not only the unit rule they're voting on. There are other things, including, as we said, a requirement that delegates be chosen in the same year as the convention.
Florida?
Florida cast 52 votes no, 11 votes yes.
The Florida vote, 52 votes no, 11 yes. Georgia.
Georgia here?
43.
Georgia?
Georgia, 43 votes.
switch to it?
Regular Georgia Democrats. Regular
John
Georgia
Chancellor.
Democrats cast 18 and a half votes yes, 4 no.
John Chancellor has a report for us. John?
I'm standing here with former ambassador to Poland, John Gronowski, who is a member of the Humphrey organization here and who's been, as we say, working the floor for the administration plank on Vietnam. How many states have you visited?
Well, I've gone around to a good many of them, talked to some of the Humphrey people and getting their attitudes on the plank, and I find that some wish they were a little stronger, some wish they were a little weaker. There's a wide variety of opinion on it.
Well, do you think that this vote is going to go the way the votes we've seen on the various credentials challenges and some of the other things, or does this have a different character?
Well, I think it's got a character all its own. Actually, I don't think any of the previous votes will give you a test for this one.
Now, a number of people have come up to me on the floor, Mr. Ambassador, and asked me, they said, do you think that they're going to overturn the administration plank? So let me ask you.
Well, in the first place, let me make the point that this isn't the Humphrey plank, that this is a plank that has been developed by the platform committee, and some of the Humphrey people are strongly for it, some are not so strongly for it. There's a whole variety of opinion. I presume you have on the other side, although I don't have as close contact with the other side, I suppose you also have that kind of a difference of opinion. I don't think the vote on this plank will reflect the past votes that we've had on credentials and rules, nor do I think it will reflect the presidential nomination vote.
Mr. Gronowski, that sounds to me like you're taking out a little bit of an insurance policy there in case the administration might lose it.
Oh, I don't have any notion how the vote's going to go on it, but I'm not looking for an insurance policy. I think we're in very good shape in this nomination.
Now, in terms of this Vietnam plank, what you are and the administration has wanted and Hubert Humphrey has said he will stand for, the administration plank on Vietnam is going to come to a vote. Should it be overturned, there'll be a much softer plank calling for an immediate cessation of the bombing. You know that as well as I do, sir. Could Hubert Humphrey live with that minority plank? Could he campaign on it? And from your point of view as a citizen of Wisconsin, might he be happier with it in the North?
Well, in the first place, I'm not going to predict what is going to happen, whether or not the platform plank is adopted or what some other one might look at like. Essentially, Hubert Humphrey can live with a plank, I'm sure. Certainly I can, that aims, as this one does, and as a variety of others might, toward establishing a peace in Vietnam. I think, after all of the major candidates are aiming at the same basic objective, to find peace in Vietnam. There's some differences on just how is best to achieve this end. But I don't think there's any difference in objective, and I think there are wide and basic areas of agreement.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Former Ambassador to Poland, John Gronowski, now a Humphrey organizer here on the floor, talking about
Explained to us, Senator Hart went before the chair and secured permission to offer the amendment, but we understand the amendment can be offered, but that there'll be no debate on it, an immediate voice vote. We feel the delegations need time to think about this compromise amendment in order to vote properly.
And why do you think this compromise amendment has so much appeal?
Because in our delegation, we have taken a vote, and our entire delegation unanimously supports this, both McCarthy, Humphrey, McGovern, and Kennedy people.
Now, I want to repeat again so that we don't get confused on this, what distinguishes this amendment from the majority and the minority report. You're trying to bridge the difference about whether a bombing halt should be called with or without restraint on the part of Vietnam. And the way you have it is, yes, a bombing halt in the expectation of restraint and reasonable response from Hanoi. Is that correct?
It is correct, sir. We feel this will bridge the gap and create the kind of unity it created in the Michigan delegation. For the first time since we've come to this convention, we've had unity in our delegation on at least one item.
Are you finding it difficult to explain this to the other delegations here on the floor under the circumstances and given the limited time you have?
Yes. Their first problem has been they've been fretting over whether or not this would come up in advance of the minority report. However, we've assured them that as we understand the rules, the minority report will be voted on first, and we suspect that it will probably be voted down. In the eventuality that it will be, then this amendment will next be offered, and we think will help to bridge that gap if we can get the amendment over.
I see. Thank you very much, Mr. Gene Kuthi of the Michigan delegation. Back to Chet and David.
So the anticipation is that in this argument and debate over the Vietnam plank and the platform, the English language may get a workout here before the evening is over, and some strains may be put upon it. Now we're down to the injection of a word in the expectation of some reciprocal act or sign from Hanoi. And sometimes words have a way of taming a warlike fever in opposing people and solving some problems.
26 votes yes.
It would appear as of this moment that the yes vote or the minority or the amendment to the permanent rules is pretty close to being carried.
Is New Jersey ready?
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
New Jersey votes 61 no, 21 yes.
The New Jersey vote, 61 votes no, 21 votes yes.
A moment ago, you heard
Ohio?
John Chancellor ask former Ambassador Gronowski
down. They're still in caucus. We must
if the
pass.
so-called dove plank in the platform should be carried. Would that be an embarrassment to Vice President Humphrey? Could he run on such a plank? There are some delegates in this convention who have the notion that it might help the Vice President out of a very impossible situation. In other words, he could always say, well, the convention wrote a peace plank. I had nothing to do with it. And it might make it very difficult for him to find words on which he could comfortably stand. But nevertheless, it would in one way solve his problem.
They want to give Humphrey a plank that because of his ties to President Johnson, he is unable to get himself.
Yes.
The current roll call, again, is on an amendment to the permanent rules of this and presumably future conventions to outlaw completely the use of the unit rule in all Democratic Party affairs at the National Convention and at state, local meetings, conventions, caucuses of all kinds, to require that all delegates to the National Convention be chosen in the same year as the convention, so they will more accurately reflect public opinion at the time of the convention. Some delegates here were chosen as long as 2 years ago, when in some areas, including the war, public opinion was somewhat different from what it is now. This originated with a committee led by Governor Hughes of Iowa.
Delegation to guide them to a caucus room.
Are you through with this call?
No. There's 7 states that are still.
Well, I mean, are you let me do that.
New Hampshire,
ladies and gentlemen,
trying to be
may I have your
recognized,
attention
but failed.
For an announcement that is important to the proceedings of this convention. Under the rules of this convention and of the House of Representatives, nothing but a point of order can interrupt a roll call until the roll call is finished. And it would be a bad precedent not to follow that rule. However, to expedite the business, we can suspend the rules by unanimous consent request. And the chair requests unanimous consent that we postpone the consideration of this roll call until the other minority report is returned to and finish this roll call after the call of the roll on the next minority report. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the next... Is there objection? Then the chair hears no objection. The chair cannot interpret that kind of sound. The chair hears no objection, and it is so ordered. Chairman, the minority report, which has next been submitted, will be read by Mr. James Hunt, the delegate from North Carolina.
Sandy Van Ocker has a report on the floor. Sandy?
Yes, I'm down here with Mr. Stanley Lowell of the New York delegation. The chairman, John Burns, has just sat down. I'm with the midst of all the no's down there. Can you tell me, Mr. Lowell, what has been going on?
We support the position which we think won here, requiring the Democratic Party to open itself up in 1972 to everyone who wants to come into the Democratic Party.
Well, look, just before we went on, Mr. Gene Foley, who is a representative of Vice President Humphrey, and you're a Humphrey man, came over and wanted you to do something. You didn't want to do it. What was it all about?
The point is, we had a caucus this afternoon, and we voted unanimously to support the position which just won. And all of the delegates were not present at that time. Nevertheless, we felt very strongly.
Gene Foley just told me, I get it. Gene, I'm Joe Krang, and I was a member of the Rules Committee, and I presented this minority report. And Gene Foley, who was a coordinator for the Vice President Humphrey, said, we'll go along with this. So I'm sure now we won.
I don't understand. Who's going along with what?
With the minority report. The people who are supporting the candidacy of Senator McCarthy, I know, and as well as Senator McGovern, and also the supporters of Vice President Humphrey are indicating their support for this minority report.
What I don't understand is why would the Humphrey people, having come out against the unit rule, why would they now want to postpone any decision on this which abolishes the unit rule?
See, in 1970...
This is the chairman, John Burns.
The chair ignored the state of New York. We were waving our banner, we were screaming, howling no, and he just ignored us, that's all.
Well, that's different, John. What we're talking about here is this, that the President Majority Report only pertains to the convention itself in this year. Now, the Minority Report does this, that in the call in 1972, it will be included at the unit rule but not be used at any level. That includes the precinct, the county, the congressional level, not just the state level. And that's the minority of, on the committee thought. It's very important to ensure that the people at a smaller level are able to vote their conscience.
Well, listen, when I don't open the party up the way we think it should be opened up.
Mr. Lowe, you can tell me, when you say they, who do you mean? Who does Mr. Foley talk to? Who is they? Who runs all this?
Well, he's our contact up with the coordinating operation which is going on. But we took a position here in New York. We're for Humphrey, but we still support the minority position. Joe Krankel was on the Rules Committee. He represented us, and we're for this position.
Well, if Mr. Foley says it's okay, what does the chair now say?
I don't know about that. I didn't hear what the chair said.
I didn't hear what the chair said, but we're sticking by our position.
All that matters is what our delegates say. That's what matters, and our delegates have cast their vote.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, the New York delegation. This is Sander Van Ocker, where the noes have it. Now to John Chancellor.
And I'm standing not far from the New York delegation with Paul O'Dwyer, the Democratic Party candidate for senator in New York State, who was elected, to some people's surprise, Mr. O'Dwyer, I'm sure not to yours, in a kind of a McCarthy landslide there. We heard them all shouting there a minute or two ago, we want Teddy, we want Teddy. Is that any surprise to you as a New York delegate?
Not really. I've seen a lot of sentiment for Ted Kennedy around here for the last several days, and today I saw a number of the associates of former Senator Kennedy, Senator Robert Kennedy, here at the convention hall. And of course there's a great deal of rumor with respect to it because of the fact that people really here want somebody other than Mr. Humphrey. And Mr. Humphrey seems to have the most of the votes. Now, there comes a time when, of course, each one begins to assess his strength. At this point, I think it's clear that Senator McCarthy cannot get a win on the first ballot, and then it remains to be seen whether or not Vice President Humphrey can. There are so many uncommitted delegates here. I've never seen quite this number at this point. And I think the sense of the gathering here seems to be that if Senator Kennedy were brought in, it would at least stop Vice President Humphrey on the first ballot, and undoubtedly would possibly arrive at a ultimate decision in favor of Senator Kennedy. And so far as the McCarthy delegates are concerned, I'm sure that they would, most of them in any event, would stay as they are. But
if this went to the first or second ballot and Senator McCarthy was not improving his position, there does come a time for realization of what must be done.
Mr. O'Dwyer, I'd like to have you recall your words, which seems to me to indicate a shift in position for you. You say you do not believe that Senator McCarthy now can win a victory in this convention on the first ballot.
I think that's about right. Neither do I think that Vice President Humphrey can. It would seem to me that the vote would be more likely to be 850 for Humphrey and about 615, 620 for Senator McCarthy, leaving a vast number of these, almost half of the delegates, uncommitted. That's what it looks like at this point.
You realize that you're taking a position that is disputed by an awful lot of other people on the floor, that you're cutting Senator Humphrey's tallied support by his own people and some others about in half. Now, can you get it down that far?
I know. There's been they have created a kind of a credibility gap in this situation. I may tell you that 2 weeks ago, Mr. Humphrey said he had 1,800 votes. The following day, Larry O'Brien said he had 1,400 votes. 2 days after that, the Associated Press said he had 839 votes. And I wouldn't pay the slightest bit of attention to these estimated. They've attempted to create a bandwagon support for from Vice President Humphrey here right along, and it just hasn't happened.
Well, the figure now is about over 1,595 by the Humphrey force's estimate, and you think that's very low?
I think 1,585 is altogether too high. I don't think they can get anywhere near that. And I may tell you that they're fighting so hard for every racist vote in this convention hall that I doubt very much if they would go to that extreme and tarnish themselves in that fashion if they were indeed assured of a 1,500 votes.
Thank you very much. Paul O'Dwyer, the Democratic candidate for the Senator of New York, closely associated with Senator McCarthy, whom he now does not believe can win here on the first ballot. And now to Edwin Newman.
I am also with a close associate of Senator McCarthy, Professor John Kenneth Galbraith. Professor Galbraith, I'd like to discuss the Vietnam plank and the platform. Do you think that this convention could arrive at a Vietnam plank that could unite the party?
Well, I would be very much afraid of a plank that, fuzzed up the issue. Either one is for getting out of this miserable war, or one's for staying in. And one can't compromise those two positions. Those of us who have been supporting Senator McCarthy and supporting him very strongly on the war issue, we've all reached the conclusion that this war was a hideous miscalculation, and we don't want to bust that issue up. We want a policy that gets us out of the war and on which our people can win.
Well, you think that the plank that has been put in by the committee, what we could call the majority plank, would not do that, would not be acceptable?
There's no chance that that would be acceptable to those of us who have been fighting this, been in opposition to this foolish war now for years. We have the support of the majority of the American people in opposition to the war, and we're going to do our very best to see this carried through the convention.
How do you know you have the support of the majority, Professor Galbraith?
There is no politician in this whole hall who wants to run for office on supporting the Vietnam policy. The best that you will ever get out of anybody here is the statement, well, we got into it through a series of mistakes, and somehow or other we have to live with those mistakes.
Now, if the majority of the American people are with you, why will this convention apparently not accept your position?
The majority of the American people the majority of the Democratic Party would prefer Gene McCarthy. This is the problem that we've been doing both in the Vietnam plank and with McCarthy. We've been seeking to bring the leaders of the Democratic Party abreast of the rank and file. We've been engaged in a kind of educational program in reverse. We've been trying to see that we've been trying to see if it's possible to bring the delegates here up to the level of the people who have supported them in political acumen.
Professor Galbraith, there's been a lot of talk around this convention about the possibility of Senator Edward Kennedy going on the ticket either for the presidency or the vice presidency. Does that make any sense to you?
Oh, I can't see any reason why Senator Kennedy would want to be vice president. Why should he use his name to lend strength to other candidates. There is certainly a lot of sentiment that favors Edward Kennedy. Would look favorably on Edward Kennedy as president. For myself, I have long been a supporter of Senator McCarthy, and of course I'm still with him.
Would you be surprised if Senator Kennedy emerged as a candidate for the president?
I would be surprised. I wouldn't be terribly distressed. But as I say, I'm a supporter of Senator McCarthy. I've used a phrase all day today that isn't very elegant. One shouldn't change his presidential candidates the way some people change their underwear.
Thank you, Professor Galbraith. Edward Newman on the floor. Now to Chet and David.
Another motion has been presented to the convention, another amendment actually, to the permanent rules of the convention. And this second amendment is in two parts. The main thrust of it would provide that the Young Democrats, the Young Democratic Organization, would have representation on the National Democratic Committee. And the second part of it merely clarifies the terms of office of the National Committee man and the National Committee woman and provides machinery for their replacement if they should drop out. Down to John Chancellor.
I'm standing in the Minnesota delegation with Representative Don Fraser. Representative Fraser, you're going to be one of the speakers in favor of the minority, supporting the minority plank on Vietnam tonight, are you not?
That's right.
There are, I guess, about 8 of you or 10 of you I have on the list. Perhaps not all of you will speak, but how do you sort this out among yourselves as to who says what?
We don't have any agreement to divide up the subject matter. I think it's a matter of each of us giving his or her own point of view on the minority plank, why we think it's superior to the majority plank in the platform.
And why do you think it is superior? Do you think you can seize this convention with these arguments?
I don't expect the vote to be much different than it has been on some of the other issues that have taken place here, but some of us who've been in the Congress are acutely aware of the fact that we've let issues of this kind, or I should say the Vietnam issue, go along without being challenged, and I don't think that we want to default here at the convention. This is a major issue. It's the one that divides the country most clearly, and we think we've got to make our point of view known. My concern about the majority plank is that it appears to be a reaffirmation of our original goals in Vietnam. It looks as though we're saying, in effect, that we're going to keep right on fighting in Vietnam until we get the results that we started out to get 4 or 5 years ago. And it seems to me that we've learned something in these years, and we ought to express that learning through a different kind of resolution.
And that's what you'll be doing tonight. Yes. I hope your voice holds up, Representative.
Thank you very much.
Representative Don Fraser, a little bit hoarse, hoping his voice holds up for the speaking he'll have to do later tonight. Now to Chet and David.
He may have to do a lot of it, along with all the other Democrats. We'll be back for that and all the rest of it. Now a message from Gulf. There are 3 things going on, 3 developments going on simultaneously in the convention hall. From the rostrum, and by way of vote when they get to it, there is a motion being offered to change another aspect of the party's rules. It is essentially something of a youth movement. The idea is to change the rules to require that the Democratic National Committee, which is a coast-to-coast organization, has now it has 2 members in each state, or 100, to require that the Democratic National Committee include in its membership the head of the Young Democratic Organization in every state. Also to include the state party chairman on the National Committee. That would expand it would double the membership of the Democratic National Committee from 100 to 200. The main idea here being to attract younger people into the higher councils of the party, policy making, to attract their interest, their activity, and their help. And it'll be put to a vote sometime soon.
David, it has probably occurred to you, after attending a few Democratic conventions, you finally begin to understand why parliamentary procedure was invented, huh?
Well, the parliamentary procedure is observed from the rostrum. On the floor, however, in a totally unparliamentary way, there are two other things going on. There are discussions back and forth among the delegations and their leaders about what to do on the Vietnam plank when it comes up later this evening. That's the second development in the hall. And there is a political maneuver going back and forth among the various candidates and their various friends and enemies about trading, maneuvering, backing, and filling in relation to Senator Edward Kennedy of Massachusetts. So, as I say, they observe the parliamentary rules from the rostrum and totally ignore them on the floor. And those three things are happening, and we're trying as best we can to keep up with all three of them more or less simultaneously. Now, which of the three are we going to keep up with now?
Meanwhile, Senator Muskie of Maine is waiting, we understand, in what they call the torture room behind the rostrum, waiting for Congressman Hale Boggs, chairman of the Platform Committee, to present the majority report of the committee. Senator Muskie's role is the highly volatile assignment to defend the Vietnam recommendations of the majority group, otherwise referred to as the Humphrey position. Remember, we still have a roll call to finish here, ultimately, on the first motion to change the permanent rules. And New York has caused a delay on the conclusion of that roll call. We'll ultimately come back to it. But meantime, the second motion is being debated and presented. We are receiving reports here from delegation after delegation, from our 50 delegation reporters. We have a man assigned to each one. And these reports are coming in from virtually every delegation in this convention hall, indicating and revealing that there is a split in every one of these delegations, I believe without failure, on the Vietnam plank of the platform. So again, this bears out what we've been predicting most of the evening, that the vote on that one could be very close. It's volatile, and there is no telling at this point which way it's going to go. Also, meantime, in downtown Chicago, a group of clergymen styling themselves the Lincoln Park ministers asked the police tonight for the right to hold a prayer meeting or a prayer service in Lincoln Park at 11 o'clock. The police denied the request. The clergymen said they would hold the service anyway. They had reason to believe a number of people who had been taking part in demonstrations there in the park early in the week wanted to attend. And so the stage was set for another confrontation between police and people in the park. And we'll have further advice on that.
The clergymen might get along better if they promised not to allow any television cameramen anywhere near, or newspaper reporters. 14 of them have been beaten in the last 2 days in covering these goings-on around Chicago. Let's see. We are now hearing one speech against this rules change to include young Democrats in the National Committee, and the reason given is that they already have a lot of young people. Want as many as they can get. They already have a great many, and there's no need to change the rules. So, shall I say, somewhat academic argument. There are, the National Committee now consists in each state of one man who's a National Committeeman, one woman, the National Committee woman. They want to add to that the state party chairman, and again, as we said, the head of the Young Democrats in that state, expanding it from 2 to 4 in each state, and expanding the entire committee from 100 to 200. We'll be back after a word from Gulf.
Let me see if I can establish our position in this parliamentary wilderness. Another roll of the states is now being conducted, and this vote is on the second motion to amend the permanent rules of the Democratic Party. And this second motion, the one that's being voted on now, would provide for young Democrats participate.
And one half votes no.
Oh, wait a minute.
And one
Oh, yes. Well, here we are. We have now picked up. We have gone back to the first roll call. We are finishing the first roll call.
96 votes.
And that one has to do with the elimination of the unit rule. and at all levels of the Democratic Party throughout the country. That is going to be in conflict, by the way, if it carries, with state laws. So state laws may have to be repealed or amended. New ones have to be passed, or this rule simply will not qualify in some states. There's going to be a conflict there in some cases, and that's why there is some considerable opposition against this one. But here we are, we're picking up now on the first roll call and trying to conclude
change. There's the count as you see it.
There were 42 and
1,200 to change and about 1,000 not to. There aren't any state laws on unit rules. The state laws cover the selection of delegates. This change would require that delegates be chosen in the same year as the convention. In some states, the selection procedure is prescribed by law, and to abide by this rule, they'll have to get the law changed.
Montana passes. Ohio, 115.
It's,
Mr. Chairman, Ohio casts 23 votes for the minority report.
That does it.
I'm very sorry. Could we...
Mr. Chairman, Ohio casts 23 votes for the minority report, 92 votes against the minority.
The motion has been carried.
Ohio.
What its consequences are going to be in the next 4 years, we'll just have to see.
92 votes no.
To John Chancellor.
The state of Washington, 47 votes.
I think I heard my name. Thank you. I'm standing here with Mr. David Ginsburg. Mr. Ginsburg, let the camera have a look at you because you're an important man and I don't think you've been seen enough. Mr. Ginsburg was Hubert Humphrey's liaison man to the Platform Committee and therefore is the man who put the words on the paper that represented the Vice President's view on the Vietnam plank we'll be discussing tonight. Mr. Ginsburg, having written that and submitted it to the committee, how did it look to you when the committee finally rewrote it or worked it around in its own way? Were there many changes?
There were a good many changes, but I should explain to begin with that what in fact happened was that there was a wide area of agreement to begin with. And these issues were discussed first in principle. And then the committee staff undertook to put its words down, and we undertook to put our words down, and then drafts were exchanged between us.
Now, I know it's difficult to quantify these things, but is there 60 or 80% of Hubert Humphrey and 20% of the committee in this final version?
Well, you speak of 60 or 80% of Hubert Humphrey, when in fact what was really done was to take into account, or try to take into account, so far as we were able, the views of a good many other people. Indeed, many of the witnesses that appeared before the Platform Committee. We took into account the views that were proposed by, for example, by Senator Muskie. We sought to take into account, so far as we could, the ideas that were dealt with by Senator Edward M. Kennedy in his address. We took into account a great many views, including, of course, the views of the President and the Vice President.
The minority plank, which will be debated here tonight on the Vietnam question, seems to embrace rather fully the views of Senator Edward Kennedy as he outlined in his Worcester, Massachusetts speech. How do you respond to the criticism that's made, Mr. Ginsburg, that the majority plank on Vietnam looks only backward to justify what's been done, and the minority plank looks forward to tell what ought to be done? You are aware, as aware as I am, of that criticism.
I understand the criticism, and it has nothing to do, if I may say so, with the truth. The reality is that there is a very detailed procedure set forth in the majority plank, a very carefully considered procedure, which was worked over in great detail and at length first by the Humphrey people and others, secondly by the Platform Committee. It called on ideas from a wide variety of sources, and we feel that it's a basically very sound and very responsible plank, and we hope very much that this convention will endorse it.
Was there any passing back and forth of this? Did you have to do, say, 2 drafts or more than 2 drafts before it was finally settled?
The procedure was more simple and more complicated. What in fact happened is that we were sitting almost in continuous session once we began the consideration of this plank. We proposed a draft. It was considered on by the committee staff and by Mr. Boggs. There were ideas exchanged back and forth. We wrote and rewrote, prepared memoranda explaining each point. And it was only at the end of this rather long process, detailed process, that the plank was brought by Mr. Boggs in his form, not in the form that we submitted it, in his form to the committee.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ginsburg. It's a pleasure to put you on. You're one of the men we like to find down here. Thank you. That is Mr. David Ginsburg, who more than probably any other man had to do with this Humphrey position tonight. Now here's Frank McGee.
I have with me in the Massachusetts delegation Mr. Bob Quinn, who is Speaker of the Massachusetts House of Representatives. And Mr. Quinn, I understand that you spoke by phone with Senator Edward Kennedy about dinner time this evening. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. McGee.
Can you please tell me what you talked about?
Well, we talked generally about the progress of the convention. Several of us have been in touch with Senator Kennedy during this convention time. And the senator was extremely pleased at the reports he had been receiving and the reports I had mentioned of so many people and so many other of the delegations here who had asked to be remembered to him, who had expressed their great enthusiasm for him, and who remembered him from the past campaigns.
But Mr. Quinn, other than being pleased, what did he say?
He said that this was a great satisfaction to him and pleased him exceedingly. He felt, however, at that time that he would abide by his remarks at Holy Cross College last week, and yet he was also insistent, included in those remarks, that he was going to continue in public service, picking up the fallen standard of his three brothers.
You verbally underscored the word that he would stick with his position expressed at that time. Has there been a change in his position? What I'm trying to get at, is there some way that we can either put these rumors to rest one way or the other? Would he accept a draft or would he not?
I cannot say anything, I'm afraid, that would put the rumors to rest in this conversation now. And I could not acquire anything from that conversation. The purpose of the conversation was not that. Certainly the purpose was not to continue any more rumors, but simply to keep the senator posted on what was going on in this convention and what the attitude of his own delegates are here in the Massachusetts group.
Let me press you just a little bit harder. Does the senator want the rumors put at rest, and are the rumors being put at rest?
Well, we didn't discuss putting any rumors to rest. It is a fact, however, that I have polled our own delegation relative to the minority report on the platform committee concerning the Vietnam position, which is substantially what Senator Kennedy enunciated last week at Worcester, Massachusetts. The vote in our own delegation was approximately 4-1 in favor of the senator's position.
You certainly understand, Mr. Quinn, that the overriding question of this hour, this convention, is whether the senator would or would not accept a draft, or whether he would or would not consider the nomination under any circumstances. And is there anything that you can tell me that can put this to rest one way or the other at this time?
I can only hearken back to the senator's remarks at Worcester when he said he was going to continue his devotion to public service in the United States of America. And I think if the insistence was that great, that the senator would answer the call to public service whenever and wherever it might take place.
When, if all, will he come to Chicago?
I have no information on that at this time.
Didn't discuss that with him?
No, we did not discuss that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. McGee.
Been talking with Mr. Bob Quinn of the Massachusetts delegation. Now here is Edwin Newman.
Good job.
I'm standing at the Georgia Standard, I guess I should say, now with representatives of the two delegations that now share the Georgia votes, and incidentally also are now sitting in the same place in the hall for the first time. How has this finally worked out? Mr. Dinkley, you're a member of the regular delegation. How has
Yes,
it worked
Mr.
out?
Newman, but we still have a regular delegation which must be clearly understood that we are here as a voting group this morning, and we caucused on. And we decided, as we were asked, would we stay or did we want to leave? We chose to stay as a regular Georgia delegation. We have not varied from that one bit. We are voting as we were told, 20 1/2 votes and 2 of our national committeemen's votes. We're voting every time separately, and that's all we know to do.
You're voting separately, but you're seated in the same areas.
The areas are seated the same, and it's compatible seating as far as we're concerned.
Mr. Bond, how did this work out? Julian Bond, the head of the challenging delegation.
Well, I think Mr. Dinkler's put it very well. There are two groups here. They're casting two separate blocks of votes. They're not blocks of votes because we're not bound by unit rules, and the other group's not, and we've just done away with it here. It's exactly as he said. There are two groups here. They're casting their votes separately. They may agree on issues, and you may find that you get 20.5 votes from this group and 20.5 votes from this group, and they agree. But
is there any possibility that this could mean some kind of cooperation in the future?
Well, it may not. I think that would have to be up to some further discussion among all of us.
Is there going to be such discussion?
We caucus as the regular Georgia delegation at 11 a.m. each morning at our headquarters, Hyatt House, and for instructions, and we poll and we vote democratically, and we are told and we ask our majority how they want us to go. And that's all we can do from one moment to the next by keeping up as a regular Georgia delegation.
How would you describe this situation as an armistice?
Well, I don't know how to describe it, except as Mr. Dinkler said, there are two groups here. They vote separately. They may vote together. That is, they may vote the same way on some issue, and they may vote differently on some issue.
Is there a degree of goodwill, would you say?
Well, I think people on my side are filled with goodwill toward all the world.
Mr. Newman, I can say that we are gentlemen in Georgia, ladies and gentlemen. We're conducting ourselves that way, and I hope we'll always have dignity. We have abided by the credentials report. This is something that we did not come up here for. In 100 and some odd years of the Democratic Party, it's never happened. But it did happen, and here we are accepting what has happened.
Thank you, Mr. Dinkler. Thank you, Mr. Bond. This is Edwin Newman. Now here's Floyd Calvert.
I didn't know what it was.
We have here Senator George Smathers of Florida. And Senator, I understand you have an announcement to make.
Well, only in furtherance of the announcement which I made last night. And last night I personally announced with the President, the Vice President, that I was expected to support him as enthusiastically and as strongly as I could and get our delegates to support him. Now, tomorrow, that wasn't official. That was at a cocktail party, so it couldn't be very official. But we're having our caucus and our delegation meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock. At which time we're going to make my withdrawal as a favorite son. And I would think now that all favorite sons ought to withdraw because it is a little boring to those people who have to watch. But in any event, I hope shortly thereafter to be able to tell the Vice President that we have exactly some 57 votes to add to his ever-growing total, and that he will be the next nominee of the Democratic Party for president.
Senator Smathers, there's been a lot of talk tonight about a possibility of a draft, more talk about a draft Teddy Kennedy movement. Have you heard anything about that tonight?
I have heard a great deal about it from just about every corner, and it would seem to me the time has come that the friends of Teddy Kennedy would let Teddy Kennedy make his own decision with respect to what he ought to do. He has stated in every way a man could possibly state that he does not wish to be drafted, that he does not want to run this year, and it seems to me that that should be respected. I don't know of any man who has been through more anguish than Teddy Kennedy. He will be president of the United States in 4 years or 8 years for an absolute certainty, and he'll be a great president. But this is a very difficult year for him, and I would hope that those who continue to put his name up would examine their own conscience to see that they're not doing this for the purpose of getting for themselves some advantage, and honor and respect the feelings of Teddy Kennedy when he says, I do not want to run.
Senator, are you among those who seem to think that they absolutely have to have a Kennedy on the ticket this year?
No, sir, I do not. I don't question the fact that Teddy Kennedy would be an addition to this ticket or any ticket for that matter. And Teddy Kennedy's time will come, and this is, as I say earlier, a very difficult time for Teddy. But we can put together, without Teddy this time, a very formidable ticket, and I think that we'll have an excellent chance of winning the election in November.
Senator, why all of a sudden tonight do you want to declare that you're no longer a favorite son, and that is it a jump on a bandwagon situation?
No, as a matter of fact, I stated this last night. I was the first favorite son to state this, and I did last night. I was merely asked tonight when we were going to make it totally official. And the official part of this comes tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Senator George Smathers. Now back to Chet and David in a bit.
Thank you. They are finishing up the final details of one roll call that is already decided. That's on the unit rule, and they voted to do away with it. There will be one more, I think, on the question we've already discussed of adding young Democrats to the membership of the National Committee. One more roll call. And then we'll get to the Vietnam plank in the platform. And we'll be back after this message from Gulf. Strains of the organ playing a song called Just a Love Nest, cozy and warm, played for a room full of milling, fighting Democrats. Chet?
Now, a report from downtown. There is a fairly large demonstration in the making in front of the Hilton Hotel. A crowd of about 500 people is now across the street from the Hilton, and another crowd of equal size is only a few blocks away, moving toward the hotel. As in past days, the demonstrators are a mixture of anti-war people and the yippies. Now, here's another one. There are about 1,000 demonstrators now moving down toward Chicago, and among them are members of anti-war groups. Some of them have said they may try to walk to the amphitheater tonight. Others have said they'll return to Lincoln Park and join the clergymen who plan to have a prayer service there later tonight, even though police have denied them a permit to do so.
Gabe Pressman of NBC has a report for us, which was delayed a little bit because we couldn't make a live switch. We've explained before, because of the telephone strike, we're limited somewhat in our facilities, and so this is on videotape. A report from NBC's Gabe Pressman.
Darkened building, the Standard Club in Chicago's financial district. Mysterious meetings have been taking place tonight. Stephen Smith, brother-in-law of Senator Edward Kennedy, has been holding a series of conferences with political figures. It's difficult to find out exactly what's been going on. Minutes after the NBC mobile unit arrived here, doormen locked the front doors of this exclusive club. We do know this: Smith's car and chauffeur are still here. Earlier, Senator McCarthy reportedly paid a visit. Jess Unruh of California also reported to have been here, as was Senator Abe Ribicoff of Connecticut, one of the first men to nominate or to support Jack Kennedy for president. Earlier today, Smith told newsmen in Chicago that Teddy Kennedy's name, if it were placed in nomination, would be withdrawn. But still, the series of conferences has continued. One theory held by some die-hard draft Kennedy men is that while the senator has rejected being nominated, delegates could still vote for him. This would fit one definition of an honest draft. Steve Smith has long been the engineer, the political engineer of the Kennedy family. We phoned Mr. Smith's room from a nearby bar a few minutes ago. A voice asked who wants to speak with him. We told him, and the voice said Mr. Smith isn't here, and hung up. But Mr. Smith's car and chauffeur are still here. Gabe Pressman, NBC News, at Chicago's Standard Club.
An idea has just occurred to me. If there's an inventor out there, anywhere, listening, who can discover a way to tabulate and record or otherwise poll these delegations on the floor of a convention quickly and accurately, he can do very well for himself. He only gets his royalties every 4 years, I hear in my ear, but it still probably would be of considerable value to both of these political parties. This convention now has lost, I would gather, at least 3.5, possibly 4 hours waiting for delegations to go to a caucus room, argue, fight a while, then poll themselves and come back in and tell the convention what has been decided. Meantime, we have been listening to the pipe organ and the orchestra play what Blue Room and assorted melody.
Over this scene of conflict and confusion, they were playing a song called Love Nest. Why can't they print a little ballot with each delegate's name on it? Each delegation, pass it around, let each one vote yes or no, and then the chairman counts it and says it into the microphone. How about that? You want to pay me for that? You're passing out all these royalties. As we have said, they aren't really doing anything here at the moment except tying up some little strings that, for parliamentary reasons, need to be tied up. And each delegation, of course, wants to be recorded as having had its say. But they're having their say on a question that was decided, what, 45 minutes ago, an hour ago? Something like that. The question of what to do about the unit rule. It's already been decided that the unit rule in party affairs will be eliminated. They've already voted that. But some delegations, as Chet said, went off the floor to caucus, poll the members, and come back. And in addition to the caucusing and polling, the sheer physical job of moving in and moving out is difficult, partly because of the aisles and the crowds and the pushing and the shoving, partly because it is necessary to go through a rather complicated routine with credentials each time you leave the floor and each time you come back. I won't attempt to explain it. I think I understand it, but I'm not sure enough to try to explain it. But it involves putting the credential into a slot, and a colored light comes on, and if it's the right color, they let you pass, and if it's not, they won't.
In any event, it almost locked It almost locked the Speaker of the House of Representatives outside the hall last night. It didn't work.
Well, he went to the wrong door. I was going into something in Washington one time. Speaker John McCormick was just ahead of me, and they had a guard, watchman, or somebody on the door who didn't recognize him. McCormick got furious, turned around and left. There is the credentials machine. It looks like a dispenser of souvenirs and novelties, but it's a little machine, electronic. You slide your ticket into it. There it is. And if a green light comes on, that's a green light, they let you through. If there's something wrong with the credential, a red light comes on, and
you drop into
they
a
pull
pit.
you aside, and yes, you fall into a pit 12 stories down. There was a man on the floor yesterday trying to burn his credential. Had he done so, he would have had to spend the rest of his life in the convention hall, because you need the credential to get out. It's like Uncle Charlie on the MTA. You remember? They raised the fare while he was on the subway, and he didn't have a nickel to get off. Anyway, that's why it takes so long to transact any business here in the hall. And what did you estimate? 3 hours lost this evening by waiting for delegations to come and go and
lumping the 2 nights together and getting a grand total of at least 4 hours. Here's sort of an inside story on the New Hampshire delegation. NBC's George Wilson reports this. The man who represented the Johnson administration in its first head-on clash with Senator Eugene McCarthy, that's Governor John King of New Hampshire, tonight praised the Minnesota senator for his contribution to the party this year. As a result of the senator's stands, he has liberalized the positions of the vice president, and in the long run will have an effect on his positions on foreign affairs, said the governor. King, you recall, led an effort among regular party members in New Hampshire to win the state's primary for President Johnson on a write-in. And it was King who said McCarthy's election in the March primary would bring cheers in Hanoi. King's extreme hardline position on Vietnam is credited then with backfiring on pro-Johnson forces and boosting McCarthy. Well, King himself has revised his position on Vietnam, making that transformation this summer, calling for an end to the bombing of North Vietnam. So King says now McCarthy taught him a thing or two this year. All of us, myself included, failed to realize the feeling he created. His candidacy opened a dialogue in the party that has been very important. King, as you possibly detect from all of this, was badly embarrassed by the McCarthy showing in the New Hampshire primary, in which McCarthy captured 20 of the 24 delegate seats at issue. And I'm sure this is quite by coincidence, but it does happen that the New Hampshire delegation possibly has the worst position of any delegation in this entire convention. It is stuck away way back in a remote corner, and I am told from the New Hampshire position you can barely see one small arc of the speaker's platform.
You can see his arm when he waves.
There it is now. Our long lens can barely reach it. There is a conclusion of a vote occurring, and let me check to see what it is.
Madam Chairman, the Georgia Loyal National Democrats passed.
You passed. The Loyal Democrats of Georgia passed.
This is the new roll call. This is now the roll call on the second motion to change the permanent rules. This one involving the addition of young Democrats to the National Committee.
26 votes.
Young Democrats and state chairman.
Hawaii votes 26 no.
Hawaii votes 26
What'd you
no.
say?
Idaho 25.
Idaho cast 11 votes yes, 11 votes no, 3 votes abstain.
Idaho cast 11 votes yes, 11 votes no, and 3 abstaining. Illinois, 118 votes.
Illinois,
117 noes, 1 yes.
The Illinois vote, 117 no, 1 yes. Indiana, 63 votes.
Madam Chairman, Indiana cast 61 votes for the minority report, 2 votes against it.
The Indiana vote, 61 votes yes, 2 no. Iowa, 46.
Madam Chairman, Iowa passes.
Iowa passes. Kansas, 38.
Kansas votes 16 votes yes, 19 votes no, 3 votes absent.
The Kansas vote, 16 votes yes, 19 votes no, and 3 absent. Kentucky, 46.
Kentucky cast 43 votes, 43 and a half votes yes, 2 and a half votes no.
The Kentucky vote, 43 and 1/2 votes yes, 2 and 1/2 votes no. Louisiana, 36.
Madam Chairman, Louisiana cast 32 votes against the minority report, 4 votes for the minority report.
The Louisiana vote, 32 no, 4 yes. Maine, 27.
Madam Chairman, Maine votes 19 yes, 8 no.
Maine cast 19 votes yes, 8 no. Maryland, 49.
Maryland cast 48 votes yes, 1 no.
Maryland cast 48 votes yes, 1 no. Massachusetts, 72.
Madam Chairman, Massachusetts cast 24 yes.
The National Mobilization Committee to End the War in Vietnam told us today that it plans to march here on the convention hall Wednesday evening, with or without a parade permit from the city. It applied for a permit. So far as we know at the moment, it hasn't got it yet. And so they say they will march whether they get it or not. Dave Dellinger is the national chairman of the committee. And he said the city had given him a permit to assemble in Grant Park, which is downtown, but denied a permit to march from there to the convention hall and hold public hearings here on the amphitheater grounds. He said they will ask the city again, and then march whether they get it or not. We'll be back after a message from Gulf.
To many people in Watts, California, this building is a landmark. It's the Opportunities Industrialization Center.
Well, this roll call of the states is going on. It's continuing on behalf of the second motion to amend the permanent rules. Let's go to David Burrington with the McGovern headquarters.
We're in front of the McGovern headquarters. Senator McGovern has just now come out.
McGovern, do you have a statement, or will you answer a question?
No, I'll just answer a question.
What did you tell the delegates? What can you tell us?
Pardon?
What did you tell the delegates?
Well, I just told the delegates we still needed help. If this convention's going to go beyond the first ballot, which has been my objective from the very beginning, we've got to pick up some additional delegate strength. I think we're doing that. My guess is that if we do as well in California as we expect, that we're well over the 300 mark now. So we've been making a lot of progress today.
You've been talking to delegates all day long. You must have a pretty good idea whether or not you and Senator McCarthy can actually keep Vice President Humphrey from winning it on the first ballot. Are you convinced of that now? Or?
I think a lot depends now on what the favored sons do. If the favored son candidates will hold on that first ballot, even a major part of them, it's going to go beyond the first ballot.
Do you think this convention may draft Senator Kennedy? Is it more likely now?
That won't happen. Senator Kennedy has made it perfectly clear that he will not accept the nomination in 1968.
Well, what is Stephen Smith doing at the Standard Club in this series of meetings?
Well, Steve Smith is a member of the New York delegation. He's here the same as other delegates. He's a very prominent and highly regarded member of the Democratic Party. And it's perfectly natural that he'd be talking to other delegates here at the convention.
Did you have a meeting? Senator, it would clarify things a great deal if Senator Kennedy would come out flatly and say that he simply would not accept the draft, is not interested in the nomination. Wouldn't you wish that he would do this?
I don't expect that, and I can't see how you're going to quiet these rumors at this convention. Senator Kennedy is a tremendously popular and highly regarded figure in this country. I share that view of him. I wouldn't be in this race at all if I had thought that he might have become a candidate, and I think he's made it perfectly clear that he is not going to be a candidate for national office in 1968.
And what about a draft, Senator? What about the possibility of a draft?
I'm not going to participate in any draft for anyone. I think the senator's wishes ought to be respected, and I'm certainly not joining in any draft movement.
Senator, the Southern favorite sons are giving way today. Doesn't this mean it's all over and that Hubert Humphrey will be the nominee?
I don't think it means it's all over. I think it means a setback for those of us that are trying to push the convention beyond the first ballot. If we lose all of these favorite sons, if they all come out for the vice president, why then, of course, everything's over. The ball game is ended.
Why do you think Conley did it today? Ellington did it today?
I have no idea.
Did you meet with Mr. Unruh and Mr. Smith and Senator McCarthy tonight? And if so, can you tell us anything about the meeting?
I did not. I had no such meeting today. My only contact with Mr. Unruh was the meeting before the California delegation this morning.
Well, have your people had any contacts today with Senator McCarthy or Senator Kennedy? Any secret contacts?
They have not. I've been trying to reach Senator McCarthy tonight just to talk with him on a personal matter, but I haven't been able to reach him.
Will it take a coalition to stop Mr. Humphrey at this time?
Well, there is an informal coalition. There's been no organized effort on the part of Senator McCarthy and I and others to stop the vice president. We're all in this to win, and whoever wins, of course, is going to stop everybody else. But there is no formal coalition for that purpose.
Now, there'll be a big platform fight on Vietnam. Would this mean that the vice president's nomination seems to be assured?
No, I don't think it means that at all. I think there are people who share the view of Senator McCarthy and me on the Vietnam issue. It does not necessarily mean that if we lose our fight on that issue that the vice president's won the nomination. There is a difference between people's choice of candidates and how they feel on the platform. So I wouldn't tie those two closely together.
How close are you? Do you think that you can defeat the Vietnam plank that's been recommended, and how close do you think you are on that issue?
Well, I think it's going to be very difficult. We lost that fight in the platform committee. To what extent the delegate composition here on the floor is different, I don't know. I think it's an uphill fight.
Senator, the fact remains that there is nonetheless a large nucleus of former Kennedy men working for you, and that they would be in a very good position, should they desire, to build for a Kennedy candidacy at this convention.
It is true. I have a good many of the former employees and supporters of the late Senator Kennedy, employees of former John Kennedy, and men who are very close to Senator Edward Kennedy working for me. And these are the people who tell me every day, almost hour by hour, that there isn't a chance that Senator Edward Kennedy will be a nominee or that he will be a candidate for office in 1968.
Senator, one more question. Said that he might change his mind.
Pardon?
Some people today have said that he might issue a statement tomorrow to accept the will of the convention.
Well, you can hear any kind of rumor you want to hear around this convention. You gentlemen know that, but conventions are great rumor mills. But I do not expect Senator Edward Kennedy to be a candidate in 1968.
Okay. Senator, did you know that Senator Smathers has withdrawn now as a favorite son, and wouldn't that sort of contradict your theory that it would...
I had heard that Senator Smathers had withdrawn. I don't know whether that means that his entire delegation will move to the vice president or not. What I'm suggesting is that if all the favorite sons do that, we're in trouble. We'll probably have a one-ballot convention. But if some of the large favorite son states hold steady, we can make it.
Thank you, Senator George McGovern, who says that one of his biggest hopes is that the favorite sons will hold tight to avoid a first ballot nomination for Vice President Humphrey. This is David Burrington outside McGovern headquarters, now back to the booth.
Where did we hear that last remark from Senator McGovern before? Remember, his last remark was, if all the favorite son states will hold together, I think we can go beyond the first ballot. It was 2 weeks ago in Miami Beach. We heard precisely the same thing from the Rockefeller people. And the favorite son states, the big ones, did not hold completely intact, and that was the end of it on the first ballot. Now, the vote here is continuing, the roll call of the states on the proposition to bring the young Democrats into the Democratic National Committee. As you can see, this vote is running very close. I think we're down to about Rhode Island in the call of the states. No, farther than that, Wisconsin. By the way, the age limits for young Democrats in most states the age limits are 18 to 40 years of age. In Minnesota, however, it's 18 to 23 or so they say. And in a few other states, the limits are 18 to 35. So apparently each state makes its own rules.
California, 174 votes.
Now we're picking up. Apparently the roll has been gone through once, and we're now going back to the states who passed the first time around.
37 pass.
This vote is very close.
The California vote, 15 votes no, 100, no, I'm sorry. California cast 15 votes yes, 122 votes no, and 37 passing.
Why would they vote against him?
Florida, 63 votes. Florida, 63 votes. Michigan, here we go. 19 yes. Georgia. Oh. I have been informed that the regular delegation from Georgia requests to make a change in their vote.
Madam Secretary?
Yes.
The regular Georgia Democratic delegation wishes to change its vote to 8 yes, 14 1/2 no.
As it stands now, the regular Georgia delegation votes 8 yes, 14 1/2 votes no. It was from 7 and 15 1/2.
It's 1 then. So that becomes 6.
To Senator Van Oker on the floor.
Texas,
Attorney General of
104.
Illinois, Mr. William Clark, who is the candidate for U.S. Senate. Mr. Clark, are you going to be one of the speakers tonight on the minority plank?
Well, my name is on the list as a proposed speaker, Sandy, but there are so many speakers. I know there's 3 or 4 United States senators, men like Senator Morse and Senator Tidings. So I told them that in the event they get pinched because there's only 1 hour for all the speakers, I thought it would be more effective to use fewer speakers, people who had been talking on this issue for many, many years, and that I would yield for Senator Morse, for instance, or Senator Tidings. So I don't know.
You haven't been talking on this for many years, but you've been extremely vocal in the last week during your work on the platform committee, and some people say it was unexpected. What turned you this way?
Well, I took my position on Vietnam the initial position last March, prior to the time that President Johnson said he would not seek re-election. I came out and said I had grave concern about the policies in Vietnam. And then subsequent to that, some 2 months ago, I issued another statement, and in fact it was a speech at Loyola University, in which I called for a halt of the bombing together with protection, air and land both, for our troops that were over there. So that I have had this position for some time.
Mr. Clark, tell me this. In addition to the feeling of conscience you have, did you not also move to this position because you wanted to be a peace candidate this year that is well, somebody said that the other way you'd get creamed downstate and in the big cities.
No, I took this position because I believe it's right. You know, when you run for an office and the press, such as yourself, ask you the vital issues as they should, you do make determinations which possibly, if you were not running for office, you would think about and discuss with other people, but you don't study it to the point that I did here. Now, this was the question that was asked of me 10 times a day from the day I was endorsed to be United States Senator. So I studied the issues very carefully. I took a trip to Vietnam with my son. I was briefed 9 times by the military and State Department. And it did come to this conclusion.
And now tonight you're supporting the minority position.
It just so happens my opponent has a different position. Tonight I am supporting the minority plank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Mr. William Clark, candidate for the U.S. Senate in Illinois. Now to Frank McGee.
I have Frank J. Burns of the California delegation, who cast the vote that, as it turned out, defeated this amendment to give positions to the young Democrats on the National Democratic Committee. Now, Mr. Burns, this seems to be a rather surprising vote for California. Can you explain it for me?
Well, I don't think it's surprising at all. We did not know about it at all until we were approached on it on the floor. We had not caucused on it. We have many issues of very grave national importance, which the California delegation has caucused on every day publicly before the press, and has taken our positions. This is something that we never heard of before. When the vote came, we passed because we didn't even know that it was being brought up.
Well, in the course of your caucus, what was the position taken by the young members of this delegation? Were they for it or opposed it?
As I understand it, I was not present. I'm the vice chairman of the delegation, but I was not present at the moment of the caucus. But I understand that our chairman of the Young Democrats opposed it, and that several other of the young people on the delegation opposed it. We do have a number of student delegates on this delegation. There seemed to be little or no sympathy for it, and I think primarily because the California delegation is vitally interested in the issues of the platform committee, the credentialing, and perhaps our delegates were absorbed on other matters and just simply didn't get involved in this.
Was it just a matter of it seeming so trivial to them overall, or just trivial under the circumstances of this evening?
Perhaps not trivial at all. I'm sure it's an important matter.
Well, let's say relatively unimportant.
Right, and not presented to us before it came to us on the floor, and we had to pass and call a caucus right here. And when our own young people opposed it, that carried the day because there wasn't anybody present. The delegation chairman was not present. Mr. Speaker Andrew, I am the vice chairman. I was not present. We are engaged in other matters. We're deeply engaged in the minority report on Vietnam, and our leadership was off working on that, and the delegates met, and it just didn't seem to have any support.
Oh, what it all comes out to, Mr. Burns, it was lack of knowledge about the amendment and lack of enthusiasm for it under the circumstances.
I think that that's a fair statement.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Frank J. Burns of the California delegation. Now back to Chet and David.
Good try, Frank. David and I have been sitting here wondering why particularly young Democrats in these delegations would not be more enthusiastic for this amendment.
It wasn't, apparently it was not so much that they objected to the idea as to the way it was presented and to the time it was presented. They're all involved, busy, and laboring mightily to have their way, both sides, on the Vietnam vote, which is coming up soon. And they found this to be a sort of annoyance that was thrown at them suddenly, and they had no time to think about it and didn't know it was coming and were not informed and had no time to inform themselves, so they just voted no. And no doubt it'll be taken up again in some future time. We'll be back after a message from Gulf. Chancellor has a report for us from the floor. John?
We've spent the last hour or so, more than that, on the floor here, hearing the reports and checking the reports on the advance of the candidacy, the potential candidacy of Senator Edward Kennedy. We've talked in the last hour with very close associates of Senator Kennedy, one senator, one congressman, two other close associates, and we can say the following things about Senator Kennedy's position here this evening. He will accept a draft. The draft must be a genuine draft, a large, assured movement within this convention, and it must also be a graceful draft. It cannot look contrived or rigged. That won't work for Edward Kennedy. He will not become involved in any movement which looks at all like it's a plot or a contrivance just to put his name before this convention, and surely not to be used to stop anyone else. That fear that it might get out of hand and look cheap or tasteless caused Senator Kennedy to call Michael DeSalle yesterday, from the former governor of Ohio, and tell him not to put Senator Kennedy's name into nomination. And Senator Kennedy also has called, as we reported earlier, Speaker Jess Unruh of California, the leader of the California delegation, and Senator Kennedy asked Jess Unruh not to put his name in nomination. Now, it is also true that Senator Kennedy's chief political operative, his brother-in-law, Stephen Smith, is here, as NBC has reported, in Chicago, collecting information for Senator Kennedy on the mood of this convention. His friends say that Edward Moore Kennedy is a prudent man, and he needs this information no matter what happens in this convention, one way or another. Information of this kind is important to Edward Kennedy because he doesn't want people to say in 1972 that Edward Kennedy tried and failed in 1968. This would be bad for his future. He would regard it as a tasteless and worthless gesture. So he is holding fast in Hyannisport, ready to accept a genuine and graceful draft from this convention. One final thing, none of these close associates, who I believe are in contact with him and at least with Mr. Smith downtown in Chicago, believe that the spark, the catalyst, the shove exists now in this convention to get the Kennedy candidacy started. Now, here's Frank McGee.
Yes, I have a young state senator from, where was it, Maryland?
Prince George's County, Maryland.
Yes, Steny Hoyer. You're 29 years old, I understand,
yes,
and you're considerably annoyed that California and New York did not support this motion to put young Democrats on the National Committee and give them voting rights. Is that right?
I'm extremely upset about it. We're in an age, particularly 1968, where young people have been given a real boost in the political process in this country, have made a real meaningful impact. The McCarthy campaign and the Kennedy campaign before that has made a tremendous impact on this country, and the two states that have the most empathy, should have the most empathy with youth in the nation, New York and California, have failed to vote for this resolution. If they did vote for it, young people would have been included as full voting participants in the Democratic National Committee.
Well, Senator, I just spoke to the gentleman from California, Frank Burns, who cast the vote, and he explained to me that, first of all, they didn't know enough about it. It came up suddenly, took them by surprise. And secondly, under the circumstances, so much concern about the Vietnam plank, they just didn't have enough enthusiasm for it. They just didn't know enough about it, and under the circumstances, didn't care enough about it. Does that make any kind of sense to you?
Well, it makes sense to the extent, Frank, that the issues of Vietnam and the issues of the candidates before this convention are obviously more important. But it doesn't make sense to the extent that I talked to Mike Manley, who I understand is Jesse Unruh's assistant, at 9 o'clock this morning, asked him if I could come before the California delegation. He said they were busy, but that we would get 150 votes out of California.
Well, you didn't get them, did you?
We certainly didn't. We got, I think, 16 votes out of California. I talked to the Democratic chairman in New York, John Burns, with a similar request to appear before his delegation. He was considering very serious matters, but nevertheless, again, with the emphasis on youth and the party in New York, the emphasis on candidates who are talking about participatory democracy, we feel that New York should have supported this resolution very strongly.
Thank you very much. We've been talking with State Senator Steny Hoyer of Maryland, who is obviously unhappy with the outcome of the vote on the representation of younger people. Here is Sander Van Oker.
I'm down here just a little bit away from the New York delegation with Mr. Theo Bickel, the noted actor and folk singer. Mr. Bickel, I've noticed all night that you seem to have more caucuses in New York than any other delegation. What are they all about? Well, usually they're about everything under the sun, whatever. You see, we have a caucus that starts every day around about 11 o'clock in the morning, and since we have 190 members, and quite a few of them want to be heard on the various matters that come before us, be it on the credentials. You know, there was the Alabama fight, where we had to hear both delegations from Alabama to find out which one we would support. The Georgia fight, whether it had to do with a platform, which we heard this afternoon, or whether it has to do with such things as the young Democrats wanting representation on the National Committee. Do you people understand all these issues? Why should we be different from other politicians? Do they understand as little as they? Do they explain things to you? Oh, of course. No, those who don't understand ask for clarification, and they get it explained to them in a biased fashion. We're going to vote on the Vietnam plank in a few moments, we hope. Yeah. How did your delegation vote this afternoon? It was amazing. The vote went 116 to 24. At the tail end of the caucus, there was a few missing because we have 190 in all, but they have been polled since, and I don't know the result. I hear it's 148 to 42, something like that. That would be now. What this means is that a lot of the Humphrey people went for the peace position. Quite in a genuine desire. I believe this won't reflect how they will vote on the presidential nomination. It merely means that some of the Humphrey people want to goose their own candidate into a stronger peace position because they feel uneasy enough about the subject. What was the talk in your delegation caucus? Do you think that the minority forces can carry this convention-wide? Yes, tonight. Do you think they can carry the minority plank? Was that the talk in your delegation, or was there pessimism about it? Well, no, they think if that's what held true in our delegation would hold true in the rest of the convention, then definitely it will be carried, because a lot of the Humphrey people will go for it. Certainly all the Kennedy people go for it, and all the McCarthy people and the McGovern people do. Now, it only remains for the hard... Mr. McKell, you'll understand when I say we've got to cut. We've got to cut. Thank you. Now back to the booth. Thank you very much.
All right, the moment has arrived. We have finished with the amendments to the rules, and the rules have been adopted. Now comes the platform and to the rostrum. Here is Chairman Hale Boggs of Louisiana, chairman of the Platform Committee. We understand that he will take 30 minutes to read excerpts from the platform. Then there will be 1 hour of debate. 2 hours of debate.
Mr. Chairman.
And a half an hour for the roll call.
Boggs is a representative from a suburban district in New Orleans and is assistant Democratic leader in the House of Representatives.
Mr. Chairman.
He will read excerpts
under
of the platform,
rules
not the whole
of the
thing.
Convention.
And it'll run about a half an hour.
The chairman of the Resolution and Platform Committee is required to present the platform to the full convention. As the chairman stated a minute ago, it has been agreed that the majority and the minority will divide the debate on the Vietnam flank in 2 hours to be divided equally. Normally, the full platform is read to the full convention. That is the function of the chairman of the Platform Committee. I would say to the delegates assembled that the reading of the full platform would require at least 2 or 3 hours, and I ask unanimous consent to be permitted to proceed for 30 minutes to read summaries of the platform rather than the full platform in order to consent time.
Is there objection to the request of the delegate from Louisiana? The chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed party platform has been placed in the hands of the convention. Each of you have a copy of it. My introductory remarks, therefore, I trust will be brief. This platform, I can assure all of you, is not the work of any one man. It is the work of full democracy at its very best. It is the work of 110 members of the Platform Committee. The members represented every state in the Union, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, our territories, and they expressed every outlook. By their very nature, they emphasize the diversity and the pluralism of our society. They also underline the diversity and pluralism of the Democratic Party as a product and the servant of such a society. The deliberations of the Platform Committee were conducted in that same spirit, in the spirit of a democracy of the mind. All the members found their fundamental unity in the great testament of American faith, the testament that all men are created equal, that all are endowed with the inalienable rights of life, of liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that government does derive its just powers from the consent of the governed. All members of your Platform Committee were reinforced in their fundamental unity by their devotion to the great objects of American government as set forth in the preamble of our Constitution. All were devoted to the cause of a more perfect union in which justice under law, the common defense, the general welfare, domestic tranquility, and the blessings of liberty find in each other the surest ground for mutual support. This Platform Committee set out to produce a platform which would spell out the circumstances of our times, what the testament of our faith and the objects of our government specifically called for. We held the most specific and extensive public hearings in the whole history of the writing of party platforms. We had over 300 witnesses from all over our country. No issue was precluded. Every witness received careful consideration. The same procedure was adhered to when it came time for the drafting committee to do its work and to report to the full committee. We worked and we sought to recount the remarkable achievements of the administrations of Presidents Kennedy and Johnson and to look to the future. So the theme of our platform is toward a more perfect union. These are the terms of our duty. We spell it out in the form of our platform, and I quote, if I may, therefrom. America belongs to the people who inhabit it. The sources of the nation's strength is the people's freedom to be the source of the laws governing them. To uphold this truth, when Thomas Jefferson and James Madison brought the Democratic Party to birth 175 years ago, they bound it to serve the people and their government as a united whole. Today is our 175th anniversary year. The Democratic Party in National Convention assembled again renews the covenant of our birth. We reaffirm the binding force of our inherited duty to serve the people and their government. We here, therefore, account for what we have done in the democratic year since 1961 and state what we will do when we are once again called upon to lead this nation. We are therefore summoned to a fateful task to ensure that turmoil of change will prove to be the turmoil of faith instead of decay. We cannot stand still until we are overtaken by events. We dare not entrust our lives to the blind play of the accident and force. We must, by reflection and choice, make the impulse for change the agent of orderly progress. There is no alternative. In the world around us, people have patiently lived with hopes long deferred, with grievances long endured. This is a reality by making justice and equity the cornerstones of order. Now and not later is the right time to uphold the rule of law by securing to all the people the natural rights that belong to them by virtue of their being human. Now and not later is the time for us to dedicate ourselves to the cause of peace among all peoples and all nations. It has always been the object of the Democratic Party to march at the head of events instead of waiting for them to happen. We will continue to do that in the years ahead, just as we did in the democratic years since 1961, when the nation was led by 2 great Democratic presidents and 4 Democratic Congresses. Our pride in the achievements of these democratic years in no way binds us to the large and unfinished tasks which still lie ahead. Just as we know where we have succeeded, we know where our efforts still fall short on our own and the nation's hopes. And we candidly recognize that the cost of trying the untried, of plowing new ground, is bound to be occasional error. In the future, as in the past, we will confront and correct such errors as we carry forward our program. In this, we are persuaded that the Almighty judges in a different way those who are in warmly striving to promote the common good, and those who are free from error because they risked nothing at all and were actually indifferent to good and to evil alike. We are also persuaded of something else. What we have achieved with the means at hand, the social inventions we have made since 1961 in all areas of our internal life, and the initiatives we have pressed along a broad front in the world arena, gives us a clear title of right to claim that we know how to move the nation forward toward the attainment of its highest goals in a world of change. To this end, our platform makes these pledges. The democratic policies that more than doubled the nation's rate of economic expansion in the past 8 years can double and redouble our national income by the end of this century. Such a rate of economic growth will enable us to win the total victory in our wars on ignorance, on poverty, on misery. The answer to rising prices will never be sought under democratic administrations in unemployment and idle plant facilities. We are firmly committed, and we commit ourselves again to the twin objectives of full employment and price stability. We believe that a nation wealthy beyond the dreams of most of mankind, a nation with a 20th of the world's population, possessing half the world's manufactured goods, has the capacity
Glad you came
and the duty
to Senator Van Oker on the convention floor.
all of its citizens the opportunity.
I'm down here in the honored guests section with Senator Vance Hartke of Indiana, outspoken critic of the Vietnam War, and two of the children of Trong Dinh Dzu, who is now imprisoned in Vietnam. He was ran second in the voting in the presidential election last year. Senator Hartke, could you explain what the children are doing here?
Well, David and Monique, this is David Dzu's 23, and Monique are 2 of the 6 children of the candidate, Mr. Zoo's, in prison, as you've indicated. David has just finished up at Stanford, and Monique is still in school. And they have been here now. David's been here 3 years, and both of them are very much opposed to the conduct of the Saigon government under President Tu and under Vice President Key, who has imprisoned their father. He's in prison, as you well know, for the very simple reason that he has opposed the continuation of this war under its present circumstance. He's an anti-communist. He's never been convicted of any other crime in his life, and there have been several attempts on his life to assassinate him, but he was convicted in a 3.5-hour trial by a military tribunal of 5 and has been sentenced to 5 years of hard labor. He ran second in the election. His only crime was that he ran second.
Well, look, sir, have you taken the children around to acquaint them with the delegates here at the convention?
They have met quite a few of the delegates here. They came here originally hoping that they could have this convention to go on record as doing something to bring about the release of their father, who is now a political prisoner in Saigon.
Did you have any luck on that?
No, they have not been able to have any luck on that. Frankly, they could not break through the resolutions and rules of the convention to that extent. I do know there's a lot of sympathy, though, in this convention for the position of their father.
Can we ask David, have you heard from your father?
Yes, I've heard from him before I came to the convention. He wrote me a very long letter telling about the effort I should make here on his behalf with the delegates, and I've been talking to several delegations in the past few days.
Senator Hartke, how do you think this minority position is going to come out tonight?
Well, I don't know if it's going to come out tonight, Sandy, for the very simple reason that the way we're going now, it appears that a lot of the delegates are going to be extremely tired. But I would imagine that the majority position has sufficient votes to carry it from every indication I've been able to read. I, of course, am opposed to the majority position. I intend to speak out against it. I'm scheduled at this moment, at least, to be one of the speakers for the minority position, which would call for an end to this war.
Do you think there's any pattern to delay and what we heard from Mr. O'Donnell before, the offering of amendments to the majority position? Some kind of a pattern being created here?
I think it's quite evident that this convention is very uneasy. And behind it all, of course, is the fact that the ultimate selection of the candidate is now going through the process of whether or not Senator Kennedy intends to be a candidate.
What do you hear on that?
I understand the latest word I have is that Senator Kennedy has indicated that he would accept the draft, that he would not turn down a genuine draft, that he will not be a candidate, but that he would not oppose the draft of the convention, that he would run if drafted.
Okay. Could we hear now from Miss Sue?
Monique, listen.
Well, maybe we can just move her. She's so pretty. I'd like to, no offense, Senator, I'd just like to have her face our camera up here. Have you been meeting, Miss Sue, with delegates while you've been here and talking to them?
Yes, I have met many delegates, but before going into anything else...
Let's just stand up.
Yes.
Everybody in our control room says that you ought to stand up. Let's see, where are we? Over here. Over here. We'll just stand. Okay, I'll sit down. Fine, thank you.
I would like first to thank very much Senator Hawker about his statement, which appeared in the congressional record, which was a very strong statement concerning not only my father, but the whole concept of democracy, which is being attacked in Saigon in general. And that's one point that my brother and myself were trying to make all the delegations here understood, that the United States are not fighting for the South Vietnamese people, but only for the government of South Vietnam, which is undemocratic, which doesn't respect all those paramount rights which are so important in the United States, like freedom of speech, the right of dissent, and free elections.
You find that the delegates are interested in what you have to say? Do they know anything about it, really?
That's the thing. A lot of times they don't know enough about it, but they are genuinely interested. And like we have talked to many delegations who a lot of time are very hawkish. And when my brother and myself, we will start talking, they will start getting very interested and asking us a lot of questions. And we did turn a lot of them over to the peace ticket.
Jimmy, let me ask you a question. What do you think is the hope for Vietnam right now? What's the best course for the United States to follow?
Oh, now the situation in Vietnam is desperate because of our government, which doesn't have the support of the people. And our only hope now resides in the American people, American like Senator Harkel, American like Senator McCarthy.
Do the delegates, when you talk to them, say they'll do anything, or do they just listen to you?
A lot of them just listen, but also there's a minority who get extremely angry and who decided that it's time that we stop just listening, but we should really act. We shouldn't just keep on pouring this money in Vietnam and see it go only into the pocket of South Vietnamese government.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zhu. I've been talking with Senator Vance Hartke of Indiana and the children of Trong Dinh Dzu, who is now imprisoned in Vietnam. He finished second in the presidential race and is now in an imprisonment for 5 years for reasons of activities, they say, against the state. Now to Edwin Newman.
Number 2. I'm with Representative Don Edwards of California. Mr. Edwards, you are going to seek to have this convention adjourned. Why is that?
Well, I'm going to recommend that a motion to adjourn be made right away, Mr. Newman, because obviously what they're doing, what the people running this convention are doing is to make certain that this very substantive debate on Vietnam come after the prime television time. The American people are entitled to see this debate.
Why do you think they're doing that, Representative Edwards?
Well, it's
1 o'clock.
It's 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It's 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and we just don't think that the people running this convention want the American people to see this fine debate on Vietnam that's going to take place and see the deep division in the country.
You mean they think they keep it a secret?
Well, let's say that they think that if they don't have it at prime television hours, that a lot of the American people aren't going to see it. Well, and we think that's wrong.
Against whom specifically do you make this accusation?
The people running the convention, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Humphrey, Mr. Bailey, and the other people of the National Committee.
Well, last night there was a motion to adjourn, and it was carried at once. Now, are you in any doubt about your ability to do the same thing tonight?
Oh, yes. The problem is to get recognized, and we're going to try to get recognized, because if the chairman has any idea that a motion to adjourn will be made, then they will probably not recognize whoever's going to make it.
You will try to put this motion through the California delegation, but you think that the chairman, Dale Boggs, will ignore you, is that it?
I'm afraid so. We're going to try.
What can you do if he does that?
We can't do anything. If the chairman doesn't recognize you, you won't be recognized.
But he has an obligation to recognize you, hasn't he?
Well, if he recognizes you, then the motion is in order. So most of the time, if he doesn't want to have the motion made, then his eyes will go quickly over you.
Thank you very much, Representative Edwards. This is Edwin Newman on the convention floor.
It's now 1 o'clock in Chicago, 2 in the east, and there's still a while to go before Representative Boggs finishes reading the excerpts from the platform. And so the main arguments on the Vietnam plank and the voting, if they stay in continuous session, would come at, would be around 3 to 4 to 5 a.m. in Chicago, which is 4 to 6 a.m. in New York and a little earlier on the West Coast. Not the ideal time for transmitting the speeches to the American people. So there is talk of having the arguments tonight and the voting tomorrow, and there is some talk of adjourning tonight, shortly, maybe after Mr. Boggs finishes, and taking up the whole Vietnam question tomorrow. We don't know what is going to happen, but that's what's being discussed. We'll certainly find out, and you'll be the first to know. In the meantime, a message from Gulf.
D.N.C. News will continue its live coverage of the Democratic National Convention following this pause for station identification.
A group of clergymen was supposed to start a prayer service there at 11 o'clock, although the police had refused to give them a permit to do so. Whether they were able to start their service is not clear, but the clergymen are believed to be among those now being chased out of the park by the police in conformance with their closing orders. To Senator Van Oker on the floor of the convention.
Mr. McGilligan, could I interrupt you, gentlemen, 1 second? Could I just interrupt you, gentlemen, 1 second? Congressman Edwards of California said a few moments ago he thought it might be a wise idea to adjourn these proceedings and resume them some other time. Do you go along with that?
Yes, there are 2 hours set aside for the debate of this most important matter. It's now 10 minutes of 1. We couldn't have a roll call before 3 a.m. I think the delegates are tired. They've had a long and wearying day. I think for this most critical issue, it's better to have the delegates fresh, to have them attentive, and to hear both sides of this debate before they've moved.
But look, it's 5 after 1 now here in Chicago. You must be on Eastern time, but anyhow. But look, was this done, do you think, on purpose, or is this just the way conventions are operated? Republicans sometimes begin them early in the day.
Well, I don't know. Things just have a way of dragging on, and people get interested in it, and they forget about the clock. But I don't think the delegates have forgotten it. I think they're going to be in a state of insensibility by 3 a.m. And I think the convention should be adjourned now.
Well, are you going to move with Don Edwards to try and make this?
Yes, I've talked to a couple of the other delegations, and I thought that the motion. I think Wisconsin is now trying.
Wisconsin is now trying to do it. Wisconsin is now trying to do it. Maybe I'll just leave Congressman Gilligan here and go over to Wisconsin. Now to Frank McGee. Thank you.
Orders. I have Mr. McNeely. Could you step forward so we can see you on the camera, please? Just Jim McNeely of the Michigan delegation, who's been trying very hard to get a compromised Vietnam platform plank brought before the convention for its consideration. And there's been some sort of a parliamentary development that casts some doubt on the question of whether their amendment will even be offered or can be offered. Where do we stand, Mr. McNeely?
Well, we're not sure. The assumption is that in the presentation of the platform, there was an accepted motion to which there was no objection to move the previous question.
You mean this, as Mr. Boggs was reading it, there was this to move the question or move the motion or whatever it is?
Well, hearing no objection, it's agreed to.
And what's the consequence of that?
Well, that the time limits apply to the majority and minority, and there probably cannot be an amendment.
We have
Albert.
Carl Albert. It's getting late, I understand your hesitation.
Carl Albert does not know whether there is a way yet that it can be brought up or not.
Do you have any hope now that it can actually be brought before the convention?
Yes. Yeah, we still have hope that it can be.
Well, there is a move of some sort developing here on the floor. I don't know how strong it is yet, to adjourn this convention for tonight or this morning and pick it up again sometime tomorrow when perhaps a greater audience of Americans could hear this debate about Vietnam. What would be the Michigan attitude toward that?
There hasn't been any poll yet, and I think there's a divided opinion.
You think in substance, would the delegation be in favor of adjourning tonight?
I don't know. I don't know.
Just don't know. Thank you very much, Mr. McNeely, and I think Chairman Hale Boggs of the Resolutions Committee is now about to read the Vietnam platform plank. This would be the majority version, the one that was approved by the platform committee, and it would be called the majority report when we get around to debating and voting on it. And I would presume at the end of reading this, he will then step aside and let those others present the minority report, and the debate would be underway. If I understand the parliamentary situation, that would be it. There's a conference going on right now in the rostrum, so let's, shall we go to the rostrum? To the rostrum.
Terrible to have Chairman of the convention.
Why don't you get the clerk to continue reading both blanks?
There's some confusion about procedure up at the podium. Chairman Boggs wants the clerk to read both planks, minority plank and majority plank.
Move that we dispense with reading of the...
Members of the committee, without objection, further reading of the platform will be dispensed with and printed in the proceedings of the convention.
He wants recognition, but you can't.
Camera 2. Well, I'm down here in the Wisconsin delegation. Chairman Mr. Don Peterson is seeking on a point of order the microphone. I think he is going to move for an adjournment in the manner laid out by Congressman Don Edwards and John Gilligan, because these people feel it's too late to begin all this. They're demanding that the microphone be turned on.
Sure. And we want to have a live mic. We haven't had a live mic.
Well, you have one in
we've been here
right now.
All right, fine. Our chairman has not had a live microphone since we've been here. We haven't had a telephone this word since we've been here. All we want to do as Democrats is make a motion.
The motion is to adjourn.
Our chairman will make the motion. We haven't had a chance to make any motion to say anything. Now, Peterson will make the motion.
Thank you for the microphone, Mr. Chairman. It's very difficult to get it turned on. It's now 1:10 in the morning, and I think every delegate in this hall wants to go home and go to bed and come back so that they can... We wish to move adjournment until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
The motion to adjourn is not a recognizable motion.
Chair. Their mic seems to have gone dead. They are now challenging the ruling of the chair. They're waving.
The chair recognizes the delegate from California.
Don Edwards.
Elliot, you still got the mic on me here?
No, it's still.
Okay, Mr. Peterson, while we're waiting, they recognize Phil Burton, who I think is going to speak on the minority plank. What are you going to do now?
We want to get we would like to have the microphone back, or mic back, so we can challenge the ruling of the chair.
Has this been a common problem for Wisconsin, not being able to get the mic?
Ever since we got here.
How about your phone system, sir?
It's rotten.
Convention will be in
order. What do you do in a case like this? You just send somebody up? Will you go?
We have to send up notes that don't get answered.
Mr. Peterson has just been advised by somebody to the rear that they recognized this same motion yesterday, a motion of adjournment.
Let's just walk out.
Mr. Peterson is now saying, let's go home. Some of his delegation says, no, let's stay.
The delegation from Wisconsin is not afraid to let the American people see our debate on vital issues. And we're afraid of candidates who are afraid to let the American people see what's happening.
Mr. Peterson's on the phone, I think, to the chair. He's asking to speak to the chair. Mr. Peterson has the phone, and he's asking to speak to the chair. And suddenly this convention is turned loose by Mr. Don Peterson's motion for adjournment.
Let's go home! Let's go home! Let's go home! Let's go home! Don, lead a march out now. Wait until the
It looks like the Wisconsin delegation is going home. It looks like the Wisconsin delegation is about to go home.
That was Leonard Wrench, who just rushed up to the platform.
Mr. Peterson is picking up his camera and his briefcase, and it looks like the Wisconsin delegation is leaving here unless they get recognized.
Don Peterson, the chairman, has attempted to get the...
We're waiting here now to see what's happened. People are packing the things together. At least Mr. Peterson is, and some of his aides.
The convention will be in order. The chair recognizes the mayor of Chicago.
Mayor Daley is moving to the platform. else in this hall?
I don't know if you know it, there are already hundreds of delegates that have left because they're dog-tired of should be heard.
To take over this meeting, and if they don't pick their holler, we'll clear the balcony.
If they don't what?
Clear the balcony.
They're here, Mr. Chairman. They're here as guests of the Democratic Party, and let them conduct themselves accordingly or clear the gallery and proceed with the business before us.
In case there's any doubt about who's in charge here.
Let them act like ladies and gentlemen and hear anyone else. What is Wisconsin? Will the convention be in order? Will the convention be, will the sergeant at arms enforce order in the convention? Oh. Now that
It would appear that we're at something of an impasse.
Will the convention be in order? Will the convention be in order? Because may the chairman make a brief statement? May I make a brief statement? It is not in order to make a general motion to adjourn because that would kill the convention. The chair would gladly recognize the distinguished mayor of the city of Chicago to adjourn to a time certain such as 12 o'clock tomorrow. Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn to 12 o'clock tomorrow. The question is on the motion. So many as in favor will vote aye. Aye! Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 12 o'clock noon tomorrow.
Well, the chairman of the delegation from Wisconsin was out of order, but Mr. Daley, mayor of Chicago, was in order. Sandy Van Oker?
Mr. Peters, am I on yet?
Yes, you're on, Sandy.
You're known as a mild-mannered man, but I've never seen you as mad as you were. What built this up in you?
Well, ever since we've come here, we've noticed the sort of police state atmosphere of this city and of the convention. You walk in here as if you're visiting the ovens of Dachau with a card around your neck, pressing it in as if you have difficulty getting our alternates rotated because of this. We've got barbed wire around the convention amphitheater. We've got policemen on every corner of the street in Chicago and barricades. It's just not the kind of an atmosphere for a Democratic convention.
Now look, you asked for 4 o'clock. Are you satisfied with 12 o'clock?
Oh, that's fine.
What was it you wanted? This on television for the people to be seen and also rested?
Yes, so we could be rested. We got home about 3:45 last night, which is not a reasonable hour to go home. All we want to do is be able to be rested normally, and you don't get rested normally anyway at a convention, but at least you'll be rested enough so that you can take part in the proceedings and debate it.
Sir, if Chairman Albert had not recognized you, were you going to walk out? No, you weren't.
No, I think we would have probably taken some other means. I think he would have probably recognized us eventually because I've been going around many delegations prior to the time that I asked this, and it was a sense of the delegation that they wanted to go home. But I think that the management of this thing, particularly through the Democratic National Committee, I asked one young man one day for the telephone numbers of the various state delegations, and he wouldn't give them to me, and I said, well, now, who instructed you not to do this? And he said, Mr. Criswell. I think Mr. Criswell should have been giving the speech up there the other day instead of John Bailey, because it appears that he's had more to do in managing this convention than anybody.
Who is that, sir?
Mr. Criswell.
How about Mayor Daley? Who is Mr. Criswell?
He's the treasurer of the Democratic National Committee.
Have you had dealings with Mr. Criswell?
Well, it's kind of like dealing with, it's a little difficult to get through to Mr. Criswell. He's
ask Daley why 12 o'clock is more...
One of the reasons we did this is so that the people of America can see the debate tomorrow. Have we made that point?
Too much of a blackout already.
Thank you very much, Mr. Don Peterson, the chairman of the Wisconsin delegation. I'm down here in Wisconsin. It looks like they're walking away now, so there's nothing more but for me to adjourn and throw it to John Chancellor.
I'm now with Frank Mankiewicz, one of Senator McGovern's senior aides here. Obviously, your reaction is you're pleased, aren't you, Mr. Mankiewicz?
With the motion to adjourn? Yes, I am.
Now, tell me why.
Well, because we think the debate on the minority plank is going to be a very instructive one for the nation. We think close to half or more of this convention wants a change in our Vietnam policies, and we think people around the country ought to have a chance to see that debate.
Do you?
And it gives us another 12 hours to hustle up a few votes.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you. In the vote hustling business, does a delay like this mean a lot to people in your position?
We think we have the momentum, and the delay helps us because we can capitalize on that. We can spend some hours this evening and some hours tomorrow morning trying to convince some people who are on the fence.
Is there a possibility that you would be exploiting the theme that the people run things and the bosses don't? You've taken that in the past occasionally here.
Well, I think the people ran something this evening. I think there was a clear desire to have an adjournment here, and I think the controllers of this convention recognized that.
Might there be a different attitude among the delegates tomorrow in more normal times for debate than there would have been, say, at 2:30 this morning, Chicago time? You suppose that could change the tone of the debate and the response of this convention to the arguments?
I think the convention will be in much more of a mood to listen seriously to the arguments tomorrow. We think we have the logic of the argument rather than the emotion, and I think that will help us. I think we'll come in here fresh at 12 o'clock. We'll know what we're coming for. We're not going to go through a lot of procedural matters first. And I think people will listen to the debate. We have some impressive speakers, I think, and some impressive arguments. And I think it'll be better for our side.
Mr. Mankiewicz, we're coming toward the end of this convention one way or another, even with these long sessions. Things are passing by that would offer you an opportunity to break the convention open. How many more of these do you suppose you have?
Well, I thought the debate this morning was an instructive one, and I think it tended in some ways to break this open a little bit. I think it diminished the strength of the vice president. I think it increased the strength of Senator McGovern. I think the debate tomorrow morning is going to be perhaps our last stand, and hopefully will be a successful one. Now, these arguments are going to be very tough. There's been a lot of material circulated among the delegates. They're going to be listening, and I think the country will see that at least, I'll say at least half of this convention, and I think they will see that it is the young and forward-looking and progressive half of this convention, want to change from our Vietnam policies. And I think when they see that, that will help us in the country in November, even if we fall short by a few votes, although at the present time I'm quite hopeful that we'll win.
Thank you very much. Frank Mankiewicz speaking for Senator McGovern and those who wanted to have this debate postponed, and a happy man he is, although tired as we all are. Now to Edwin Newman.
I'm with Senator Albert Gore of Tennessee. Senator Gore, you were planning to speak tonight on Vietnam, I believe.
Yes, I was all prepared. I've been disappointed that we couldn't discuss such an important issue at a decent hour. It appeared to me that the managers of the convention were filibustering with Tweedledee and Tweedledum matters until the American people had gone to bed here at this late hours, so that those of us who have serious doubts about the Vietnam War policy and a platform that promises more of the same thing could not be heard. We shall be heard. We'll be heard tomorrow. We've adjourned this convention so we can be heard, so the American people can have an opportunity to hear this debated.
Senator Gore, who are the managers of the convention who, in your opinion, have been doing this?
I'd rather not identify.
Well, do you connect this in any way with the Humphrey candidacy?
Of course, it's the administration plan. And Mr. Humphreys, Vice President Humphreys, the administration candidate. I think he will be defeated.
You think he'll be defeated on this plank?
Well, I'm not sure on this plank. I think he'll be defeated for the nomination.
You think he will be defeated for the nomination? Well, Senator, who do you think will get the nomination, Senator Gore?
In my opinion, Senator Edward Kennedy will be drafted.
You think there is a genuine draft, as they say, developing here, Senator Gore?
Oh, it's been electric on the floor for the last 2 hours. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Have you had any intimation of Senator Kennedy's own view, Senator Gore?
I have not talked to Senator Kennedy.
Have you heard anything about it at...
Oh, you hear lots of things, but I do not propose to indicate Senator Kennedy's attitude. I think he has indicated himself that he is not a candidate and will not be a candidate for the nomination. At least I've read that. He hasn't said that to me.
But you think that there is a draft anyway? That's the point.
I think it is underway, and I think it will succeed.
Thank you very much, Senator Gore. This is Edwin Newman, now to Chet and David.
In pursuit of what Senator Gore just said, I think it behooves us to add that indeed the Kennedy movement is not quite extinct yet. And in the late hours of last night and the early hours of this morning, we've heard a few hints of a possible coalition of the McGovern and McCarthy forces, and that coalition in turn might respond to what is called a genuine draft. We've had a report coming from rather high sources here this morning that Senator Kennedy might respond to a very dignified appeal, perhaps a genuine draft, and whatever that is, it's still ill-defined, but it might occur at this convention, as Senator Gore just said. Meanwhile, this convention, Mayor Daley of Chicago to the contrary, belongs partially at least to the delegates, because they did succeed in getting through a motion to adjourn. We'll be back in just a moment after this message from Gulf.
Before we wind it up and run over a little look ahead at tomorrow's session, there was a rather sizable demonstration by peace advocates in Grant Park, which is near the Hilton Hotel in the lakefront area of Chicago. NBC's camera was there, but as we have said before, because of communications difficulties, we were unable to put it on the air live. We did, however, put it on tape, and the tape has physically been transported to our facilities. The reporter on the scene was John D.N.C., and here's what he has to report.
The situation here is this. Several thousand young people, we're unsure of the exact number, but it looks to me like about 5,000, have gathered across Michigan Avenue from the headquarters hotel, the Conrad Hilton Hotel. They're standing there singing. At times they were chanting, "Hell no, we won't go," a slogan which has become very popular in the resistance to the draft. The police are in a double row, one line on this side of Michigan Avenue and another line on the other side, standing almost nose to nose with these young people who are chanting anti-war slogans and cheering, as you heard just now. And in between, quite incongruously, traffic keeps on flowing up and down Michigan Avenue. There is no tenseness whatsoever as far as that is concerned. So the crowd across Michigan Avenue continues to grow as every quarter hour passes. The crowd continuing to shout and the police continuing to stand and watch them. No confrontation yet. That's the situation here on Michigan Avenue in front of the headquarters hotel. John D.N.C., NBC News.
That, as we say, was tape made some time ago, and necessarily because we were unable to get live broadcasts from that area because of the telephone strike in Chicago. In the time since the tape was made, the demonstration, we were told there were about 2,000 people there. Since the tape was made, the demonstration has grown larger, and we are told now that the Chicago police are moving in to break it up. That, again, is in Grant Park, across from the Hilton Hotel in downtown, midtown Chicago. Now, Chancellor Van Ocker, Newman, and McGee, you there?
Yes, we are.
Good. Where are you? I can't see you from here.
We're right beneath you.
Oh, yeah.
Right, almost straight down. Yeah. We're about the only ones left. All those angry delegates have gone home now.
There are a lot of Illinois people still there, but
security people.
Yeah.
But
that's not synonymous.
It isn't even allegorical.
Well, what do you think about what we have seen tonight?
Well, I'd like to say, I think for all of us and for a number of people on the floor, that for something as profound, as important as the debate on the Vietnam plank for this party, the effect it may have on the election in the fall and the next president of the United States, that more and more delegates I talked to said 3 o'clock in the morning is not the time to be going about this delicate and serious business. And that was the mood of this floor.
It's symptomatic of something. The other day, you remember, we drove in and we went back to that place where it says privileged parking, and we saw the sign, cattle, sheep, and pigs. And these people tonight gave evidence that they feel, especially the Wisconsin crowd, and they're talking about Mayor Day, they feel like they've been pushed around like animals. And they don't like it, and that was totally spontaneous. It got there when it started, and it just blew up, and they just wouldn't be turned back. And that is symptomatic of something that they're mad about, not just the conditions in here. I think the conditions under which this convention is being run. The National Committee, they say they don't have any phones. They can't get phone numbers of other delegations. They were bitter about John Criswell, the man who was running this for President Johnson. They're just bitter people.
I agree with you completely that it's because they are tired of being pushed around and herded into this place with all the police and with all the wire around them and being managed, and they're tired of it and they don't want any more of it. They wanted the debate at another hour, and now they're going to get it. I doubt seriously that this will have any profound influence on the outcome of that debate. And I'd just like to mention...
Phrase, we can live with it.
I'd just like to mention...
Phrase, we can live with it. And that is the thing. It may not dominate this. Huh?
That's the congressional phrase.
Yeah, we can live with it.
It's a phrase you use describing something you don't like but can't really get rid of, isn't it?
It's what the South used to always ask for. Just give us something we can live with.
And you see, that's part of it, that the South, because of historical traditions, had a major role in running the congressional establishment. And you see it here, for the Democratic Party.
What'll it do to the Democrats in November, this fight they're now going to have on the Vietnam plank in full view of the American public, as opposed to having it in the middle of the night when almost nobody would see it?
Well, I think it'll help.
I think it'll help them more to have it in full view of the public than to have it in the middle of the night when nobody could see it, because no matter how damaging it might be in front of the whole country, it is a lot more damaging to have the suspicion around that you put it on at midnight hours and later so that the public can't hear. So while they perhaps can't win either way, they won't lose as badly by having it in front of the public as
this gets back to your point, Sandy, about the congressional establishment. This platform is an important document. It's just absolutely regrettable that it is not more sacred and that more attention isn't paid to it. You go and attend these sessions before the platform committee, and some of that testimony is brilliant. It's well written. The points are made well. It's very good reading and listening, and yet it is all mulled over. It comes in here, comes out as a platform, and the congressmen are the ones, the first offenders in putting it aside and paying very little attention.
There is this additional point, Chet, that there are a lot of people on the floor who have devoted their lives for many months past to seeking a change in American policy on Vietnam and doing it essentially through the McCarthy candidacy. And they've come here to continue that fight and obviously don't want to be brushed off.
I think that's what makes this platform different from all others. The intense emotion about the war in Vietnam, and this platform is finally, they hope, will end up as a document stating the point of view for which they've been fighting for months and even years. And that makes it important to them.
I think that we ought to add one thing to what we're saying tonight, and that is that the conditions on the floor here, as they were very often in Miami Beach, were such that no simple, honest delegate could have a really good idea of what was going on. This was true during the presentation of the platform. Right back there, one of these delegations came up to me and said, what is yes and what is no? Now, the television audience could get this, but people in the hall could not, and I don't think it's a good way to go about this important
You can't even hear.
Absolutely.
That's right. You can't even hear what is said.
There are many places on the floor from which you cannot hear.
And that's part of the process they're objecting to. They don't want to be counted like sheep. Something happened here tonight. I don't want to make too much of it because we can't see the outline of it. But I think something important happened here tonight in American politics which will not easily be forgotten. It goes down under the subtitle, "We don't want to be counted like sheep."
Well, we've all come out for convention reform. Now up to you and David, Jeff.
Well, All right, we'll be back in just a second after this message from Gulf.
So this was President Johnson's 60th birthday, and there was talk of his coming to Chicago, but he did not come. He did say later in the day he might stop by on his way from the ranch back to Washington later in the week. We spent 6.5 hours in session here on the convention floor, doing no more actually than finishing up what was left over from the business of yesterday, the reports of the Rules and Credentials Committee. And as you saw, they read the excerpts from the platform, began to get into the question of the Vietnam plank, which is the one that divides the Democratic Party seriously, deeply, and profoundly. Decided instead of having all the discussions on the one side and the other side tonight, when the delegates are tired, no doubt hungry, food in the hall is, they are no doubt hungry. Also, at an hour when most of the American people would most likely be asleep, they've adjourned until tomorrow, and we'll begin with it then. NBC and all of us, the four of you, by the way, thank you. It was excellent. NBC will begin covering the convention, not tomorrow, it's today, Wednesday, at 11:30 Central Time, 12:30 Eastern Time, and of course we will stay with it to the very end and see and hear all of it.
I've just learned, David, that downtown in Chicago, the police and the demonstrators along Michigan Boulevard have made a deal. The police will let them alone if the demonstrators will stay inside the park. They can stay there and demonstrate all night long if they choose, and the police have pledged not to bother them. So a truce has been declared. We'll see how long it prevails.
All right, well, I guess that's all until 11:30 this morning, Central Time, 12:30 this morning, Eastern Time. Until then, thank you and good night.